PKA episode 296. We are live.
We've got a few sponsors tonight. Smart Mouth's coming back to us once again, as well as Blue Apron, MeUndies, and Casper. We'll talk more about each of those later on in the show. Of course, there's links in the description right here and now. You can check out, explore those cool sponsors. But let's get into it. So we don't have a guest tonight, which I like. I think maybe like you two, I'm maybe the only one that when we don't have a guest, I'm like, ooh. Now we get to delve deep. We don't have to listen. We don't have to talk to somebody else about their boring bullshit and listen to them tell.
Dude, it's risky business without a guest because we sometimes go into the crazy weeds, and if there's a guest, it'll kind of keep us tempered to reality. But if there's no guest, we get to nonsense territory so fast.
That's where I live,
dude. Yeah.
Yeah, welcome back.
Some of the most I don't know if I should say this things. I tend not to say in front of a guest. Double true if the guest is a girl.
To hear you dropping in bomb, like you don't know how he might react.
Yeah.
You can't be saying the word faggot in front of Chris Hansen. I mean, what kind of lunatic would do that?
Yeah, he wouldn't care for it.
Oh, you know on PKN, I forget it, but I try to open with a joke. I have a joke.
Oh,
Why did 10 die?
Why did Tim die?
10, the number. Why did 10 die?
I don't know.
Oh, man. It's going to be a pun.
And he got in the middle of 9/11.
It was in between 9/11?
Yeah, it was in 9/11. 10. It was in the middle of 9/11.
Okay. All right.
Oh, fuck you both. That joke was great.
Oh, yeah, that killed it. Like, where did that kill? Where was everybody like, oh, shit? You know, like all the black guys are, like, losing their shit and, like, moonwalking backwards and stuff. Like, come on.
Raucous applause across the U.S. as people slap their knees to that one.
Y'all suck.
Well, there's only one way to go from here.
That really tickled Miss Johnson's 8th grade classroom. They loved it. Real edgy for them.
We were talking about space.
We were talking about space.
And colonizing, and Kyle was saying how, or I guess you go ahead and say what you were saying.
So what I want, what I want, and I think it's a realistic goal. I'm not going to say that I want Star Trek where we have these warp drives that fold space and send us to Alpha Centauri, in a day. That's pretty far ahead. It's theoretically possible, it seems. If you can create enough energy to fold space, you can do that theoretically. But that's way in our future, maybe hundreds of years. But what I think could be right within our grasp if the funding was there, it needs to cost like $50,000 for to get on some sort of space shuttle, leave Cape Canaveral or wherever the fuck, go to Jupiter, look at it out the window, and then come back home. And in 3 months, like a 3-month cruise, like a space cruise. You would treat it like one of those cruises where you go to Alaska and then you go. You're going a long, weeks-long cruise, but this is a space cruise. I want that. And I feel like we could do that in the next 50 to 75 years, I would think. Maybe the dollar amount won't be $50,000 anymore because of inflation or whatever, but, an attainable amount of money that if a hardworking person saved up, or, maybe it's your retirement and you're like, we've saved up enough to go to Europa. It should be one of those things that any hardworking guy can make
or
happen.
Business decides to relocate an engineer, $50 grand, they'll do that.
Maybe there's no taxes on Titan, the moon of Jupiter. So start businesses there.
Incentives. Yeah, those are the sort of incentives that you're going to have to put in place to get people to go do that. To go leave Earth and spend many years in an awful environment, eating terrible food with danger separate. Death is millimeters of aluminum shielding you from radiation at any point. You're gonna have to. It's gonna be tax free. There's gonna have to be a nice per diem. Like if you're going up there to be a janitor or something, that's gonna be one fucking high paid janitor.
It'll be like Alaska where they pretty much just pay you to live there with some sort of state rebates. I don't know how that works exactly, but.
Yeah, but that's my dream. I want to see that. I want to see people on foreign space bodies, colonizing them, mining them, all of that stuff. And then, of course, the recreational sort of tourism thing would follow suit once you get the things that actually really make the money and, working. I
think there's going to be a small window of when it's actually really cool and fun to go visit the moon of Jupiter or the moons of Jupiter, like Europa. But I feel like once there's an established colony there, and then you got another one on Titan and a couple other celestial bodies, give that 2-3 generations, and suddenly there's going to be interspatial wars of like people on Earth being like, Europa has finally declared war once again on Titan over stealing their moon rocks, and or whatever it'll be. But that I don't feel like anybody ever thinks about that, and I really hadn't until now. But that's going to be a pretty neat war. Just rockets from planet to planet.
And it's just history repeating itself, and you know that eventually it will, unless steps are really taken to prevent it. But it's difficult. One of the things that made the American Revolution possible was the fact that the people we were rebelling against were an ocean away in a time where it took a couple months to sail on over here and show us what was what. Now imagine that you're on some colony on a moon rock somewhere. You're mining tritium or something that's a rare earth element here because it's a rare earth element, but you just found a rock the size of Texas that's made of tritium, and it's incredibly lucrative. And you've got all the things you need to survive as well on whatever fucking rock you're living on. You're going to have a hard time sending the $8 trillionth shipment back home when you're making like $250,000 a year. You're like, they made $80 trillion off of us last year. And what do you make, Bob? 300,000? Pennies, and they're going to be like, I say we have a little tritium party. Let's blow the next fucking shipment of tritium up in the atmosphere, and let's watch it glow, because it would. Tritium's like, it's that luminescent radioactive. Yeah. That's what's going to happen.
I don't think
like,
so.
These guys are making a killing.
I don't think there'll be space wars, because I think for a long, long time these places will have shit for resources, and they're just going to suck off the earth, and all we have to do is like a parent with the cash flow and 2 9-year-olds take their shit away.
That's actually a really good point. Unless like they do find that underwater ocean about in Europa they're always talking about, where they're like, oh, there could be. That's what NASA does. When people lose interest and like nobody's excited about space anymore, they send out the same thing where it's headline like, life discovered on Mars? ? And it's like, we may have found a dead microbacteria under a rock. We may have, maybe not. Who knows? Who's to say?
Always
we
that.
Can't know it. Or they'll be like, oh, there's a giant ocean under Europa. There could be sharks under there. There could be space sharks. Did you ever think about that, public? Are you okay with your taxes being raised now? There could be sharks.
Oh, are you anti-space travel? Oh my God! Don't say you're anti-space travel on the internet.
Of course not. I'm pro-space travel. If for no other reason than it'll be cool to watch.
It would be cool to watch. And look, I like it that we're going out, the United States that is, and kicking everyone's asses in the Olympics. We've got so many fucking gold medals. It's not even close. We destroy everyone every year, and we always have. I like that, I guess. But we have, right? Like, I mean, go back and look.
No, that's not right. If you just look at the previous one, China beat us.
I think China wins a lot.
Gold?
They had more golds and more medals, I think. Or maybe...
No. Last Olympics, China beat us by medals, but we beat them by golds, didn't we?
Is that right? There was that or the inverse of that at one point.
I'm saying gold medals, so I'm right no matter what. We kick everybody else's in this gold medal thing. I like that. They're representing the United States, but I like it better when our representatives aren't just real strong people who like worked out 4 hours a day because they can. That's nice, but I would like it if we were showing everybody up by like going to another planet.
Kyle's right. It turns out in 2012, by the end of it, the U.S. won in both golds and medal count. But I guess I know in the middle of it that it wasn't the case. Mercury seems to remember too. But anyway, yeah. So
well, the Chinese did set the schedule for that thing, so they probably set it so they could have a mid-Olympic gold surplus or something.
The host country usually gets to add a few sports. So like when it's in the U.S., we're always like, you know what? We're going to get some snowboarding in this bitch, a little skateboarding, women's shit is going to be real popular. And suddenly like, oh, it turns out we do have the best women basketball players, and we rock at snowboarding and stuff.
Watching men's basketball in the Olympics is just ridiculous because we are the only country that cares about basketball to like a really high extent.
It's because African Americans are from America.
We're blowing them out. We're blowing everybody out.
That's not true. Have you been watching?
Men's basketball?
I haven't been watching. I don't watch
it. Sounds like neither of you have been watching.
No, not
like the big story this year is, aside from the last game against Argentina, is we've been winning by 3, by less than 5. Like we've just been like everyone is like, oh my god, what is wrong with the team this year? That's the story.
Oh, they're putting on a show.
Okay.
That's some Harlem Globetrotter shit. If they're winning by 3, then I'm gonna be of the opinion that we let them get close just to put on a better show. Yeah, we're all getting bonuses. We get a bonus if we're within 8 points of the other team at the end. Like
what they're
NBC
saying
likes
is that the composition of the team is all wrong. That like there's no role players on this team. Everyone is supposed to have the ball. They're all the scorers, and pretty much every time we get the ball, we just 1v4 them and try and score. I'm not really a basketball expert, but
we keep on winning. Yeah, we'll see what happens. I know LeBron didn't play. I just don't care. My point about bringing up the Olympics was that I don't fucking care. Like that's not a great representation of us. Like I guess it is in athletics, but I don't think athletics is the best way to put our best foot forward. I like the idea of everyone in the planet being like, yeah, the Americans, they've got another planet now. Like they live on Mars too. Like you could kill every American on this planet, and there'd still be 100,000 more of them in the stars, planning their revenge on you.
How big a shit show would there be if we started claiming shit like that? Like
imagine that like it's the shoes on the other foot. Now the Germans have 100,000 people on Mars, and World War III comes around, and wouldn't you know it, the Germans are the bad guys 3 times in a fucking row. We just got to take them out this time. Just take them off. We're like no third chances. This is it, and we kill every German in existence. The fucking Deutschland is no more, and we give it back to Israel because why not? Right, like give it to Israel, give it to those Jewish people, you know, right? for no other reason than I think that's funny. You still got to worry about that 100,000 German guys who were up there on Mars, like planning.
If they've got a couple rockets, that could really. Hey, you know what? To like solve a bunch of problems, maybe we just do give the Jews their own planet, because everybody's trying to give them shit all the time. Like they can't go anywhere in the world and feel totally safe. So how about you just give them their own planet?
Oh, when you said everyone's giving them shit all the time, I interpreted that completely differently. Like, why are our policies giving out so much foreign aid to Israel all the fucking time? Why is it that we just, like, conquer countries and give them land? Like, why do we give Israel so much stuff? And you were not headed at it from that angle.
No, I was saying that Israel is...
You were saying everyone hates Jews because you're racist.
No, I was saying that people in the area of the world in which Jews inhabit is very hostile towards Jewish people, and so it would not be a lot of fun to be there. So maybe just be like, all right, you guys, you know, I know this is like a really big deal, this land. We're going to airlift this entire chunk of land, and we're just going to set it on top of Europa, and then just go hog wild. You know, the benefit
they actually get all the
Jewish.
Religious, like important things. We're giving you the wall. We're taking the monuments. We're taking all of that shit, all of the temples, everything. That gets to go up there, huh? Space Jews.
That all gets to go up there. And you get the added benefit of a bunch of Jewish people are in outer space. They're going to figure out how to make that successful quick.
Isn't
the best part about
it? It won't be long before people are like, well, Europa was better than Earth. No, they just made it better than Earth because that's what they fucking do.
The best part about this is, like, if you announce this as a crowd-funded project, they'd have $8 trillion to fund it next year. Like they may, if you crowd-funded this globally, everybody'd be like, oh, did you hear? They're gonna send all the Jews to space. They need a few. They need a few rubles to get it done, though, comrade. Well, let me see what I can do. Like, all across the world, everybody joins hands in this one moment of solidarity to send the Jews to fucking Mars.
I took my angle and ruined it.
You're holding hands, like in one hand you've got like the leader of Iran, and the other you got the guy from North Korea. You're all like singing like a Kumbaya song, like
Ku Klux Klan members, you know, donning the robe.
ISIS is out there. They're the Pope. Everybody.
Where do the Jews themselves stand on this? Are they excited about going to Europa in this reality, or are they like, fuck?
I mean, it depends. You'd have to take a survey or something, you know, throw it up on Survey Monkey real quick, see what you can get as far as results. But I don't know. I was saying it more just to keep them safe. You guys suddenly just started going, oh yeah, get rid of them.
Dude, if you put up a survey on Survey Monkey, like, hey, if you're Jewish, let me know if you'd like to leave. 4chan will fuck that shit up. It'll be 99.9% send them. Yeah.
His name Hitler. That's odd.
What do you think's more likely in the next, say, 50 let's say 100 years in the United States, what do you think is more likely that the United States has? And I'm talking about a major one: a space war or a race war.
Race war.
Race war. I mean,
Because we already have races.
have you not been looking around? Like, it's pretty much happening now. Like, if there was one in Milwaukee just last weekend.
Yeah, that's more of a race attack, though. Like nobody really fighting back. Like you know what I mean? Like
Yeah, that was a riot.
They
not
were
a, like, you need
screaming,
to have
"Kill white
voting
people!"
races.
Did they not shoot back? Because if not, they need more guns.
No,
exactly. That's what I've been saying for years. They need more guns, and they
You had big group of white people shooting back at them, and the Black Lives Matter people shooting at them. Then there's a race war. Two groups of races fighting. What it was just one group rioting. So not quite a race war. I don't think we're ever going to see a race war because I just don't think
they're not organized.
Because what?
Were you saying it's because they're not very organized?
Because I don't think anybody on like a race level is organized enough to like have a race war. Like you can't just send out a memo like all black people report to 5th and Cherry at 6 p.m. We're marching, and then like all white people report here. We need to counteract that march. Like it's not going to happen.
I suppose not. But what you could have, on the other hand, was, let's say that like you have something like the LA riots, where you have it's almost 100% black people rioting, going violent, stealing things, and attacking white people because they're white. And that's been going on for 2 weeks now. And you and the rest of your neighborhood form a militia, as the Second Amendment intended. And now you and like all your neighborhoods have this Walking Dead themed squad. You know, the one guy's got a crossbow because he was always like anti-gun, and now he's getting his comeuppance, right? It's like, yeah, Bill, one at a time it over there. Yeah, you ready to cock that son of a bitch? How many arrows you got, Legolas? Fuck you. And, you know, you got a guy over there with this 12 gauge and an AR-15 or whatever, and they're going to protect the neighborhood. In that regard, I think you could maybe have some sort of a race battle at least.
A race battle, but not a race
battle. Okay.
I think we're a ways away from even a race battle. At least I really hope so, because I can see how
I think we're a couple weeks away from a race battle. I feel like does this not seem like it's escalating wildly fast to everyone else?
It's like one-sided every time. It's never a battle.
There's so much media coverage. I always hear, I always see so much horrible shit on the internet and on the news. And then you'll see that statistic that gets popped up every now and then that the violence has actually been on the decline for like a decade in like virtually every category. And you know, when I bet if I talked to my mother right now and I asked her, do you think that I, as a 5-year-old child, was safer from kidnapping, child molestation, that sort of thing, than a 5-year-old would be today? Like, she would oh, it was a different time. No, back in the 80s they'd snatch little fucking kids up and disappear with them. That shit's on the decline too. It's harder for fucking assholes to get away with doing evil things now. Like, everything is on the decline. Today is the best day there has been to be alive that there's ever been.
Yeah, I feel like everything's going to get blown out of proportion though, because the media on every side, they benefit directly from playing up things like this, because it's going to pull eyes in. And so even if it was, you know, a once-a-month thing that was never a big scale, they're going to treat it like, you know, is the dam about to break? Like, you know, is everything about to unleash and be a crazy race war across this? You know, tune in at 9. Next. Like of course. Like,
I hear you, but I think that the reason these stats are getting better is because the random shootings over bullshit or whatever are dropping. Racial tensions, at least my exposure, feels like they're going up. It feels like this is a thing that's happening, and I'm not like promoting race war. Don't get it all twisted, people.
I don't think anyone is.
But
Sergeant.
I do feel like Sergeant. I do feel like the shit that happens in Milwaukee, like, dude, all we need is a natural disaster, right? A good old like Katrina style problem, and I would not be surprised to see a little section of society break off by race, you know, an LA riots type thing where some people are defending territory, some people are attacking it, and you know, it's undeniably race oriented.
That's how I like to play Company of Heroes.
By dividing and conquering?
Well, no, you get like some people attacking, some people defending. I always like to defend, like set up my defenses and stuff, get my sniper towers and my mines and claymores and such. You do.
You're good with that. That's why we're good on the same team, because I never stop attacking.
Yeah, I like sitting back and letting things come to me. Chiz and I were talking about getting back into Civ because Civ 6, the Civ 5 was. There was an expansion pack in between Civ 5 and Civ 6, that Beyond Earth bullshit, but that's fucking bullshit. Civ 5 is a hugely successful, really fun game. I think it was like 10th most played on Steam at the time when it was out, maybe still. It's great. We love that game. We're so addicted to it for so long, and Civ 6 is coming out, so I think it's time to start sharpening our skills up and getting ready.
I agreed to play one game with them of Civ, and that's all that I'm guaranteeing. One game I'll play, and if I like it, I'll keep playing. Obviously, if not, then at least I can say I tried. It's so long. Like, I'm gonna lose interest. I already know I'm gonna lose interest.
You'll see. Because look, we've sat there and played Company of Heroes for 4 hours before, and maybe at the end of it, it's getting a little dull, and it's just like, all right, let's send everything in. But Civ is a little bit deeper than that. There's just so much going on. You're always growing and getting better. There's not really a plateau until you're like 7 hours in before you plateau, and you're like, all right, I got everything now. Now when do we do some shit? It's
when I play Monopoly, I like to either win or lose first. Right? And that's how I feel about Civ. And I don't win at Civ. So the faster I can lose, that's second place to me. Actual second place.
Civ. So like if me, you, Kyle, and Chiz were in a game, just the three of us, just us girls, and we decided that we were like, all right, let's just take a break from this. Let's reconvene tomorrow. Can you pause, or do you have to finish a game in one sitting?
No, you can pause it. And there was a time when we weren't very good at recovering saves and stuff like that, but at this point, we played so much that we got really good at that. So if the game freezes even, I can almost always recover it for everybody. But
Civ 6 is not a buggy piece of junk in multiplayer.
Right?
Right. That might be a thing.
There are so many bugs in 5 that, we play an extremely modded version of Civ 5 for one thing. Extremely modded. It's barely the same game. But playing the regular game, like it's got a lot of fucking bugs in there that are just like, oh, just so you know, that doesn't work, so don't do it. And it's like, what do you mean? How was I gonna know that? Well, you play 1,400 hours and then you just fucking know.
Is Filthy Robot still playing Civ?
Yeah. He plays that, and he plays what's that other Command something or another? Yeah, he's playing that song.
How like playing Civ? If it actually does take 7 or 8 hours for a game, and that's not being a little hyperbolic, like that playing one game a day is like a 40-hour-a-week job. If you play one game a day,
7 or 8 hours in a game is the extreme side of possible.
It's honestly not. Like you can go 12 hours if you get it. Like we've gone 12 hours.
What's average? What's an average? Like we hop in a game.
Well, it depends on exactly what we're doing. So if you, me, and Chiz get in there and we verse 3 AI that are like king level AI, which is like medium hard, we can knock that out in 4 hours.
That's what I want to do.
Yeah. But if we go in there and it's a 4-man free for all, that can go 12 hours. That can definitely go 8. A 6-man will
first
definitely go
loser
4.
can get out in like 40 minutes.
If that happens,
I don't want to. Like, if I'm going to play though, I don't want to get conquered right away. Like,
no, you do. You do. Trust me, that's the best way.
At least the first game, if I'm going to play, I want to really try and play well and figure it out to see if this is something I want to pursue. Because I like strategy games that are really intensive like this. I just play board. Like, if you've ever played the board game Arkham Horror, it's a really complex board game. Not as complex as Civ, I'm sure, because it's not a video game. But it takes hours and it's a ton of fun. Like, I like games like that. It's just.
I think
the time frame is intimidating.
What you want on your first game is you want to like be on the same team as Kyle, and then you'll work your way through the tech tree. You'll get a vibe. All the decisions you make are team ones. So when you work on like a new tech, you all sort of focus on it, and it's just hand holding to sort of learn the controls and the ideas. If Chiz
like attacks me or antagonizes me early in the game, I'm done.
No.
I'm done. I'm not going to be after we were so kind to him with all the RTSs, and we didn't just storm in and butt fuck him. We tried to wean him into the game, coax him into it a little bit. But yeah, I don't want to join and then have Chiz be like, "Hey, notice anything in your financial district, idiot? I placed a spearman there. He's killing all your bankers as they try and get home from work, which makes the wives unhappy, which makes the kids deviants, and now they're committing crimes in the inner city. If you're home, now it's all mayhem," or however the game occurs.
It's not too far off from that. Like what you described can kind of be done. No, it won't be like that. If we're playing 3 of us against 3 AI, then we're on the same team. We can't hurt each other. And the thing about like surprise attacks coming from the enemy, like you see it coming. Like your vision is determined. Your city has like 5 or 6 squares of vision in its perimeter and its circumference, but each troop has like 3 or 4. So if you position troops around your city, then no one can sneak up on you. But new players don't do that, so we'll amass these really big, fucking enormous, scary armies, and they're just lurking in the shadows, 2 squares out of vision, and then all of a sudden you just... Oftentimes we'll kind of fuck with them through the chat. We'll like start threatening them and start like hitting them up for like really bad trades. We're like, hey, I got 2 pieces of iron here. I'm gonna need 8 uranium for it, and they're like, I'm not doing that. It's like, well, if you don't do it, I'm going to come destroy you. And they're like, fuck you. And then your army comes out of the shadows, and now they're singing a different tune. It's a lot of fun.
Now it's 10 uranium for 1 iron.
That's happened. I swear to God, that's happened. Like they'll be like, all right, well, we can make that trade happen. And I was like, nah, I just used that uranium to make a couple nukes. Just fuck it. I'll just kill all your cities now. It's really satisfying to destroy someone else's stuff, because you know how hard it was to build that stuff. And sometimes, depending on the race, like I think if you're the Netherlands or the Dutch or whatever, you can build these really colorful like tulip fields. And so your whole perimeter is these beautiful flower fields of red and blue and green and gold, and you just burn all that shit down to the ground. It's very satisfying.
Alternatively, when you lose, it is the most dissatisfying, painful loss that you've ever experienced in video gaming. It is like you've been working on this oil painting, this Monet, for like months, and someone comes along and they don't just burn it, they like shit on it and fucking like ruin it, and it's piece by piece where you're like, well, maybe I could still rebuild the fields out there. No, they just like block by or hexagon by hexagon, they pillage your shit and ruin it. And you're just like, well, I guess if they stopped now, I could get back to where I was until your people are unhappy, and it's just...
There's no other game.
Because it's turn-based, it probably takes forever for them to actually
oh my God.
you.
That's the thing. Dude, losing it, there will be a point where you know that you can't win. And it will be 90 minutes after that you lose. It's just an hour and a half of like, this is awful.
True.
This is just awful. Yeah.
It can definitely be that way. It can definitely be exactly.
So
like
it's not like Age of Mythology where I could just sprint over with my Herseer and just start building a barracks right next to their town center.
It is though in some ways.
Their game
so I compare it to chess sometimes, because some of your units are incredibly valuable, like a queen would be, and then of course there are the pawns. Early on, you only have like 2 units or 3 units. So losing one of them is like losing 50% or 33% of your total work that you've put in so far. So if you just happen to get near the enemy and you can strike a quick blow, and you can, like a settler, for example, early on it takes 7 or 8 turns of work just to make one of a settler that can go create a new city. And during that 7 or 8 turns, you're not making any food for your population. Your population isn't growing, it's stagnant. That's kind of a problem. So you're kind of trading growth for a second city. But if I come along with my one shitty warrior guy with a spear and I see your unprotected settler and get him, he's my settler now, bitch. He's actually my worker. I enslave him and I put him to work in my fields. That's literally what happens. And you have to watch. Sometimes I'll enslave him and, now he's my guy. Now he's my unit. And I see that your protective unit is just right there next to me. So I know that I can't get this worker out of here. If I leave it here, you're just going to take it back. So I'll just fucking delete it. And
it sounds like so much insult to injury stuff where you're like, boom! Oh, now you're making cabbage for the Kyle Kingdom now! And you just pull him back to where you are, throw him in the farms. It sounds like fun if you're winning, like most games.
When you play against AI, we win.
It's a terrible game, and it's not fun, and it's very time-consuming. And I wish I could, like high school detention, like other things that are similar to Civ. Waiting at the DMV.
The dentist, maybe?
Yeah, it doesn't hurt. But
There's no other game that gets my heart racing as much without playing fucking virtual reality.
How does your heart race in Civ? Everything takes 3 hours.
Exactly.
Probably need like 6 Red Bulls to stay awake.
No, you just explained why it gets my heart racing. Because there will be a plan that is literally 2 hours in the making. I've been forming this army with this idea in mind to strike my enemy in a certain way for 2 or 3 hours. And just now it's ready. And I'm watching to see if he moves his guy left or right. And if he moves left, I win. If he moves right, I lose. And he moves left, and it's just like yes. It's just it. Sometimes I'm just terrified. It's like a dagger to my heart when like their army comes out of the fucking woodwork and shits.
Man, you got my heart racing.
Oh, fuck you.
Let's talk about Kelly Ripa's camel toe. Like, I'm so tired.
I would like to play though. We should try it. And what civilization do you recommend for a beginner? What's the coolest one?
Well, 5 is what we play. The other.
No, like what civilization?
Poland.
Like
But Civ 6 would be the one you play, so who knows? But
Korea. Yeah, you should probably play Korea. You'll like them. Yeah, they're very scientific. They go ahead and tech faster than everybody else.
I'll try them then. Oh, so we were moving on to talk about a camel toe now?
I hope so.
Yeah. I was listening to the Stern Show, and they were discussing some pictures of Kelly Ripa's camel toe online, and of course I was like driving, but I fucking Googled them up, and then I showed these guys. And
I'm not going to show the camel toe because I'm afraid that it's somehow bad for my channel. But if you Google Kelly Ripa camel toe, you will find dozens of pictures of her in yellow pants. So that's sort of the key. The
like
yellow
that,
pants. You know, I don't find it.
I don't find it unattractive. I like Kelly Ripa's camel toe. I want to do stuff to it. Okay, like I'm not making fun of Kelly Ripa's camel toe. Like, look at her, how gross she is. I want to go do all kinds of shit to her camel toe. I'm just saying, look, it's her camel toe.
I don't think any men make fun of women's camel toes. I think it's more of like oh man, that's kind of like a behind the music, reveal of like, oh man, what's going on there? Looks like you vacuum sealed 2 chicken cutlets right next to each other in one of those superstores.
So 2 things. One, guys are awesome. Guys are awesome because we don't sit there and pass judgment on your camel toe or your nay or whatever you want to call it, right? Guys are like, you know what? We love them all. We love it when you let us play with them. Any female genitalia that is open for business is a good store by my book. Now I'm married. Don't get it all twisted, but that's the general thought process. Whereas
I don't know. There's definitely some ugly vaginas out there that I don't want anything to do with. If
it's healthy, it's good.
There definitely are. The same way there are ugly dicks out there, there are ugly vaginas.
Yeah.
If we don't pretend that there are some ugly vaginas and some ugly dicks out there, then no one can take us seriously when we laud the good-looking ones.
Some
and it looks like Kelly Ripa has a good-looking one.
It looks like Kelly Ripa's got a real nice vagina.
Yeah.
Maria Menounos too. While we're talking about like TV ladies whose vaginas have been revealed
the other thing about Kelly Ripa's vagina, I like the squat she's in. Right now, I feel like there are women who exist their whole life and like completely concentrate on only ladylike poses. The fact that she's down there, what is she doing? Playing a instrument or something? She's trying to do.
I got no idea.
Yeah, I don't know, but she's doing something with her hands.
I've been staring at her vagina.
Yeah, right. But the fact that she's working at something in this like Slovakian squat, and I like that she's not like, I don't know, being ladylike, putting her knees on the ground or doing whatever. She's fucking a human being, willing to do human things, and not always being ladylike 24/7. I like a girl that breaks form every now and then.
As long as she doesn't drink a beer or anything.
Yeah, that would make her trashy.
Yeah, no beer for that squatting, heavily haired lady maiden.
Nope. You know what I only watched? I only watched this past week was Making a Murderer. I had never seen it before, and I watched it. The reason I watched it was because I read online that Brendan Avery, the retarded cousin of Stephen Avery, is getting released and within the next 90 days or so, like that. And the reason I say he's retarded is because everyone who is an advocate of that young man should have been using the R word constantly, because he is mentally retarded. He may not meet the specific IQ number to be there. I believe he was like a 69 verbal IQ and like a 73 general IQ. He was so easily led and manipulated, and you could see it. You could see it happening, and I know it just.
He admitted to murder, and then was concerned that he had to get home in time to do his schoolwork because it was due tomorrow. That's how not getting it he was. He was an idiot. An idiot. I don't know if idiot is a medical term, but it
is.
Yeah,
so is moron.
He wasn't a normal person. And I remember I watched Making a Murderer, and I really thought, like, I don't know if Stephen Avery's innocent. They really focused on the defense, and they kind of left out, like, oh, yeah, her DNA was in a fire next to the house, and don't know how that got there. And then, like, oh, yeah, they did find, like, his car, the body by the car or something like that. And, he's been in trouble before, and there was a lot of evidence to suggest that he was stalking her and had, like, I think threatened rape and requested her specifically, and she asked not to go there. There was a whole lot of guilt stuff around him. And but it does seem like the cops did some hanky-panky to, like, make their case.
Yeah.
There was this one part in particular where they asked him, they were like, what did you do to her, Brendan? What did you do to her head? And and when they say this, you see this retarded young man start thinking in his head, what would I do to a woman's head?
What do they want to hear?
How do I get this answer right?
He's like, what would I do to a woman's head? And he says, cut her hair? And they're like, all right, you cut her hair. What'd you cut her hair with? Knife? Like, all right, you cut her hair with a knife. Where were you? Were you in the house or were you in the garage? Well, garage? And they're just like, all right, so you drug her out of the house. You cut her hair off with a knife in the garage. Then what did you do? And it's just like, you're just leading this guy along, playing hangman, and at the end, you're literally going to hang this motherfucker, and he's just guessing stuff with no idea of the gravity of his answers or the setting in which he is currently in.
Piece of shit cops who, like, they should have never even had to say, like, oh, this guy's clearly mentally feeble. They should have been like, hey, look at this clip of them pulling a kid out of class, interrogating him illegally. You have to inform that kid's guardian if he's going to be questioned by the police. And that guardian would probably say, yeah, we're going to want an attorney because I don't want you talking to my feeble-minded 16, 17, whatever-year-old kid. And they just completely led him into every answer. That was, like, I remember when that show first came out and it was trending, people were like, God, I can hardly watch this show. It's so upsetting. And that was the scene for me where I was like, this is such fucking bullshit. Like, this guy clearly just thinks, all right, if I give him the right answer, I'm going to be able to get to history in time. Oh shit, I must have given the wrong answer. Now they're really upset with me. Like, and even the way they explained it was like condescending. Like, well, you just admitted to murder, Brendan.
We left out a huge thing. We left out the fact that his attorney
that's where I was going.
Partnering with the prosecution. Like, his attorney didn't seem to be representing him or trying to keep him innocent. His attorney was working with the prosecution really to get Stephen Avery guilty. So they're like, oh yeah, do you want my guy as a witness? I'll make sure you're alone when I'm not there, and you can, like, coerce him into saying shit so they could
literally said that. The investigator that he was like, I'll go see him this afternoon. He will have just gotten his judgment, so he'll be vulnerable, and he'll be looking for someone to help him. And then I'll go in and I'll get the signed confession and I'll get him to draw. He's like, now draw her on the bed. All right, draw her on the bed. Yeah, that's real good. And you look at the drawing, and her hands are tied with rope, and her feet. No one brought this up. Her feet are manacled. Okay, it's the old cartoon clunk with the chain that comes out of it. It's the kind of restraints that don't fucking exist anymore.
That you use on Bugs Bunny. Yeah.
Like is Stephen Avery part-time at the Museum of fucking Torture? Like, where did he get those manacles, and how did he attach them to something? It was absurd. It was like Bugs Bunny tied her up.
I wonder if Amazon sells them. What are they called? Manacles?
Manticles. No one sells manticles, except for, like, dark sex shops. And manacles. Even then, like, those are way above Stephen Avery's price range.
It was so clear from, like, the drawing thing was what really pissed me off. I think it was the psychologist who was basically leading him, being like, draw a picture of what you did with her head and where you stabbed her. And it's like, nope, Nope, you didn't stab her there, did you? Why are you lying to me, Brendan? And he should have been like if I could have jumped in his head for that minute, I would have just been like, because I'm a retarded person and you tricked me. I don't know what you want me to say. But my project is late now, so I hope you'll talk to my teacher about the 10% I missed.
If I had been his lawyer, if I were Brendan's lawyer, I would get him on the stand and I would say, Brendan, do you remember the time that you went to the chocolate factory? And he'd say, yeah. And he's just, as he stares at the ground with his eyelids down so you can't even see his fucking eyes. Do you remember when you went to the chocolate factory? Yeah. Remember the Oompa Loompas, Brandon? Yeah.
What color was your ticket? Was it golden?
What did you do to the Oompa Loompas, Brandon? Why don't you tell everyone? I didn't do anything to the Oompa Loompas. You drowned that Oompa Loompa, Brandon. Where did you drown him? It was the river made of what? Chocolate? That's right. You drowned him in the river of chocolate, didn't you, Brandon? Tell us. I'm going to tell your mother. You better admit. What's your mother going to say when she finds out you were at the chocolate factory without her permission? She didn't know, did she? Does your mom know you were at the chocolate?
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a hate crime, if nothing else. Against
and I feel like the prosecution, that motherfucker was such an evil person. He'd be like, well, ladies and gentlemen, you heard it right out of the boy's mouth himself. He's a serial killer. He's killed some sort of an Oompa Loompa fellow by drowning, all right? So how far does he have to go before we find him stabbing this young woman and then the idea of him like stabbing and cutting her throat and being zero blood? Like, you take one look at these guys and how they live and you know that they did not clean that place. Like, they can't even keep the dirt out of their house, much less clean up a crime scene.
Yeah.
By the way, I can't find manacles on Amazon. So yes, they're very hard to get.
He ain't got no goddamn manacles. Yeah, it was really upsetting. I'm like you. I don't know if Stephen Avery is innocent or guilty, and I've read a lot online and like the stuff that wasn't in the documentary, and especially like those phone conversations that Brendan has with his mother. There's a lot of stuff that they just cut out and they edit it together to make it look like it's one conversation when really it was like this big long conversation and the middle's so it's a bit misleading at times, and that might even be an understatement, but Brendan was clearly not represented correctly, and he didn't have the faculties to defend himself. And so regardless of if he did anything, he doesn't deserve to be where he is. So it's a good thing that creepy motherfucker is getting out of jail. I wouldn't want him living in my neighborhood just on the fact that he's a weird-looking dude and he's not all there.
I want the attorney disbarred.
Yeah, sure.
Because the attorney, while not great, wasn't retarded. The attorney... Like, if there's any evil around here, it's not just the police. His defense attorney sold him down the river.
Literally, yeah.
Totally
did. Yeah, that was upsetting. Lynn, I think was his name. He was blonde. He had like yeah, he looked like a real motherfucker. And when
he looked like a pansy to me. Like, that guy had no...
Like a real pussy. Yeah, it looked like he would cry pretty easily. Like, if you slapped him, maybe he'd cry. Just saying. And
I feel like we could get him to cry.
We could.
I'm pretty sure.
You know, when they brought him back and had him on the stand, they're like, did you say, and then they had a quote from him, and he's like, no, I didn't say that, because if I said that, then I'm basically admitting Brandon's guilt on, publicly. I wouldn't have said that. And then he says, could we play Exhibit A? And it's literally video of him with a microphone saying it on TV. It's not like he said it like in the courtroom. He said it on fucking television. That's
the problem with this media. It's constantly taking my quotes out of context. They know what I'm saying. They don't listen to what I'm saying, and then they bring it up and they talk about it, and they're not talking about the great things that I have done or said.
In fairness, you say so much stupid shit. Then what else are we going to talk about?
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, that is such a depressing show. To watch that poor kid's, like, you can see...
Oh, I thought we were talking about the election.
Oh, no. I think they're inbred as well, because you can just look around the entire... toward the end of the show, it's like 10-hour-long episodes or something. So toward the end of that, I started really looking at the ancillary members of the family, the guys on the cousins and aunts and nephews, and they all look like... They all have a very similar mongoloid look to them. I don't know. They look a bit inbred.
Not a lot of branches on that family tree.
Yeah, and there are quotes from like the people in the area that literally say that. That's a family tree, that doesn't have any branches or whatever. And what I took from the whole time was that it was just like what you would see if it was a group of black people and you had a group of like racist white people that didn't want those blacks in their community. They had the same kind of hatred and in the same way they had it out for the Averys as they would for a group of black people that they didn't like. They really hated the Averys. And they own a big junkyard. They got like 500 fucking junk cars over there. They don't wash very well. They're all stupid, unattractive people who are constantly misdemeanoring. They're throwing cats over fires, drunk in public, DUI, violating probation, in and out of jail, 3 months this time, 6 weeks this time.
Stephen Avery had road rage. So rather than just flipping the bird, or better yet, giving the thumb of disappointment, like the "I'm not mad, I'm just disappointed" thumb, my new favorite. He tried to run someone off the road because he was mad
so
at
what
her.
he did. Well, that's what really started everything.
Mm-hmm.
The woman that he ran off the road and then got out and confronted with the gun in his hand is the wife of like a deputy sheriff. That happened back before the first murder conviction. And what she had been claiming was that Stephen Avery was in her yard masturbating and like waiting on her to drive by, and he'd like run up and like
A man has needs.
Right. He'd be jerking it in the yard. Now, and there's like 3 statements from her. One said that he like masturbated onto her hood. Like he like I imagine him like running 45 miles an hour on the side of the road, jerking it with one hand and then blowing a load onto the hood of her moving car. I don't even know where that happens. But then when they question her later on, she's like, "Oh, well, those aren't my words. I didn't say that. I didn't say that. Well, no, he never did that to my hood. But I would see him in his yard with his pants down." And it was like,
Oh, yeah. If you look at my yard, you might find that too.
Absolutely. I piss in my yard quite a bit. And so, and that's what I was thinking when she said that. but because that is what got the ball rolling. He had that charge floating over his head when the very first rape happened, the sexual assault on the beach that sent him away for the first 18 years. That was a great story. Anybody out there who hasn't seen Making a Murderer, nothing we have said in any way spoils it because it's a real life fucking crime drama. So check that out. I know I'm like way behind the times here. That thing was trending and popular months ago.
Right.
But I really enjoyed it. It was great. We lost Taylor.
Yeah, I know. I just fixed the layout. I don't know when he'll be back. I have a joke. My wife is mad at me. She says, "I can't believe you fucked my sister." Well, she was just lying on the table when I got to work, stark naked, looking incredibly hot. What am I supposed to do? I'm only human. Perform the fucking autopsy?
Jesus. That one's better. A little necrophilia there. I didn't see that. I like that.
I like the first one more. Maybe that's just me.
No, I like the necrophilia better than the 9/11 joke.
I wish Taylor was here to talk about the fun Trump stuff. The NAMBLA guy spoke out about him.
That's absurd. The fact that there is a NAMBLA guy is shocking to me. Like, there's a guy who's comfortable with being the NAMBLA guy. It's like, yeah, that's me. I represent all the man-boy lovers.
Mm-hmm. He spoke out about Trump. And he said he would neither confirm nor deny that Trump was a big NAMBLA contributor.
What a cocksucker. Fuck him.
Yes. So for people that know the joke, basically they're talking in Trump-like language. It started on Reddit. And they're saying stuff like, "Hey, Trump didn't release his tax returns. You know, I don't want to say that he contributed $1 million to the North American Man-Boy Love Association, but that's something that someone who contributed $1 million to the North American Man-Boy Love Association would do." People are saying, smart people are saying that he's a member of NAMBLA. I'm not saying it, but people are talking everywhere that he is a great member of NAMBLA, the greatest member, some are saying. And like they're just talking in Trump talk about that. Yeah. So the NAMBLA guy actually came out and said, "I can't confirm nor deny that Trump is in NAMBLA," which I find funny. Now, I'll admit that it's a pretty biased view. You know, would I think it was so funny if it was Obama, who I do like? Maybe I wouldn't. But for Trump, I'm like, you're a goof.
NAMBLA is one of the grossest things that actually exists. That's public. Like I'm sure, like, and we constantly see them like uncovered and brought to daylight. These like underground societies that basically fuck little kids. You know, whether it's the clergy or whether it's British Parliament members or whatever. Is there
any bright side to NAMBLA that I'm not aware of?
No.
Let me pitch it. What if they say, At NAMBLA,
That's what he said.
we help people resist the urge to fuck children, or we guide them towards animated images to jerk off on.
Like they're always big defenders of the idea that there are there's lots of boys out there that love us. They're all about that. This is a loving relationship between a man and a boy. Like I've heard those guys speak, and I've heard them interviewed. But Stern would send Stuttering John to one of their conventions to tell us about fucking the boys, and they go on and on about how it's a very loving relationship between a man and a boy, a very trusting relationship that you've seen throughout time, and they'll go on about this, on and on about it. It's really disgusting and gross to hear. The cloppers aren't there. There's nothing quite as gross as NAMBLA, because it's all about men loving boys and being pedophiles and being okay with it.
Can you catch me up? Sorry, I just got back in. So we're talking about NAMBLA, the North American Man Boy Love Association?
Yeah. Have you heard of the Trump-NAMBLA connection?
No. Is that a real thing?
No, it's not a real thing. What it is a sort of a running joke where they're like, hey, Trump isn't releasing his taxes. That's the sort of thing that someone who contributed $1 million to NAMBLA would do. And then they go on with the Trump talk. I just said this while you were gone. Look, people are saying that he did this. People say it everywhere. Really smart people are saying that Trump contributed $1 million to NAMBLA.
That's his best line.
Yeah.
Some people are saying that Obama actually founded ISIS. Some people out there are saying that he was present when they signed the document to found it.
Really smart people are saying that. Yeah. I mean, the smartest of people are going to be. Yeah. So that they're using language like that to say that Trump donated all this money to NAMBLA, which is why he's not releasing his tax returns. I have a theory, and it's not unique to me. The real reason he's not releasing his tax returns are twofold. One, there's the audit thing, right? Two, I don't think he's nearly as wealthy as he says he is. I bet he pays a very small amount of taxes by minimizing his paper gains, and people would look at it and be like, what? Trump made like $2 million last year?
Because he really couldn't say, what he'd want to say if he was being honest, probably, if I'm following your same track, is being like, well, people, if I actually paid taxes honestly and had my full worth on there, I'd be worth $10 billion. But I don't. So there's your explanation. But you can't say that because it's either that or he honestly isn't as wealthy as he claims to be.
Well, he's definitely not as wealthy as he claims to be, because $6 billion of that $10 billion was the Trump name. What
does he claim?
He claims he claims $10 billion, and he says $6 billion of that is just the Trump brand, and there is value in it, undoubtedly, right? I could make Trump soup, and people would have an interest in Trump soup because it says Trump on it. You would be interested?
Yeah, I want the soup.
Yeah, right. But a couple of things. I don't know that it's a $6 billion value, right? That's an awful lot in value. And Trump shit, lots of Trump shit fails. Trump steaks, Trump water, Trump whatever, doesn't go anywhere, right? And you might argue they still exist, but have you bought any Trump water? Let's not pretend that it's a well-known succeeding brand.
Well, he sells it at his places. The thing that I like about those brands is that, sure, you're not going to see Trump branded water next to Dasani and Aquafina, but you will if you go to a fucking Trump resort or a Trump golf course. It's almost like he's saying, or in reality, what's going on there? It's not like he's saying, I make the best water in the world, I'm dominating the water market. He's saying, look, when you come to my place, it's Trump water, it's Trump steak, it's Trump jelly beans.
Yeah, it's the same thing as great value stuff at Walmart. That exists. Great value is their private label, their store brand. So, that's a huge label. It only exists at Walmart, but it's still pretty prolific.
What I'm saying is, if the Trump name brand was really as valuable as Apple or Marlboro, you could stick it on fucking anything and it would sell. When in reality, he can only move it in Trump Towers. The name brand's only so valuable. Beyond that, if he gets smashed in this election, and there's a real chance he will.
He will, yeah.
Yeah. Then that name brand is going to be worth less than it was before the election. Already his businesses are taking a hit. There are a lot of people, one might say roughly half of America, who doesn't agree with the Republican side, who'd be less likely to buy Trump shit now that he's so politically active. And,
he doesn't really sell a lot of things, though, does he?
His businesses are being hurt. I don't know. There's story after story on it. It was a big news cycle 2 weeks ago or something like that. His businesses are getting hurt, and he doesn't work with NBC anymore. And that was the thing that he was making money from, too. He lied about how much NBC paid him. And I thought that was interesting. Like, yeah, he said NBC paid him something like $27 million, and it was closer to like $1 million. And
For like The Apprentice?
yeah. And, you know, like they just like caught him on it. They're like, you know, hey, did you really make $27 million? And he's like, yeah, absolutely I did. And they're like, well, you made $1. That's how much they paid you, $1 million. Yeah, you have to understand, the other $26 million was an exposure, the value of the exposure that they gave the Trump brand. I'm like, fuck you. They paid you $1 million. Stop acting like you're earning $30 million here and $1 billion there, and like all your money is fucking
Just because
fake.
you're not a visionary like Mr. Trump and you can't see the inherent value in such exposure, Woody, like a man like that, he can look at that kind of exposure, look at the ratings, and he can just put a dollar amount on it.
Yeah, he can, and it does.
And he does.
Yeah. Not speaking to the accuracy of that dollar amount, but he can do it.
And he does. Yeah. It's just
How
to
much
me.
did they pay you to be on PKA, Taylor? Well, I'd put it at $2.4 million a year. I mean, most of it's an exposure, but look at me, you know, like
Exactly.
fucking stupid.
Yeah, that's what he's doing, and like he lies all the time. So that's why he's not releasing his tax returns, because one, people would see what he's actually earning, and two, I bet even what he's been filing taxes like someone who wants to pay as little as possible. Whereas I think if you take most politicians or even a businessman who aspires to be a politician, they make their taxes really kind of accurate, or I don't know, like they pump it up a touch, and he hasn't been doing that. I mean, the reason he's being audited, apparently he did some shady shit by like trying to make earnings offshore or something like that, and he's going to lose his audit.
Who would dare do that?
I don't know.
Rich. This whole thing has been one interesting journey. I'm looking forward to seeing what comes of this whole election and seeing where this goes. What I don't think is going to happen, I said the other day, is I don't think it's going to stay like it is right now. I think something else is going to happen. It's been too exciting and too much of a tumultuous election cycle for this to just kind of keep going like it is. Hillary wins and it's all over. I'm not saying that Trump's going to win, but something else is going to happen. This is going to get juicier. This is going to get juicier, and it could. Dude. Trump could win. You know, it's not like there aren't things that could happen to Clinton that would just completely remove her from the contest, either literally or, you know, when the populace
or something else comes out. Yeah,
something else comes out, something real juicy. Like if we find out if we find out that Bill has actually been like raping some ladies lately, if that came out, and then it was like, how long has Hillary known? And it's like you find out that she has known for 8 months that he's fathered a child in Guatemala, and there's this like but there's this biracial Clinton in Guatemala, and they've got pictures of him, and like and Trump's down there like holding the Guatemalan baby, like.
Here's the counter argument for that, man.
Look what I got.
Every time a story comes out about Clinton, right? Like, hey, look, here's some sort of pay for play. That's what they call it. People aren't familiar with the term pay for play. It's when you donate tons of money to like the Clinton Foundation. All of a sudden you're an ambassador, you know, like that's pay for play. It just recently came out that some big Clinton Foundation donor was also selling real estate in, I want to say Guatemala, but I'm not sure if Kyle just inserted that into my head. But they made this big donation to the Clinton Foundation, and then lucky bee, it turns out they need to buy land, and his land was on the short list. Now, they didn't buy his land, so it's not as dirty as it could have been. But the thing is, I feel like if I heard that Clinton was guilty of pay-for-play stuff, is that even a big story? We already know she's dirty. If you hear that Bill Clinton is a rapist, aren't we going to be like, that story doesn't have legs? Like, we already know about a couple women he's raped already. You know, like I don't know what you can. What can you
it's not
pin?
A moral. I know what you're saying. It's not a moral counter argument by saying like, well, he raped people in the 70s and 80s more than he does now, so let's just put that in the past is the past. Like, it's not a moral argument, but it's just like an argument of the news cycle. Like, the news cycle isn't going to pick up the fact that plenty of women have accused Bill Clinton of rape, and Hillary has told them from those victims' mouths that they were told to like kind of shut up and don't make a big deal out of this. Like, just, you're not going to like it if you make a big deal out of this because we're the fucking Clintons.
If I told you Trump flip-flopped on an issue, you'd say, yeah.
Yeah, of course he did.
He kind of does that, right? That's not a story. If I told you Hillary took money, put it in her pocket in exchange for access to government and favorable bidding, you'd be like, yeah, and she does that. That's a thing that Clintons do.
I'd say that's much worse than flip-flopping. But to be fair, the only reason that Hillary's been able to do that is because she's been in power in politics, the Clintons, for so long. Who's to say that if Trump had gotten in power, he wouldn't be doing that same thing? I can almost guarantee he would have. He would have been doing shit like, Mr. Billionaire from Sweden, how about you donate $1 billion to my big old slush fund over here, and then it just so happens that you get quite a bit of mineral access in the Congo. How would you like that? Suddenly you're our contractor of choice.
A lot of politicians, I think, start innocent and pure, hoping to do good things, great things for public service. And then when they're in politics for 20 years, it just corrupts them, like piece by piece. What they would once never stand for is now just the way the system works. I don't know if Trump will be as guilty in his first 4 years as Clinton will, but I would bet if hypothetically he had been in politics for 20 years, he'd be awful. But that's not the reality. So,
yeah.
I tried to put a mailbox up the other day. I did put it up, but I
Did
knew
you have to dig a hole?
Yeah, and I knew going in that this was going to be an ordeal. Mm-hmm. And my dad was like, "What are you making such a big deal out of this for? You're just putting a mailbox up." I'm like, "You don't understand. Like things go poorly when I try to do things like this. I'm going to need some help." So like I see Josh is around, so I'm like, "Hey Josh, you wanna get a couple hours in today?" He's like, "Yeah." So I get Josh, I get all the tools and everything required. Takes us a while to find the tools. First drop cord didn't work, breaker flipped, saw broke, then the blade broke. Then we got the board cut. So now we're 40 minutes in, and all we've done is cut the board. Then he put the screws in wrong, split the board that holds the mailbox, had to take everything back apart, cut a new board. Then we got everything put together. Now we've got a mailbox to put in the ground. We're an hour in. So we get to the end of the driveway and we start digging. And the ground is really fucking hard, and it's gravelly because it's just off the side of a road, and there's God knows how many layers of gravel. And I'm digging and digging and digging, and then it goes tink, and I'm like, what the fuck? And I look, and I've hit a gas line. I've hit a metal gas line. I'm like, what are the fucking odds of that? So we throw the dirt back on that hole. So I start digging again, and just sweat is just dripping off me. It's 100 fucking degrees. Just digging. Clunk. What the fuck? I look, and I've hit a concrete drainage pipe that runs under the road. And all I had to do was take like 3 steps backwards, and you could see it sticking out of a little hole down there. I'm like, God damn it. Like,
a culvert, right? Like the underground.
Yeah, about 16 inches maybe. So I moved like 3 more feet over. Start digging again. Dig. Funk. I've hit the fucking water line. I hit a 3-inch, 150 PSI water line. I'm like, oh, almost cut it. All right, so fill that one in. Only after I dug the 4th hole, and these are deep holes to hold a 4x4 post, did we finish. 3 hours of work to put up a mailbox. And when it was all over, he's like, are we still going to go move that furniture? I'm like, I'm fucking beat. This is it.
Couldn't you have said with one of those holes like, oh, it just so happens that the depth of a gas line is also the depth of a mailbox?
No, because
it wasn't close.
There's that fear of like putting it on top of it, and then somehow maybe a car hits it, and then it hits the pipe, and then now there's an explosion, and it's a big natural gas line. These aren't just going to a residential thing; they're going to his whole thing over there. So it's fucking. The water line is a big water line. The gas line's a big gas. No, none of that would have worked, and we weren't nearly deep enough because I really put the thing in the ground, a couple feet. It was awful. That's how shit goes for me. When I pick like a little project to do, I get ready. Like it takes an hour for me to get ready because I'm like, all right, let's get the gloves. Let's get the gloves on. Like, because every time I start out with something like that, I'll get cut or stabbed or electrocuted or burnt or like. It's a regular thing. Like my fingers just now healing up from that last burn. Like
how? Oh, what was I gonna say? Oh, weather. I am so excited for the end of summer. I every day I look at the weather report and look for positive trends in downward weather. I see like 2 days with highs in like 88 and 89, and I'm like, yeah, not 90. And we were outside today. We're just retrieving the cash cans on the golf cart. Not hard work at all. And this breeze comes by. It must have been like 110. Like, that's not an Earth temperature, right? That's not, like, that's not a fucking thing. And it's just like, whew. And I'm like, oh my God, like, fuck. Like, imagine if I was working out here. It was awful.
It would be horrible. I can't get out of my car I can't get out of or into my car without my glasses immediately going, and I have to sit there for a minute and be like, all right, let's let this humidity and it's like a half cup of water on my glasses every time I get a transition.
Dude,
it's been so goddamn hot. I was grilling the other day. I was cooking steaks, and like I opened the grill and that 400-degree air hits me, and I'm already in like 110 degrees or something. It feels like, and it's just like I gotta take a shower before I can eat this steak.
August in North Carolina is 2 degrees cooler than July is, or if you're Celsius, about 1 degree cooler. And I'm excited about that change. It's not just the 2 degrees, it's the trend, right? September is going to be like 4 degrees cooler than that. And we're only 2 weeks off September. Good shit's coming. Like, we're about to have pleasant outdoor weather. I'm excited about every season as it comes, right? When I go like, oh, winter's going to come, I can't wait to kind of like bundle up.
I'm never excited for winter.
I like the fire. I like the snow.
I want those white ravens to fucking fly over. I'm ready for it to get cold.
I like all kinds of weather, but I usually like the one that's about to come. You know, I'm excited about summer as it's on its way. But July this year chased me inside. Right? And I'm a daily vlogger, and I'm like, well, fuck, how am I going to make a video? Because it's like fucking Mercury out there. And
doing another tour of my freezer today, gang. You know?
right?
Not a lot's changed.
Let's do a Q&A today, because it's fucking hot out. It is so hot. I was chased inside, and I'm very jazzed about like outdoors opening up to me, and it's coming, and I can't wait.
Winter is coming, and that's what I'm excited about. I want it to be cold. I really like it when it's cold. I'm probably going to go somewhere where it is cold sooner rather than later. I feel like I would like to go on like a 3-day weekend, 4-day weekend to fucking Colorado or Montana or Vermont or something like that.
You better be prepared for some real cold if you take a trip to Montana. Like legit. Like stand outside for 10 minutes and lose a finger cold. Like it's obscenely cold in Montana.
Well, maybe not Montana. Maybe somewhere more fun. Maybe go to Kansas City and ride the Lopper. But I want to go somewhere where it's a little bit cooler and just literally chill out for a couple days because it's been so goddamn hot. And I've been going out.
Snow you are ever?
Yeah, maybe once a year we get snow, and maybe once every 5 to 7 years we get enough so that it's like, oh man, let's go build a snowman. Like it's every 5 to 7 years when you can build a snowman. It's pretty rare. So when I go somewhere like Colorado or when we went to Vermont, I'm kind of like a kid out there. I'm like, look at all this snow, like throwing it up in the air and stuff. Like I haven't really experienced this before. It's cool when there's like
but that's
2
nice
inches
outdoors.
below, because here it's like 2 inches below the pretty white snow is like red clay, and it's just like you go to like grab some snow and you get like it's muddy, and you're just like I don't want to. Now my gloves are ruined.
Yeah, that's exactly it. But you go to like Colorado, there's like earth or rock under there, and there's the snow is deep enough that you're not like it doesn't just sort of transition subtly to muddy clay. It's on top. It's nice, but the cold. Like I've talked about this before. I went on this off-roading trip. Now my off-roading car wasn't my truck. It was a buggy, right, with no heat or anything, no indoors to the buggy, and the temperature was 1. Like as I was like walking to the registration, I didn't have like hat or gloves on. Dude, when it's 1 out and it's windy and the wind is blowing across, I won't even call it snow because it's like a ice pack kind of slippery thing. And like in a block, in 30 seconds, your fingers are in pain. You know, you go back indoors and it's like this hurts.
Yeah, this sucks.
Yeah. That
I like
kind of winter's no
snow,
fun.
Like snow here. Like I like snow when it was in Boise. Like when it would snow, it would all come down and be beautiful in that valley where the city is. And then if there was any sun that day, like by 5 p.m., if it snowed the night before, all of it's gone. It's all gone. It's just a little wet out. Here, I hate it because we get a ton of snow and it just festers. And like 2 days in, there's just like 15-foot tall piles of just black, grimy nonsense that you have to look at until like the first week of April, and it just looks horrible. I hate that, where it's just a reminder of like, man, that was a shit winter, and I get to dodge this snowbank on the way to work every day. Like, I just don't like snow that much.
It's not every year, but Jersey has winters like that too. So I know exactly what you're talking about. North Carolina winters? Oh, they're great. They're great. Yeah. Dude, so first of all winter long is sunny, right? So it's just happy fucking Sunnyville all winter long. On average high in the coldest month will be like 40, but like twice a week it's hitting 50 something. If it snows and you want to shovel, do a shit job shoveling. Just fucking suck at it, right? If your sidewalk's 3 feet wide, do 2, and then the rest will just melt, right? In Jersey, when you shoveled, if you didn't really get it down to the concrete, then you almost made it worse. Like, now you've got this super slippery layer of whatever. Here, if you do a shit job and leave the last quarter inch, it'll be like dry concrete.
There were times in high school where my dad would tell me, like, go out and shovel the driveway. And at this house in particular, like, the driveway, you had to, like, take an incline up. And if I did, like, a half-assed job and kind of just didn't get it all off, the next day, like, I was driving a Jeep at the time, I would have to spend, like, 20 minutes trying to get out because it just would refreeze, and it was worse than snow. Because at least on snow, you can kind of pack it down like a snowball and you get a little bit of tread. With ice, it's just like the whole time, and it's horrible. I got to skip school more than once because I couldn't leave because I guess I did such a bad job the day before.
So was it an incline or a decline?
It was at an incline. So you had to like pull out of the driveway and go up a hill and then leave.
Oh, I misunderstood. I thought the hill led to the house and you could just slide out to the street.
Oh, no, the opposite. And if you mess up one shovel, just like you said in New Jersey, you mess up that first shovel of the season, just buckle up because you're going to need tire chains to get out of your driveway for the rest for the next 4 months.
Or that's when you need your flamethrower. Get that flamethrower out there, just straighten that driveway right out.
That's actually that's a good solution. I never thought I would say that.
Does your X42 work, Kyle? Is it still working? Yeah. I have to get mine sorted out. It doesn't throw gas anymore.
Send it back to them. They'll straighten it right out.
I need to contact them. It's all me. I haven't done it. I have a suspicion that because I just buy ethanol like regular gas, it may be gelled up or something. But it makes the noise and acts like it's working, but it doesn't throw gas. And all my friends want to see it. Because flamethrowers are cool.
Yeah, it sounds like it's clogged in there somewhere. You can hear the pump running when you push the button. Then
Yep.
Oh.
Yeah.
Maybe I don't know. My first thought is maybe something's clogged. Maybe some trash got in there. The congealing gas doesn't seem like a thing.
It's a paramotor thing. I don't know. Oh, and when I bought my pressure washer, they said that too. They're like, don't run ethanol gas in it, which is like every gas.
Yeah, but those two things are burning the fuel and running it, whereas your flamethrower is like pumping it through a thing and just.
That is true. I don't know.
It's a big squirt gun, really.
Yeah, with a torch with the equivalent of a big lighter in front of it. Yeah.
Yep.
I got my big one got clogged up. I had to. It took me a while to get it unclogged from where I ran the.
Did you use poking devices, or how did you unclog it?
No, I ran acetone through it to dissolve any goop that was in there. I had goop, lots of goop.
Oh, is it because you ran like styrofoam
napalm
or something? Napalm in it.
Yeah.
I haven't done that. I don't know. I got to get it sorted out. I've been sitting on it too long.
Yeah, it's really fun. I bet you could send it right back. It's one of those things because it's like $1,000 that like you send that thing back to them. I bet they send it. They're like, oh yeah, let's just put a new it on there and send it back to him. That should be the thing. I would imagine.
I need to reach out to him.
Yeah, those things are fucking fun, man. I love my flamethrower. I get it out pretty regularly and just fuck around with it. I like shooting in the backyard. Lately, as it gets dark, if you've got one big light outside, there'll be just this huge amount of mosquitoes and gnats around it. So I took my 1,000,000 power candlelight spotlight, put it out on the table, pointed straight up, and just waited till dark. And it's just covered with this swarm of gnats and mosquitoes and whatever. And I'm out there, I'm just like... hit them with a fucking flamethrower and just you can see them kind of crisping and lighting up a little bit and falling like cinders. It's
one of these days you're gonna catch an owl's wing on fire and see it flying away and it's Mr. Johnson's farm, and then there's a huge issue.
You know what I did do one day that was a bit irresponsible, although it's kind of the point of the product. You know those Chinese lanterns that float away into the night?
Yeah.
Yep.
I ordered one of those, or maybe I purchased one at like a fireworks store, and it's like this really fine tissue paper construction that basically makes a tiny hot air balloon. Like and they're really cool when you've got a lot of them lit because they float. And if you don't restrain them with something, they just keep on going. And I just remember watching that thing float away into the night, burning, and just being like, "What have I done? What have I done?"
Don't do that in California.
Oh my God! Like I was getting more and more nervous as it
because the things. It's just a candle that you've let fly away, and it's surrounded by thin paper.
If you had pulled out your concealed and shot it out of the sky, would that be responsible or irresponsible?
It would be safer in the long run.
I don't know.
No, I would rather accidentally firebomb the neighbors than I would launching some 45 rounds at the horizon.
Obviously, yeah.
Maybe, but once it was gone, it's gone. It's hard to judge distance, but several hundred feet in the air or something like that, and traveling.
Maybe
east.
Just some dragon's breath, right? That would have taken it down, perhaps safely.
That doesn't circumvent the problem of fire, though.
No, it doesn't really. Yeah, it actually starts more fires. I can tell you all about that. That's a thing that happens for sure.
Yeah, I've started several fires accidentally with that dragon's breath. Everybody wants to see it if they've never seen it for the first time, and I remember here, take my gun. It's got the fire dragon's breath shell in it. Have at it. And I expected him to point it at the ground or one of the mini targets or the horizon. He points it straight fucking up in the air. Goes boom, and it shoots this spray of magnesium and lead pellets that are kind of like fireflies going out in the air. This mini little incendiary streaks everywhere, but also there's this slug in the back that's a chunk of magnesium that burns for longer than the air time of it being fired straight up. So we all watch it glowing.
Note, the Geneva Convention does not allow burning magnesium. It's that big a deal.
We'll shoot it at Germans, mostly at watermelons. So it's we see this piece of magnesium go sky high until it turns into this burning pinprick. And then here it fucking comes back down, and it lands over in the trees, through a barbed wire fence 50 yards away. And we're like, probably didn't start a fire, right? And then we see the smoke coming, and all of a sudden the property owner drives a big ATV through the barbed wire fence, just crashes through it, shit's flying everywhere, and we all rush into the woods with 2-liter sodas that we were using for targets, and everybody's got going put out this forest fire that we've created in Florida. It was a nightmare. And
that's the kind of professionalism I want to know is happening at your compound. We started a fire! Grab one of those Shastas and meet me over there!
Yeah, we use grape soda to put out many a fire. If we're doing something with lots of fire and it's dry, my dad's got this big pressure washer that's got a 600-gallon tank, and it's powered by a PTO, and the wand has so much recoil that you've really got to plant your feet before you start spraying with this thing. It's not a fire hose, but it's a poor man's fire hose for sure. But yeah, we didn't have that there. We had grape soda.
Sounds like fun.
Yeah, let me sneak an ad read in here. Seems like a good time. This episode of Painkiller Already is being brought to you by Smart Mouth. 20% of people suffer from chronic bad breath, but 100% of people have bad breath or morning breath at some point in the day. Most people, especially young people, do not take enough precautions to prevent this embarrassing problem. Bad breath is something everyone notices and can sabotage your social life and turn off potential sexual partners. Smart Mouth's line of oral rinses are the only products on the market that are clinically proven to eliminate bad breath instantly and prevent it from coming back up to 12 hours later. That's because every bottle of Smart Mouth contains 2 different liquids, an activator and an oxidizer. The oxidizer instantly eliminates existing bad breath, while the activator releases billions of zinc ions that naturally bond to bacteria in your mouth. The bonded zinc ions prevent bacteria from eating protein and producing that smelly sulfur gas, keeping bad breath from coming back for 12 hours. But don't take our word for it. Go to smartmouth.com and read about the science and how it's able to deliver such an incredible result. Visit smartmouth.com by visiting the link in the description and see if you're ready for 24 hours of clean, fresh breath. Once again, that's smartmouth.com, coupon code PKA for free shipping, or pick them up at your favorite store.
I have smart mouth experience now. I have used it.
Oh,
Since
tell me.
All right, so there's two things. One, you know how you wake up in the morning and you're kind of aware that you have dragon breath and you don't want to abuse other people? What'd you say, Kyle?
Yes.
Cat shit in your mouth. It's
Yeah.
fucking disgusting.
Okay.
My morning is so bad that like if I'm with a girl and she wants to like kiss me goodbye, I'm like, yeah.
I'm glad you said that because
Just bump.
my son lacks that awareness, right? He will dragon breath the fuck out of you first thing in the morning. He has no concept. So we started giving him the smart mouth, and it actually works. He wakes up in the morning and does not have bad breath, which is a treat. The other thing, I used it myself, and so I probably shouldn't mention other brands, but you use like Listerine or Scope or whatever, and you just get like a fresh feeling in your mouth. When you finish Smart Mouth, and it's like a binary compound, like an explosive or something. You put it in there, and you finish, and it's not that you're not fresh, but I felt like there was a coat of something. Taylor, back me up on like it's not
So
just
basically what you're feeling the zinc there. So too many people think that like Listerine did a great job marketing that like, oh, if it's burning, that means it's working. Really, your body's saying, yeah, you really shouldn't just put alcohol in here because it's drying me out and you're going to have worse breath in like 20 minutes. Smart Mouth, it gets rid of all that breath instantly, and it's that feeling almost like it's different than any other mouthwash you'll use because it's a little like you'll kind of pucker afterward and be like, oh, that's interesting.
It's
and
still
that's
there
the
a little.
zinc. Yeah, that's the zinc binding to those bacteria and preventing it from consuming protein and therefore keeping it from creating more sulfur gas for that 12 hours. So it doesn't only stop the bad breath, it keeps it from coming back, it's the only one on the market that can. You guys obviously know I'm biased towards the product, but I've used it for years. I use it every day. I don't worry about having bad breath, whether it's like a sexual encounter, whether it's interpersonal, like I just don't worry about it. And the science you can read at smartmouth.com, their website, it's not like some hokum homeopathic nonsense. Like it's real science, clinically
They don't
proven.
use
It makes
magnets
sense.
to cure your bad breath.
Yeah, it's not magnets. And another thing, like I'm glad they touched on it in that, is like this is kind of tangential, but so many dudes, when they're trying to get laid more, will work out, they'll buy a new car, they'll just take a major they hate to make more money, they'll get new shoes, they'll watch like Real Housewives of Bangladesh or whatever for a talking point with the women they're trying to approach, and they get the ball to that 1 yard line. They're there, the 1 yard line. They're about to cram it through the uprights, and then they fumble. Why did they fumble? Because they didn't have good hygiene. Their breath stunk. You could have a 12-pack, but if it smells like you're on the sauerkraut and cat shit cleanse, nobody wants to be near you because that's gross. And this is like if you put so much effort into trying to get laid and to improve your life and everything, this is just something that's common sense to, like, you should never have to worry about it. Like, when there's a solution this available, just make it so you never have to worry if you're that guy with bad breath, because it's really embarrassing and people will not tell you.
Almost everyone has bad breath. Like,
oh yeah.
I'll usually wait until Mondays to do all of my like errands. So if I've got to go to like the bank and the insurance office and meet with my lawyer and do like 5 of those things where you go and have to go into a building wearing a shirt and like fill out papers and talk to fucking professional people. I hate doing that, but I do all that in one day. And I remember one day being like, 4 out of 5 of these motherfuckers smelled so bad that I was like doing this to like keep the fucking stink from hitting me right in the nose. My lawyer is the only guy who's fucking got some breath mints on him. Like his breath smells great. I want him to breathe on me. Like I'm paying for that air. Fucking breathe it right in my face.
He must have been using Smart Mouth.
Yeah, he's using Smart Mouth or something. But like my insurance agent, Rusty, your mouth tastes like a rusty. Your mouth smells like a rusty trombone. It smells like you've been eating ass all day, Rusty.
And nobody's gonna tell that dude. Nobody all day is gonna tell that guy that he has bad breath, and you're like your nose blind.
I felt bad. I found out later he has stomach cancer, and apparently that's why he has bad breath. But still, you got to do something.
Smart Mouth would.
Yeah,
he needs to swallow it then, perhaps.
Yeah.
Anyway, I really have used it, and it really does work. So that's a thing.
Yeah, they were happy with, like, Chiz was saying before Smart Mouth came on as a sponsor, he's like, oh, our audience won't care about that. And I was like, I guarantee you they will, because most of them are young men trying to get laid, and this is something that nobody tells you to take care of, because no one will tell you your breath stinks, because no one wants to be rude. When really I see it the same as, like, when someone has food in their teeth, or like a booger, I think it's just common courtesy to tell them, like, hey, you got some lettuce in your teeth. They're like, hey, your breath kind of smells. Like, I got this, mouthwash for you to help you out. Like, that's common courtesy.
What are some other things?
What he does.
What are some other like things that you see? Like you said, a booger and like things in your teeth. Are there any other things that you see a person, making a misstep?
Dude,
and you don't know whether it's okay to intercede or not.
In my head, I was like, "Oh, perfect segue. Stinky people, BO. Cisco just did a bunch of layoffs." Have you considered the Cisco IT department for people that need hygiene help? Market to them. You'll be doing everyone a favor.
Over to the Cisco tech department, and everyone's experience will get so much better.
Oh,
Anyway, smartmouth.com. Check it out. Chiz was wrong. I know you guys like it.
I walked around the other day with my fly undone for the whole fucking day, and nobody pointed it. I mean, it's not like
they wanted more, underwear. Kyle. They wanted more.
Yeah, I'm always wondering when that happens. Like, why did no one go, "Hey, dude, zip it up"? Like nobody could give me that.
He wanted more too. Dude, Cisco laid off 14,000 people. Or there's a rumor that they're going to lay off.
How many people are in the company total?
70 grand. So that's 20% of their workforce laid off.
Huge.
It's a giant. If people have no idea of this concept of numbers, when a big company lays off 20%, that's huge. The rumor is they're going to report a loss. They may have reported since I last looked. I don't quickly know. But anyway, yeah, so the rumor is they had a bad quarter and they're laying off 20% of their staff, which is giant. I have to call like my old friends and see who's impacted. And when they asked to comment on the rumor, the company just came back and said like, "Oh, we're releasing earnings soon." And I guess they'll comment on it then. But I on two sides. One, I'm like, "Oh, I wonder if I was still there, if I'd get the severance package I always wanted." It's like I couldn't get myself fired last time. And two, I hope no one who doesn't want to be fired gets fired. Like that.
Did you try to get fired last time at all?
Just not tried to get fired. No, I just like I don't know. Like I've raised my hand. Like if you need to lay people off, it'll be me. But I was my boss really valued my work, and I was not near the list. You
were not fortunate enough to be laid off.
No. They're like, you're the last one he'd get rid of. I'm like, well, fuck. I can fix
That's the one place where they need to keep a white guy for diversity.
Maybe that's why. But
we're not allowed to fire you, Woody. Technically speaking, I don't know if you could shit on my desk right now, and I just have to take it.
You should have said something. You have been using the men's room this whole time.
We lose you, we lose all of our white folk funding. like we lose like 80 grand worth of government funding just for this office if we lose one more whitey.
I wonder, like sometimes when they lay off a percentage that big, it turns out that like a particular department, like we knocked off this product line and it's not really wide ranging. You know, it feels big, but they're like, we're just going to sell this and reduce our workforce by 20% by no longer making TV set-top boxes or something like that. Then other times it's like there's two ways. You can like do a slice, or you can do what they call a haircut, where like every department loses 20%. And when that happens, it just feels really far and wide. Like it's like you know how everyone knew someone in 9/11? Like everyone's friend got laid off. Like everyone has someone they were close to when 1 in 5 people are gone that is now gone. Whereas when it's more isolated and they just like remove set-top boxes, then it doesn't spread as wide. Anyway, I don't know. In my world, Cisco layoffs are like a big thing. I'm sure they're not to the whole world, but and then interesting, some people are theorizing that the reason Cisco's having a hard time selling stuff is that the NSA has cracked their boxes and no one wants to buy our unsecure shit.
Yeah. I bet. I think I may have read something about that on Reddit. You know, like, that's interesting.
Yeah, that like because the American government like supposedly has their fingers all over Cisco shit, they'd just rather not buy it.
Of course not. Like if you're in China and you need a bunch of routers, I want a Cisco router.
No, just get one from Huawei who like reverse engineered our shit.
There you go.
It's the same thing.
Cheaper anyway.
Yeah.
And you don't have to train. All the instructions are already in Chinese. You're good.
No, they're not. They literally photocopied the Cisco manual. That was
hilarious. The Chinese are so good at copying shit. I mean, no, they're not. There's just not. To us, it looks like they're doing good, but there's just no laws to stop them. They're just doing it. And sometimes they don't do it well, and sometimes they do. I remember seeing a whole program about the cars that they had duplicated, and it's like that looks just like a BMW, but it's a Chink W or something like that. You know, it's like whatever the fuck they called it. W.
Probably Chink W. Yeah.
I think that's
It's a
Charlie
BMW.
W?
Yeah.
that's Japanese. See, the Japanese can make their own fucking cars. It's
They
the
make great
Chinese
cars. Japanese
yeah.
are on top of the car game. I
Absolutely.
think I'm really considering not going American next time I buy a car, just because I want a Jeep, but that's the same company as Chrysler, and I do not want to give them any more money because
I got you then. Look, here's
Fiat.
the. I don't even
They
like
own
Jeeps.
Chrysler.
I don't even like Jeeps, but I saw this Jeep on Reddit the other day, and it looked really badass. It had a bed, it had a truck bed on it, and it had an LS. I think LS6 conversion. LS6 is an engine I'm not really familiar with, but they put LS1s and several Corvette GM motors, the big ones in there, the 6 liters or 6.4, something like that, in one of these Jeeps. And so I started looking them up, and they're really fucking cool. It's an expensive vehicle, right? Because you're having someone custom convert this thing to a Corvette engine.
what kind of Jeep is it that they're making? Like, is it a Wrangler? Is it like one of the like,
bigger
Grand
body?
Cherokee?
Yeah, it was the bigger body Jeep, and it had a bed on the back that looked like a Hardy bed. I can't remember the name of the customization shop, but I thought that was really cool. But again, I bet when you're done, when all is said and done, you're looking at like at least a $50,000 Jeep, maybe a $60,000, $70,000 one. And it's like, why don't you just go get a new Chevrolet?
Well, that would be a terrible
engine
decision.
to get fixed.
And there are people out there who can fix it. You know, like that's an issue. Like, I don't know. I used to have this buggy I mentioned earlier in the show. Jeep motor, it's like fucking Chevy tranny, Toyota axles, and lawnmower and cement truck parts on it, right? You couldn't take it to the dealer to get fixed. If the thing just randomly stalls and you don't know why, which happened, then like no one wants to work on it. It's not a car that anyone's had training on. Like it's hard to find someone who'll even accept it. And if you're stumped, good luck. I feel like with that conversion mix match of Jeep and Chevy, you'd be in a similar spot. You think the Chevy dealer wants to work on that Jeepy thing?
Oh, you take it back to the people who made it. I'm sure, 'cause, like they do that conversion there. Like, I get what you're saying, but
Yeah.
I mean, once it's like a super Jeep, really. It can't really be compared to anything else. But I just thought it was cool. It was a cool green color. It's super powered. I don't know how many horsepower that would be. Probably 500, 600 horsepower.
I've been looking.
I looked
at cars
into it like
lately.
I looked into like a really cursory thing about, you know, how some people will say like, you know, I only buy American with cars. Like, I always wondered how that was, like how it actually helped Americans. Lots of other foreign car companies are manufactured here in the U.S., and so those are American jobs that are creating like the Toyota, you know, Avalon's bumper or whatever. And then sometimes Fords are made overseas, and then the parts are shipped here. Like, it does it really make that big a difference? I don't know enough. But
I think my Camaro is mostly Canadian.
This is something I really don't understand, right? So people who say buy American would argue that the profits come back to America. And like so my truck, for example, was made in California, right? It's a Toyota. And sure, like the jobs were in America, but the profits got shipped back to Japan. So there's still this like removing of money from America to some other country. On the other hand, like, I don't know, who are you for? Are you for the guys who build the truck, or are you for the guys who like invested in the company? Because it seems like American jobs are the big thing, right? Not the profit. I don't know. I don't know what the right answer is, because it's all so mixed up. So
Just buy whatever you want to buy.
Yeah, and it turns out that it seems like Germany and Japan really make cars way better than we do at this point in time. Isn't that because like in the like post World War II, we levied so many like trade restrictions on importing cars and car parts from other countries and making people prefer American-made cars, that American-made cars were able, that whole industry was able to stagnate and not keep up with the world. And so then when they did introduce cars from Japan, from Germany, American cars just looked kind of shitty in comparison. Like, that's a very brief, my understanding of it.
it's not far from my understanding either. And by the way, that is the Trump policy that he's pitching when he says, oh, we'll just levy the fuck out of these air conditioners so they can't be built in Mexico. That's the risk you run, that, you know, all of a sudden American air conditioners, which have enjoyed this privileged position of you know, like tariffs on imports, start to suck.
His trade talk makes no sense when he'll say stuff like, oh, we have a, you know, $50 billion deficit with China. And it's like, yeah, because we purchase more goods from them than they purchase from us. Like, we want those goods. We're not partnering with them out of pity. Like, oh, poor China, really trying to sell all these shitty toys. Like, we may as well buy them if no one's going to help them out. Like, no, we want those services and products, which is why we pay them. That's what I don't get about the trade deficit thing. It's like, we have a trade deficit with Mexico. Yeah, they rely on that business from us, but we're not giving it out of benevolence. We're giving it because we want that business from Mexico.
I think he's pointing out the disparity. He's saying, hey, they should be getting $30 billion worth of Fords from us, but they're not. I think that he's saying that why is it so unattractive for them to buy our goods, and why is it so attractive for us to buy theirs? Let's fix that problem.
Because restriction has made manufacturing very difficult and costly in the United States, and so it's cheaper to ship it to another country. And then, of course, people in the U.S. in a free economy are going to purchase goods that are cheaper and of equal quality from different countries.
I don't think it's as simple as restriction. I mean, I think labor costs are at least as big a deal as like EPA.
But restrictions affect the labor costs.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of, but
I mean,
labor cost affects labor cost too.
In China, I feel like they can stick a bunch of kids in there, and if the threshing machine takes their fingers off, there's not going to be a class action lawsuit with all these like 8-fingered Chinese kids coming forward. That ain't going to happen. But they're not going to destroy your thresher company. You don't have that risk, and you don't have the EPA coming in, the Chinese EPA, whatever they are.
Right.
They don't exist.
If you want to, if you want to make batteries in your manufacturing plant in China, you can just dump the nickel in the river, right? Yet here, you got to find some clever way to keep everything clean. But
some kind of joke there, like the Chinese don't have a word for environment or something.
The big issue I have with trade is that the kinds of things that Americans make well, China just steals, right? Which is usually some sort of intellectual property type thing.
Yeah.
When you make software, they get one copy, and then they copy the fuck out of it, and they sell it like for free on street corners. You think if there's a Chinese movie theater, do you think they're really paying proper royalties based on the number of showings that are happening?
Yeah, of course not.
No.
Yeah.
No, hang on. I think with an industry like their movie industry, like I don't think they have a choice, because it seems that we get, like, the American movie studio has to get their cut one way or another. I think that's an automated thing, because we see hundreds of millions, in Chinese like movie revenue go into this film or that film. I don't think they can fuck us over on that as far as like eyes in a theater. But of course, there's bootlegs all over the streets. Everything is a bootleg in China. I
have friends from Cisco, right? The Indian guys. And they say that in America, like, if all the software on your computer is paid for, there's a sense of pride. Like, yeah, nothing on this computer is stolen. I bought that, right? And I remember, like, it came from you. You bought Sony Vegas, right? You bought it, I bought it, White Boy bought it, and we were all like, you know what? I didn't pirate my shit. I bought this. And but my Indian friends would look at you like you were stupid, like you made a bad financial decision. You might as well have taken that money, made a small fire, and showed everyone, look at me. Like it was a different culture. There's no pride in owning it.
That guy doesn't wipe his ass, so I don't really care what he has to say.
I think they wipe their asses.
So they use their hand.
Oh, yeah.
And that might have changed, culturally, but that's a difference. And in China, I think the same thing exists. They're just, stealing shit with no shame. Not that.
Yes, I can see how IP would definitely be unfair, because we're definitely, or to my knowledge, no companies in the U.S. are ripping off, state-of-the-art Chinese, intellectual property and then, proliferating it over here without paying any dues. But it does seem to be the trend. That could just be because we're American, though, and they kind of need to demonize China a little bit. And so they will tell it. I don't know.
It's hard.
But the IP is a very convincing argument. I didn't think about it. I was just thinking like tangible goods. But
right. I just feel like America makes a lot of IP.
But that's what we make.
Right.
We make intellectual property. They make cars and fucking aluminum cans and
iPhones.
This and like everything is surround. I bet everything in this room, as I look around, like my AR-15, I know that was made here, but like all these plastic shelves, these plastic containers, like. All this shit is from China. It was probably cheaper to send that weight set over there from China to here with some sort of melted down like battleship steel than it would be to like make steel here and buy it. I know that there's some restrictions on. It seems like something about that American steel is inferior to steel that's made elsewhere because we can't put a certain additive into it because of the EPA. I was reading about that the other day. Like that if you want top level steel for your construction project, it's not coming from the United States because we can't use, I don't know, the chrome. It's not chromium, but let's just say it's chromium. And I know they use chromium to make stainless steel. That's how they do it. But like, we can't make steel to the as well as we could be making it, but they can over there. I was also reading back when scrap metal was bringing a huge amount of money a while back. I didn't know why. I don't know. Maybe like the average person isn't aware of scrap metal prices, but I was, because I've always got these junk cars that we've blown up, and I'll wait until I got 3 or 4 of them, and then I'll scrap them all at once. And steel was bringing like $10 for every 100 pounds, which is high. And I was like, I couldn't understand why. And then the market just completely crashed a few years ago, and now it's like a couple of bucks for every 100 pounds. And I was asking a scrap guy the other day why that was, and he said it was literally because when China was getting ready for the Olympics back this last time around, they were buying all of the steel that there was. They were buying steel from all over the fucking planet. They were piling those ships full of it, sending it to China, and they were building infrastructure with it.
Kyle, how do you get a car that doesn't roll onto a trailer?
My car trailer's got a winch in the front with a cable, and so
drag
just
it on.
winch it up there. Oftentimes, if you park just right, so that maybe the trailer's a little bit lower, and you just got to get the car like up the initial hump, and then it'll go. Then maybe 2 or 3 guys can get together and get it going. I almost always try to get cars that run. Cars that are running.
But
that
when you're
seems
done with them, they seem not to run. And when I watch your videos,
yeah, so
they don't look good anymore.
yeah. So to get a car like that onto a trailer, you can wrap a chain around it and lift the thing high enough into the air with a front end loader that you can back a trailer under it. Mm-hmm. Or a lot of times, the guys at the junkyard will come and they use like a big loader and just grab that fucking thing, put it in their truck, put the loader on the truck, and just skedaddle.
They'll come to you.
Yeah, for a long, they used to always come to me. I had a really good deal with the local scrapyard. I went to high school with the guy who ran the scales, and I would just go up there and be like, "Hey man, I need a car to blow up." He's like, "Oh, got one right there. We'll drop it off this afternoon." They would drop it off. I would blow it up, burn it out, then they would pick it up, and like zero cost to me because they're burning all the styrofoam, all the plastic, the rubber out of it, and all they wanted was steel anyway. So it was a good deal for everybody. And
I honestly wasn't sure if the way you handled scrap like those cars was to do that and have somebody come take it away, or if just after your videos wrapped up, you just continued to blow them up until there was nothing left except for little bits of metal all over your property.
Yeah, not quite that. Some of them have been blown up to the point where there's just not much left to clean up. Like you just kind of push them away into a corner and just let that collect. But most of the time we scrap them out.
Car question. So I've been thinking about getting a new car, and the deal is this. I think the ultimate car situation at my house would be something super easy to drive, right? Easy to park, easy to drive, nice for highways, like a hatchback of some sort. A truck, maybe a half-ton, because I don't think I need a 3/4 ton, and Jackie's SUV, which is her preferred thing to drive. So Hope needs a car, and I'm like, maybe we'll add the damn hatchback to the stable, to the fleet, I mean to say. And then I could like take the paramotor everywhere with that stupid hatchback, drive 4 hours somewhere, and it wouldn't be such a big deal. What would you get for an easy-to-drive car that Hope and I share? I've got Volkswagen GTI in my head.
Ooh, I like those. Those are pretty dependable.
Maybe, I don't even know. I think it'd be cool too. Like I look at it and I'm like, oh, a Ford Focus. But I had one a long time ago. I'm sure they're much different now, but I have bad taste in my mouth from Ford Focus. I need more smart mouth.
I don't know. We're talking about a mid-sized car.
Yeah, I'd even do
used
like
car or a new car. I don't think I caught that part.
Stupid used. Yeah, like
okay.
$5,000. Because Hope's gonna crash it.
I don't know. I'd look for a Volvo or something, man. Those Volvos are so safe. They invented the seat belt. I've crashed a few of them, and they literally crash better. Like if there's ever a chance for me to like drive the car into something, I like to do that, see what it feels like. And I remember we had a Volvo XC90 or something, like the SUV, I think it was, and I hit a tree with that thing going about 25 miles per hour. I was afraid to go any faster than that. A head-on collision at 25 miles per hour is pretty serious.
It is, yeah.
But I remember being like, goom, and just being like, oh, that was fucking awesome. And like getting out and looking and like, we didn't even do that much to, it crumpled all the fuck up. I liked.
Did you have like a nice airbag deploy?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. That's fun too. You got to stay back. Like, you don't want the airbag to hit you. You want to either fall into the airbag or if you know there's a wreck coming, like I put the seat all the way back, got all the way back. And like when I make like impact, I'll like do that thing I saw that guy on 2020 do when I was a kid. The guy who had survived like 10,000 car accidents. He's like a human crash test dummy.
Right.
I remember watching him, and he's like, they're like, meet the man who's been in 5,000 car accidents when we come back on 60 minutes. Tick, 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 tick.
I remember that.
And I was like, all right, I'm sitting here and watching this. I want to know what you need to do. And he's like, got his catcher's like knee pads on. They go from like knee down to your shins, and he was talking about what to do with your hands so that you're not like have them on the wheel when hurt your wrists or break your arms or have the airbag burn your forearms or your face. And
how do you get into that career path of just crashing? You'd probably maybe stuntman and then you transition, or
he worked for the NSTCA, the national or whatever they are, the National Traffic Safety Highway Safety Association or something like that. So they were literally like crash testing cars. And he was just doing it himself.
And he just had a knack for it.
I had a real itch for it. They were all out of pig cadavers that day, and Bill wanted to make $20, so his career started right then and there. Have you ever seen those old videos of them using pig cadavers for like Air Force tests, military tests, and car collision tests? It's gruesome. So they anesthetize the pig, right? He's alive, but he's unconscious.
What?
Yeah. And then they like sit this full-grown like 200-pound pig up in the seat of like a 76 Oldsmobile and buckle him in, and he's just just laying there in the seat, and then it's off to the races, 60 miles an hour at a brick wall or whatever, and the pig, they show the pig, there's a pig cam, and he's just kind of jostling around in there a little bit. He's not awake, he's out,
probably happy as hell.
He jostles a little and then just bam, and of course he hits that steering column and that steering wheel, and it's just destroys the pig, fucks him up, or they hit the glass, or the whole cab collapses. And then in the military, I've seen them like cram the pig into an ejection seat, or any of the little like scary scenarios that you might run into that you need to test. Whether hey, would a man die doing this? No, but a pig will. Let's do it.
They just put him in like an ejection seat, and so they're like sitting there, like, all right, let's see how Babe does, and they go thunk, and you go wee 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 wee.
He's out. He's not awake. He's not awake for it. I almost got in one of those ejection seats a while back, and then it turned out they were like, it'll crush all your vertebrae, and I was like, well, I guess I don't want to crush my vertebrae. But dude, Matt had a decommissioned like F-18 fighter jet seat, and all you would have to do is take the seat and bolt it down to a platform of some kind, as if that were the jet, and then fucking pull the ejector, and it's literally rockets. Like, literally this thing rockets you up, and normally I think they're explosive pins where the canopy literally explodes off of you, poof, and then you rocket out of the plane. I think that's how it works if you're on a plane, but I'd just be on the ground. So the idea was this thing's going to rocket me several hundred feet, 200 to 400 feet into the air at like an incredibly high rate of speed. At first I was like...
And then you parachute down.
And then you parachute down.
That sounds like such a great ride. I wish it wasn't spine-crushing.
Disoriented? Wouldn't you be too disoriented, like when you're shot up to even react to anything? Like
you don't
when you
need
pass
to react.
out?
No, yeah, it's all automated.
All you got to do is boom, pull, and it's a ride from then on that you may or may not survive. There's a chance I could those Air Force guys, there's a reason that they don't black out from 3 or 4 Gs that they're regularly pulling. I'm sure some of it is physical training. Some of it is the suit they're wearing. That thing squeezes the blood out of your legs up close to your head. But just me personally, I mean, there are some roller coasters that'll make me black out. So I would definitely be unconscious on that thing.
You have a
disadvantage.
The short people are better at it.
Ah, really?
Yeah.
That makes...
And actually, it turns out, on a similar vein, women are better at it. And it's because they're short people.
So are short people good at it, or are women good at it?
People whose brain are closer to their heart.
Ah, are women's brain... Okay, so short people, I guess.
You see the connection? Yeah, because women tend to be short.
I'm putting the pieces together now.
Yeah.
Hobbit would be very good as an Air Force pilot. Like, that's who you want. If Tolkien times move forward into the present, you'd be looking for hobbits to fly your aircraft.
No, wait.
Muzza
you'd go with
Fuzza
the
would
dwarf.
be bad at
You
it.
need that dwarf stockiness.
In theory.
And they're also short.
You would put the dwarves in the tanks.
I was going to say make a whole dwarf military battalion because I think they'd be very useful. You know, you wouldn't need like a specially trained guy to bust down a door. They're strong, ogre little guys, and they just would kind of punch it and knock it through. They make their own armor, beautifully crafted mithril armor that they could wear into Fallujah or wherever we send the dwarf battalion.
Where would you use the elves and the humans? Like, is there any use for them at all? Maybe the humans would be good in command?
The humans would probably be good in command. The elves, I don't think would be that useful because they see everybody else as like lower life, so they might treat it as like
Air
a game.
Force, you're saying?
That's good. Yeah, they're probably Air Force. Yeah.
I was looking for this quote. Let's see.
What quote?
I wish I could muster a legion of dwarves, fully armed and filthy. Like it says, like, I fear war has already found its way to both of our lands. I love that part. And I always wondered, I was like, why doesn't Gimli have some backup? He's just here on his own doing all this shit. Like, he doesn't have a cousin he could bring into the fray? At least like a dozen guys or so? Like, it seems like there's only 8 dwarves left in all of Middle-earth around the time of the Ring.
Yeah, that's what I liked about Lord of the Rings is that the dwarves weren't like in a lot of fantasy worlds where they're almost like gnomish and like weak and kind of shitty and just good at like crafting stuff. I liked in Lord of the Rings how the dwarves is like they're like the elite fighting force of like you're about to fight a bunch of people who are smaller than you by stature, broader than you, and they're all 3 times as strong as you just across the board.
They're like
they'll
fighting
just grab you and
chimpanzees.
steal your shit.
Were you upset, like I was, that the movies didn't accurately represent dwarves? Like, for example,
There are no dwarf women.
what was the battle? Was it Helm's Deep at a big wall where they had the competition
when he
between?
tossed him.
Yeah, the dwarf won that, and I felt like he didn't properly win it in the movie. And they did dwarf tossing, as Kyle mentioned. That's an embarrassment. That shouldn't have been like they really. When they ran, remember how they ran like for ages and ages? I think 1/3 of Lord of the Rings is like aerial shots of people running.
Yeah.
The dwarf
Wasted on cross country, very dangerous over short distances. But that's not true.
Yeah, the dwarves actually, while not sprinters, had the endurance to keep plowing away, and they could carry more and they could run farther. Yet in the movie, they're like fat kids, you know. And I just was like, dude, you're not, dude. In the books, I'm not going for characters. The races, I guess, were balanced. You know, the elves were agile, like ninjas, and the dwarves were big, strong, stocky, like mules. And each of them had their pros and cons. Hobbits, by the way, remember they'd throw things in the movie and they made it seem like it was almost stupid, like, why are you doing that? Hobbits in the book were like pitchers, you know, marksmen.
Yeah, exactly.
With their
That's the
stuff.
word I was going to use. They're like pitchers.
Yeah, and they would take a rock and it would be a formidable problem for whoever they were throwing it at. And in the books, hobbits were just kind of luggage that you had to bring along because they weren't so easily corrupted by the ring. So, you know,
And they're tiny.
Yeah, and like they did do, or they didn't focus enough, I guess, on how the hobbits have every other race beat and like thinking off the top of your head and being clever. Like that's the one part about the Hobbit I did like more than Lord of the Rings is showing Bilbo like clearly outsmarting and playing people, manipulating them, because that's like the strength of the Hobbit is they have to throw shit really well as a last defense, but their strategy is to just never have a conflict because they've got people wrapped around their finger.
Or hide.
What was that?
Or hide.
Or hide. They're very good hiders.
that actually is a
But-
thing. They're like ninjas in their ability to hide.
I'm still calling bullshit when they threw that cloak over themselves when they were at the wall of the what's the gate of Barad-dûr? Was it Barad-dûr? No, it was Blackgate. Okay, they're the Blackgate and they throw that cloak over them and all of a sudden they become a rock and that like Arabic looking
Easterlings. Yeah.
Yeah, he's just like, I guess I didn't see anything at all. Back to work.
Wasn't it a magical cloak? Am I crazy?
It was
Yeah,
a magical cloak.
Yeah.
I know it was, but still, like
Not good enough for you, huh?
I guess it's all right. It just the way it was presented in the show, I was just like, man, the movies, he just saw the rocks slide down. Like it didn't happen for no reason.
It's like when you play hide and go seek with your 2.5-year-old. Like, dude, you're shit at this game, quite frankly. I'm just pretending I can't find you because there's a giant
They're
lump
just, like,
on the
hiding
bed.
their face. Like,
Right?
That's all they gotta do.
They're
Like,
standing
"Oh,
behind a
sorry."
curtain, and from the thigh down, they're showing. You're like, you know what? I don't want to hurt your feelings, but you really suck at hide and seek.
You better
Because you're
hope
two.
that the child killers never come for you, little man, because you can't hide your shit.
Oh man, I could have sworn I saw the ring of power around here, don't you? Oh yeah, dude, it's just a couple of guys, but they're gone now. Ooh, where could they be? They couldn't be under this blanket, Rock. That's how that movie should have ended, and they'd rip it off, and they'd be like, "Oh, Mr. Frodo!" And then he steals the ring and kills both of them. But I don't know. That was a scene that was very silly, even in retrospect. And I thought about it the exact same way you just described it, Kyle. He would have, like, you don't just cause a rock slide. Like, if you've ever played on a big mound of small rocks, whatever the name of that would be, like gravel, like slightly larger gravel, and you, like, stand at the top and then walk down, like 10, 15 seconds after you've got off the bottom, there's still, like, dribbles down the side because it's rock. Like, it doesn't just stop right away. Am I just describing rock dynamics in a pile to people right now? Is this the topic for Do you guys realize how it's not the falling does not end when you get off the pile? That's something that nobody realizes and needs to be established. But I'm
Well,
sorry.
let me while you look for a new topic, let me tell everyone a little bit about Blue Apron. Blue Apron's mission is to make incredible home cooking accessible to everyone. Blue Apron knows that when you cook with incredible ingredients, you make incredible meals. So they set the highest quality standards for their community of artisanal suppliers, family-run farms, fisheries, and ranchers. Whether it's Japanese ramen noodles, wild-caught Alaskan salmon, or their heirloom tomatoes, Blue Apron is bringing you the best. For less than $10 per meal, Blue Apron delivers seasonal recipes along with pre-portioned ingredients to make you delicious home-cooked meals. It's easy. Each meal comes with a step-by-step, easy-to-follow recipe card and pre-portioned ingredients and can be prepared in 40 minutes or less. And it's flexible. You can customize your recipe each week based on your preferences. Choose delivery options to fit your needs. There's no weekly commitment, so you'll only get deliveries when you want them. Check out this week's menu and get your first 3 meals for free with free shipping by going to blueapron.com/painkiller. You will love how good it feels and tastes to create incredible home-cooked meals with Blue Apron. So don't wait. That's blueapron.com/painkiller. Blue Apron, a better way to cook.
I highly recommend that you request beef, lamb, and chicken.
Me too.
Because all of the best recipes that I've got have been, well, mostly chicken and beef, but I've been really surprised by how good some of the lamb ones are. And they have like a lamb beef like ground mix.
I like that.
If you get that in a package, you know it's going to be a good meal because I had never even thought of that, and it's good.
Yeah, I had the lamb and beef like burgers or something, and they were really tasty.
If your menu's in a rut, check out Blue Apron. You guys ready for a joke?
Let's hear what you got.
Yeah.
This is the third one.
How do you know Darth Vader isn't a black man underneath the mask?
Is it?
It's going to be a dad joke. It's going to be
Yeah,
a dad
yeah.
joke.
Is it because his kids know him? Is it because he knows his kids?
Because he claims to be your father.
Yeah. Okay. Good. Yeah.
Yes, you racist bastard.
Never see
That's
that from a
not
true
even-
black man.
Not even veiled racism.
No, there's no veil at all. It's just like, hey, black guys like to father kids without really following through. That's the thing they do.
Jesus.
You're the
Well,
one
that
who
was
like Wolf.
that was
Wolf
the
comes on. Wolf's like, yeah, I didn't really know my dad. And he's like, well, of course. What he's like, well, of course you didn't, Wolf. You're black.
He
say
said it was closer to like I forget something about his dad came up and he's like, oh, I didn't really know my dad, and I was like, oh, I forgot you're black.
You're black.
It was a great joke. It was a big hit.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah.
It was risky though because
It was risky.
If Wolf just looks at you like, I don't like racial jokes like that.
Yeah, then that would have been awful. Oh my god.
It's like, really?
Yeah, no,
Jokes like that are dice roll because it could be really funny if everybody's laughing together, or it could be supremely uncomfortable for a long time.
he could never like me again. I like Wolf.
Just
I value
feel
his
like,
friendship.
Wolf, thanks for coming on. I know we won't be talking again, so maybe you could stop by again when I'm not here. I don't know, but
I have a topic.
sure.
If nudism were made mandatory, right? So you have to be nude all the time. What would be the best or worst changes to daily life?
That's a really good question.
All right.
It
So
depends on where you live, because weather would be terrible in most places.
I hear you, but don't you think that the world would like adapt to that to some extent? Not human adaptation, but like heated sidewalks or something, like tunnels everywhere, but like outdoor, above ground tunnels.
An above ground tunnel would definitely make it easier, but that's something that sounds pretty pleasant if like the weather is just right. But
I'm picturing heating and cooled, like. I feel like I'm quieting you when we talk at the same time. I don't mean to. But like, just sort of like, I picture like a heated and air-conditioned bus stop that just kept going, glass on either side, and this is where the people go when they, I don't know. You're right, weather would be a big issue.
Weather would be bad?
Any kind of a sporting event would now just be so much better. Like, especially if it's female sports. Like now you're getting this. Now there's just titties flopping everywhere. Any situation where you already are like, wow, there's a lot of attractive women here doing this particular thing. Anything like that would instantly become 10 times better. I don't even know. Like anything where like my dentist is hot. Oh, I'd be the dentist all the time. So she'd be like leaning over into my mouth. It'd be the best.
I love it when your internet world and your real life collide in situations like this. Like, next time she sees you, I heard you were talking about me on that show of yours.
Oh yeah, like hey, lady who cuts my hair, let's get it on. Lady who cleans my teeth, you too. Like any of those ladies who are out there who know me.
You know what you didn't think about with the sports thing? The seating. Ooh. That is going to be gross. Yeah. Any kind of public seating at a restaurant, at a sporting event, at a like public shuttle, at the airport, no matter where you go, you have to bring like your own towel or something to sit on. And at that point, it's like, why am I even naked anymore? I'm carrying a towel around.
So this was an Ask Reddit question. And having read it, my thought process is like heavily infected by theirs.
Well, hang on, we haven't gotten to the negatives.
No pockets.
Oh, I was thinking of places and things that would instantly be like, oh, this is so much worse. Everyone's naked now. Now, fuck, the DMV is worse when it's naked DMV. Like, God, the smells are 10 times more potent. Like that guy just ripped off my foot.
I'd have a knife, a flashlight, keys, a wallet, and a phone in my hands all the time. How much would that suck?
I thought you were gonna put them in your ass or something. like that's where you have to go with that. I think like now you need like a your everyday carry kit has to fit into a cylinder about this big around.
I feel like over time we could use a bigger cylinder.
79, sir. Okay. Here you go. Oh, okay. Oh, you're 15 cents short. You just keep it. I can't do this again.
I feel like right now, the women give me stuff to carry because I have like guy pockets. If the world were naked, I could give shit to them to carry because they really have more pockets than me.
Yeah, that's true.
They would still have more pockets. Like they'd still have more carrying area. But a good thing would be anywhere where like swimming is public. I think that would be a benefit because it's objectively better to swim naked, I think, and that would be more fun if you could just hop in a pool naked and not have to worry about it. But every one of these contingencies comes with the risk that there's going to be a ton of gross people around.
I feel like even like if you grab a 7 out of 10, right? Guy, girl, doesn't matter. They probably look better with clothes on.
Yeah, I'd say most people.
Very few.
95% of men look better with clothes on. I'd say probably like 60% of women look better with clothes on. 70%.
I was going to say like a little higher. Yeah. Like it, and even good-looking women can look even better with clothes on.
I think. So you're picturing this as complete nudity. I'm picturing it as everything has to be showing, but you can accessorize. So like a shelf bra. It's just lifting and putting them up there, but the whole titty is exposed. So I'm thinking like shelf bras and like
one of those belly necklaces,
like see-through negligees. Like fanny packs would make a big comeback, I'm sure, right? Because boom, you got all your shit right there hanging on your side. Those would be fashionable again. Those only look bad if you're wearing them with other clothes, but if you're naked with a fanny pack.
Something that would be worse? I just thought about. You know how when you walk around naked, like if you keep the same tempo for a second, you start to get like the same hitting of like your dick hitting your thighs, like the
my knees, right?
And if you run, if you run real quick, triple and like No, but that's like it would be so uncomfortable as everyone's walking. Like picture Town Square or Times Square. Everybody's like walking to their jobs or walking around looking. Everybody's kind of in that like New Yorker fast-paced walk, and all you hear is like a weird like thudding applause of cocks hitting like, pat, pat, and then like you'd hear from behind you, it'd be like a blinker. You knew someone was coming in quick when you heard pat 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 pat. Oh, someone's run up to the side. All right, let him through. This fucker's got somewhere to go.
It's funny. The stadium lets out, and there's just this like subtle clapping.
Yeah, it's just
like
that would be funny. Running down the stairs. You know, do you ever get that clap? The running down the stairs clap where you like your balls and dick like make like a weird like almost like your balls like make like a cup and like hit the side of your leg and it's just like a loud like pop 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 and like when you go down the stairs in the right tempo that would be the thing that we get to experience.
Yeah, if I'm wearing like basketball shorts with no underwear, there's stuff's doing all kinds of stuff in there, making all kinds of like every now and then like the ball is like swinging the scrotum just well enough to like make some sort of cup and then it cups against your thigh or your ass and it's like a perfect little pop. It's like that perfect. It's not just like a little tap. It's like a perfect like acoustic plop. And you're just whoa. All right. Let's keep on going here.
Because I have a daughter, I'm just not getting the same amount of naked running in that you guys are.
Yeah, I guess not. Yeah.
I do a mile of naked running every morning before cops patrol my area. So,
and it sounds like this.
Yeah, just. Oh, that fucker's running again. Someone's either really excited to be awake at this time or he's naked.
I wonder if fanny packs are super popular at nudist camps. Like, I imagine they are.
I was picturing more like, you know those gym backpacks where it's like you can get them for free at like a Finish Line for like $2 where it's like that weird bag with the cinch at the top and you wear those. That's what I was imagining. But rape would skyrocket, so that's a negative.
Yeah, definitely rape would skyrocket. I could get into the nudist thing. The nudist thing would be kind of fun, I think.
I need ever since just like Kramer. Ever since I moved from like loose boxers over to boxer briefs a few years ago, I really now when I just wear regular boxers, if that's all that's clean left, it's all flipping and flopping. Like that's. I feel like I just like it more when I have that MeUndies feel of like everything's under control here. Like we got this.
I feel like I use my dick for storage. Right? Like, not on the inside, but just picture like an elastic keychain or something, right? You just sort of loop it on there, right?
It's funny you mentioned that. When we were like...
Where is this going?
I got two things about this. So when we were like 16 or 17, I remember my cousin and I were working. We were outside like making a fence or something. And he says, they're having a big like motorcycle rally type thing over in Milledgeville or wherever the fuck it was. And it was like the last night of it. This is like Sunday, so it'll be Sunday night is the last night of the weekend motorcycle rally thing. He's like, there's naked chicks there. There's like wet T-shirt contest. It's like Mardi Gras or something. And I'm like, well, that sounds great. So we drive all the way there, and it's drizzling a little bit, and night is falling as we get there. So the thing has really petered down. We saw one woman's butt. We saw one woman's awful boobs. I saw so much dick. So much dick. Guys everywhere, just naked. And they had like beads tied to their cocks. And so the guy has like his dick pierced, like the head of his dick is pierced, and then there's beads like looped through it and then back through themselves.
Risky move.
So it's just risky move, especially around all those motorcycles, right? That Harley grabs hold of that bitch, and you're not going to be a man anymore.
Maybe a stray cat runs by. There's just no good news from dangling shiny beads.
A falcon needs something to build a nest and just...
I was so disappointed because this is like an hour and a half drive and like $20 entry fee. I thought I was going to be like, what? And when we got there, we could see that there was some cool shit before we got there. There was a big stage where they had like a wet T-shirt contest, and everybody was like, yeah, they just stripped down to like G-strings, and then they're like flashing their pussies and like trying to win. And I'm like, we missed the pussy and ass? Like we got here for dick swinging time, basically, is what you're telling me. It was the most disappointing thing ever, and a little bit gross. That was a lot more dick than I had ever seen. And then the other thing, you were talking about storing things in your cock. On the Stern Show, they had a competition where Sal Governale competed against some like fan to see how many M&Ms they could fit inside of their foreskin.
Oh,
so like he like he like takes his foreskin and like spreads it a little and holds it open, while Richard Christie puts one after another M&M into the cup that he has provided. He's like, yeah, get them in there, stuff them down, yeah, poke them in there, and they're like counting them off, 15, 16, and like. In the end, the other guy just had a much bigger cock and a much bigger foreskin, and he had like 28 M&Ms in there or something. And then at the end, they were like, "Oh, but the funny thing is, Sal's like, hey, how about this? Loser has to eat all the M&Ms."
Oh, that's fucking revolting.
The other day, the contest they had was called prostate karaoke. So they, while they're in the proctologist's office, he sticks the ultrasound probe in their ass. And the ultrasound probe is to do a prostate exam, do an ultrasound of your prostate. It's much more effective than other techniques. And then, just a finger, you're only touching 20% of the prostate. This thing gets 100% of the prostate. The problem is, it's a dildo. It's a dildo. They're just going to put a condom on and put in your ass. So the gag is they had 3 or 4 of the guys in there, and they start singing a song of their choice. This is the karaoke part. So he's just like, these eyes, dun 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 dun. These eyes need a lot of love, but they're never gonna see another love like I had with you.
That's another one where "Let the Bodies Hit the Floor" is the perfect choice. Let the bodies hit the floor. Let the bodies hit the floor. Let the bodies hit the floor. Just goes right in your asshole.
They start probing these guys as they continue to sing, and the probing lasts for like a good 30 or 40 seconds or something. He's in there. He has to like basically move it side to side and ultrasound your prostate. He's like doing a full 360 on this thing, which in reality looks a lot like he's just trying to get you off by fucking you in the ass with a dildo. It was really funny because none of them seemed to want that thing in their butt, and they were all having a real hard time
What
singing.
if they had an uncontrollable boner?
Oh, Benji starts like the guy's got it in Benji's butt. First of all, Benji crawls on the table doggy style instead of getting on his side. They're like, Benji, you just watched 3 people do this. You know that's not what you're supposed to do. Stop it. And so he finally he's like, sorry about that. I'm just excited. And he's straight. He's just trying to make the doctor as uncomfortable as possible. He gets on his side, and the dog and he's singing his song. He's singing some country song, I don't recall. But he gets it in there or whatever, and Benji's like, don't. And the doctor's like, do I need to stop? He's like, no, I'm going to come soon. He just like,
is Benji retarded? I don't know him. Or is he funny?
No, Benji Bronk's like 43-year-old writer on the show who like, he has a lot of like issues with his own personal life. He's a real lame fucker, but he's a great writer, and he's been working on the show for many years. But he's just a character. He's kind of an asshole.
But they're kind of got him in the whack pack here. I mean, who are the other people that?
The other people are Sal, who's a writer and the prank phone call guy. Sal Gervinali, he's getting it in his butt. The other guy is he's half black, half Jewish, like professional comedian. Like it was his idea. He's a well-known comedian. He's in there getting it. They're like, did you poop this morning? He's like, hell no. I ate a ton of Indian food last night though. And the other guy, and Richard Christie, that's the other guy. So like 3 of the writers from the Stern Show plus a professional comedian went and did this. The Whack Pack, they're the ones that are like shitting in diapers and stuff. They had Wendy the retard come up from Florida the other day, and she's like I don't know how old Wendy is. There are different reports, but she is retarded. She does wear a diaper. She plays the lotto with all of her cash, and she shits herself regularly. They stop at a rest stop. They send her in to poop. They're like, go use the bathroom, and we won't have any issues. She forgets to use the bathroom and goes to the lottery machine instead, buys a bunch of lottery tickets, comes out to the car and starts scratching them off, and then shits herself right there. It's awful.
Here's an interesting question. Hopefully. When is the last time you shit your pants?
Nah, I'm having a hard time. Maybe, I think we've talked about this before, and I had a really hard time coming up with it because, like, I usually, like, maybe I'll poop a little, like a little come out, but like it doesn't get on my underwear. It's like still contained in the butt cheek. Like maybe I'm rushing toward the bathroom and I'm just like and a little poop comes out. But I make it. I don't remember like going like in my seat. Because
No. I'm not saying it has to be like the way a child shits their pants, where it's just fucking like 100%, just get it out of there. Like, no, I'm just saying like the way an adult does, like the way you're saying, like maybe you get some on your underwear, you get some on your pants, like goes down your leg a little bit, and even that's like extreme because as an adult, you should be able to.
It happened to me this year. So I was around the house or something. Maybe I was in the stable, and I think I was trying to finish my task before I like went to the bathroom break. I didn't want to go to the bathroom then come back and wrap up whatever it was I was doing, and I think I'm 5 minutes away, but I'm not. I'm 10 minutes. And then, like, 10 minutes in, I'm like, well, now I'm only 5 minutes away. Surely I'll start getting productive, or I'll stop hitting, like, Kyle Mailbox-like roadblocks, in everything I do. And so 5 minutes stretches to 20. And at that point, like, I have, like, trusted a fart that did nothing to earn my trust. And, and I'm like, all right, I think, as I'm, like, going to the bathroom and assessing the damage, I'm like, I think it's like Kyle described, like maybe I pooped, but not so much that it's on my underwear. And I look, and like almost all my underwear is black. Like one day I decided this is what I like. I got like a gazillion of them, and I look at it, and like upon closer examination, sure enough, like maybe if you took two pennies right next to each other, there's a problem, a stain in my underwear, and I'm just like
a peanut-sized.
No. It's liquid, right? So it is just, I look at the underwear.
Poop pre-cum.
Yeah, and I briefly tried to deny that might actually be poop, but
to yourself,
yeah,
you're like, that wouldn't be me. I'm looking in my 40s.
No, yeah, I probably just sweat a lot in that one spot by my anus, maybe. Yeah. So, and then sure enough, that's it. Now I have to go about the task of somehow getting it in the laundry, because I don't do my own laundry without it being discovered,
Throw those fuckers away.
Yeah, and I look in there, and there's, like, not washed whites in the washing machine. I'm like, well, I can't put these in there. And I just like, maybe here in the middle of the hamper.
No, did somebody shit their pants not that recently?
Now some unsuspecting member of Woody's family has to reach in with a hamper and get like, was that chocolate?
Yeah, no, the thought process was that it would be
That's a lot of cocoa in there. That's a semi-sweet tip. Oh, that's 80 or 90%. Damn, that's high quality chocolate.
The thought process was that
Woody's got a chocolate spot. So that's on my fingernail here. Let me just get it all. God, let me just scrape all of it out. Oh yeah. It's got antioxidants in it. I hear. Yeah, it's true.
So I thought that maybe by the time the laundry was done, it would be dry, crusty or something, and then it would just get processed in there, and I never did hear about it again. So it might have actually worked out. So
never brought it. Kyle, did you have one from a while ago where you were still an adult and you shit your pants?
Well, no, I don't think I do. But there was, of course, that time when I was in Florida, like spending the night over at the girl's house, and then I wake up the next morning and I'm going to drive all the way back to Georgia, like 7, 8, 9 hours, whatever the fuck it was. And like her bathroom provided just no privacy, like not enough. It was like that Costanza thing. Like that bathroom was not going to provide me the privacy that I required. And so I just didn't shit that morning. I just took a shower and then left. And, like an hour later, I was like, oh, this is a little rough. This is sweating a little bit here. And I just kept pushing it until like it was going to be an explosion. And then that's where that whole story about going into the gas station and like walking in, like I've already taken the belt off in the car. It's already off. Yeah. And then, look like I'm sprinting to a bathroom with an ass full of shit. So I'm like looking at the sunglasses first, kind of playing it cool. Like I just casually walked in. I'm like, I could kind of take a little tinkle. Maybe I'll go in the bathroom before I leave. And so I kind of casually walk in. I remember like turning the doorknob slow because I don't want to like make a big deal. I don't want to be like trying to get in, like pushing instead of pulling. Like let me in. I didn't want to make a scene. Man, when I got in there, it was just like lightning mode, though, just like getting the pants down. And I just knew that I wasn't going to be able to squat before the poop started coming out. So as soon as my pants were down, I just bent over and kind of spread my butt and pointed it at the toilet and unleashed hell.
It's interesting. Like,
It was diarrhea with like intermittent clumps. So it was like this machine gun fire where it was like liquid, solid. I was just like, I kind of like look back and I can still see it going, and it was just, I ruined that fucking bathroom.
I've been there, right? And it's like, if you needed 2 more minutes, you could have perhaps pulled that off. But
I don't know.
At the end, if you needed
it.
2 more seconds, that was not an option. You know, it's just like it's
there's this mental
the
thing.
mechanism has been fired, and you can't put it back.
Every step you're getting closer to the bathroom, the urgency is growing, and that's all mental.
It's because your body knows that it's getting ready to shit.
Sure. But I honestly believe that I pushed this shit to the very fucking edge. I redlined this shit. This wasn't like when your car like puts that little fuel low light on. You still got 25 miles.
Below the line.
Yeah. We broke the needle off. There is no gas in the tank, or rather, the tank is full. Like it is full beyond capacity, and like all it would take is a cough, a sneeze, or like tripping and falling. Like imagine that if like while getting into that gas station, I trip and fall and shit myself right there, and it like what do I do then? That would be the worst. Our friend Mo, his brother was explaining how he's in New York, trying to get back to his apartment to take a shit. And like he's in the cab, he's in the backseat of the cab, just like.
Oh, I empathize so much with that.
And he's like, he pulls it, gets to the place, and he's trying to like, he just wants to give the guy the fucking money and go. And the guy's like, all right, that'll be chink 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 chink, and he just goes, ah! And just completely empties all the shit right there in his pants, just. Full on drops a complete huge dirty diarrhea load right there in his jeans and underwear, and it's just
This guy keeps like a counter, like it's been 37 days since I last shit myself. Apparently, it's a really common thing with this poor gentleman.
So the reason I brought it up is because I have a good one of the last time I can remember doing it for real. It was my freshman year of college, and my dorm was about, I don't know, like a half-mile walk from this cluster of buildings where I was taking classes. And I went, finished one class, and I had like a 10-minute break, and then I had another one in the same building. And I finished the first one, and I was like, you know what? I'm not going to that second class. I'm doing fine in it. I'm good to go. But because I really have to shit, and I don't want to shit in this building toilet. I want to go back to my dorm and have some peace and quiet while I take this large shit. And so I'm like, okay. So I leave having to shit at like 30% intensity, but the dream of doing it in privacy is enough to keep me going. And so I start walking back, got my backpack on, I make it about a third of the distance, and I realize, everything's gonna be okay. It just got really intense really quickly, but this is just like one of those storms that you weather, when that storm in your bowels goes.
It's gonna do that thing where it goes blue, 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 and like
you clench up
right back up a level.
Yeah, you know that you just caused that toxic level to rise in your system, where I just kind of clenched and felt and it fills up a little bit more, and I'm probably 400 yards away from my dorm building when I realize, like, I need to shit right now. Like, right now. And so I start sprinting. Keep in mind, this is not just me going home from class. Like, 38,000 people go to this school. And so the crosswalk, hundreds of people getting across. And I just sprint across because everybody's looking at me because I'm the only one running. I run. I get to the door of my the dorm building. I put my card in. It was just a card. It wasn't like a code or anything. So I put my card in. I rush in. I get in the hallway of where my dorm is. And I was in my head, like this is the moment where I knew I lost. When I stopped thinking, I can do it. 10 more seconds, 15 more seconds, I can do it. I started thinking, how bad could it be? How bad could it be if I just shit my pants? And I start thinking like real fast. I get up to my door and I put the card in, and it does the green beep where it goes beep, 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 and then I put in like 1758 or whatever. I misclick on the card dip, and so then I have to stand there for an extra 3 seconds. I'm doing like a military-style jog in place like this as I'm standing there like, come on, please, 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 clenching so hard. I dip it in again. I get the green. I put in, and as I'm like on the third number, I remember it was like a 7. About 8% of that shit came out. and I knew from that moment, as soon as it came out, I knew that I was on the clock for now. It is no longer a war of complete victory, Taylor. Now it is a war of getting into that bathroom without shit getting in this hallway or all over your dorm. And so I get there real quick. I literally, I was wearing pajama pants.
Lost the ass.
college.
underwear will go soon. We have to fight for the hallway in the living room. God damn it!
I was wearing pajama pants, and so I was wearing pajama pants, and so like before, as I was like dipping it, I had already taken this precaution to where I pulled my pajama pants up like this. And with my left hand, I was holding my pajama pants like this to keep it from potentially spilling out. And so I was sitting there. I finally got it open, burst in, went into the bathroom, just took a shit, and like the 10 seconds of like evacuating was so great. But immediately after that, I was like, oh my god, like reality set in, and I was like, I wasn't paying enough attention to know whether or not there's shit leading in here. There could be shit everywhere. And so I start like looking around, trying to like be like, okay, are there any like little droplets or anything around here? Checking like my legs, like no, I'm good. And it was, I really dodged a bullet semi on that. I'd say I took an arm shot. I didn't dodge the bullet, but it could have been worse. That's the last time I
see those people on Reddit who have just full on shat their pants, and you can see it through their pants, and they're still in public, and it's like, what are you doing here? Like your tax refund can wait, ma'am. You should leave Walmart and go clean the fuck up. Like, what are you doing here at Subway with shit pouring out of your asshole? Like that 6-inch will wait. Like get home and clean your ass.
Yoel Romero did that in the octagon in a UFC fight.
He shot himself?
He did, yeah.
Like a profession where it makes sense that you'd shit yourself. Because you're getting knocked out, right?
It makes sense to shit yourself if you use diuretics to make weight illegally.
Oh, I didn't think about that as being okay.
Yeah.
Cheater.
It was a very watery shit, I suppose.
It was, yeah.
Yeah, can't hide that. And of course, we watched that video where the like really amateur UFC fighter shat himself.
Yeah.
And there's poop, like diarrhea poop on the mat, and everybody is like, oh shit. Oh, that's human feces, and they're like all like getting their distance from it.
They escort him like out of the octagon and down the hall, and all the audience is like, oh,
they're taking they're fucking snapping his picture. They're fucking taking. They're like, that's the guy that shit himself. And some people have the good grace to be like, I'm not gonna look at the guy who just shit himself. Let him walk by or pretend like he's not there. But some people are just like, he shit himself. You can see like this guy's nightmare scenario occurring right now. He just got his ass kicked in front of thousands. He's come there from like Kansas.
Some might say he got the shit kicked out of him.
Literally from Kansas to like the East Coast, they're fighting in, let's call it Baltimore. I don't remember exactly where. And I remember thinking like, well, and I remember thinking that he's probably thinking, it's a good thing. Nobody will know about this. I'm from fucking Kansas. Nobody knows Bill from Kansas out here in Baltimore. Sure, I shit myself, but could have been worse. And then it blew up all over Reddit, all over YouTube. Like, there's a CNN article, like, got the poop kicked out of him. It's just like the most embarrassing thing I've ever. You're never going to live that down.
That's mortifying.
Yeah, that was very embarrassing.
There's a new UFC event coming up. Have you guys been like engaged at all in the UFC 202?
Yeah, man. I really, really liked that press conference with Conor and Nate Diaz that went down. I don't know what was happening at the beginning of that, but it ends with Nate Diaz and posse sort of like walking out of the building as Conor curses and screams at them from the stage with a microphone, and they curse back. And then he's like, you know what? I'm going to throw some fucking Monster Energy drink at these bitches. And he starts chunking the cans, and Dana White's like, no, Conor, no. No, Conor, no. And he's just like, whoo, fucking slinging these full big, like 20-ounce monsters at Nate Diaz. And Nate's throwing like water bottles back at him, beaning people in the back of the head in the crowd.
Not just Nate, his whole team. Like, it's the greatest thing. Dude, I love how dissected.
Can we watch a clip of it? I haven't seen this.
Yeah, sure. That's a great idea.
Yeah, so they're fighting in UFC 202?
Yeah, rematch.
Yeah, they're about to, yeah. So Conor McGregor was going to fight the 155-pound champ. He pulled out. Diaz comes in on short notice. Conor pretty much smashes him in the first round, but tires himself out. Nate Diaz finds his groove. You could make a counter argument and say Nate, because he hadn't had a full camp, wasn't really in his groove. Come second round, Nate gets the best of him. He throws this weird 1-2. Like, everyone knows 1-2, right? He throws them almost at the same time, like it's a weird thing, but they both land one after another. Conor's on Queer Street, and Nate wins. So let me get the the footage that you're looking for.
I've been to Queer Street in quite a while.
Were people who weren't on either team getting hit with bottles and cans?
Yeah. We'll get the.
None of Nate's team's barrage even made it to the stage. A lot of weak arms out there, I guess.
Dude, Jake Shields in particular throws like a girl. Jake Shields, total badass. Very, very tough guy. He's beaten some top people. But I believe Kyle throws way better.
Throwing's kind of... Not everybody can throw.
I can't throw.
No.
I mean, I've tried to throw with my left hand, and it's an awkward thing. Like, I know the mechanics, but making my arm fucking do it is hard. So I can imagine when someone just doesn't know the mechanics. Like, they say throw like a girl, but they mean throw like somebody who doesn't understand how to throw something. You know?
That's because most girls don't know how to throw things very well.
Yeah, well, I mean, softball's a big fucking example of that not being true, though. Like my, I've known plenty of girls who played softball, and they can throw so goddamn.
I mean, like baseball style throws. Like, yeah, softball, of course. Like,
Well, you know,
they
they
do
throw
that
the
in the
so-
outfield. You know,
yeah, they
everything.
throw the softball overhand everywhere except for the pitching. So those girls can throw stuff, but I remember I keep going back to the Stern show. But I listen to 4 hours of it a day, so no surprise. But you know, Gary Delabate, the producer of the Stern show, threw out a pitch at a Mets game, and it's been mocked endlessly. It was so embarrassing and so pathetic. They won't let him live it down. And then of course he goes on the Jimmy Kimmel show, and Jimmy pulls out a catcher's mitt and a ball. He's like, "Let's go, redemption time."
I found
he
it.
hit a woman in the crowd.
Yeah.
Are you serious?
We talked about that before.
Yeah.
Oh.
So
Oh man, he
embarrassing.
looks angry in the thumbnail.
Yeah.
Dude, it's great. This is.
I have an ad. I'll be queued up in just a moment though. Okay, I'm ready.
All right. Ready, set, play.
Crackhead essays.
Crackhead
Deu
essays.
nothing. You deu nothing.
Somebody screams Super Smash Diaz brothers.
So the Diaz's like brother shows up, says let's leave, and they just start walking away, and he's flipping the bird and stuff, and I think soon Diaz is gonna throw a water bottle at him.
Shut your fucking mouth, you'll do nothing. You'll do fucking nothing. Not one of you will do nothing. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here.
They're just like walking away, flipping the bird.
Fuck you.
So now water bottles are going back and forth.
Look at
Connor
can
look,
throw.
he grabs some
Connor can
monster
fucking throw.
cans.
Connor, don't throw those fucking cans.
I saw that fan get hit. You see him hit that fan?
No.
That's a
He
wrap.
threw it into the bottom instead of up in an arc. He
Dude.
hit the guy in front of him.
I'm gonna come off like a Connor butt kisser in this. I'm a fan. But so Nate Diaz's whole team is filled with like killers. Like they're very good. It seems like he has all these guys who are either they're just contenders, I guess I'd call them. His brother Nick is a badass, fights at 170 and 185. Jake Shields, I mentioned earlier, total badass. Who am I leaving out? Gilbert Melendez, you know, he's viewed as a future champion someday once he gets over his like steroids issues. They're really, really tough guys from top to bottom, and they're all pretty street. Like they're just like
Bunch of crackhead essays, as Connor called them.
yeah. I guess what I'm trying to say is they're ready to fight all the time. Like Khabib Nurmagomedov, fucking Russian name I can't say. They see him like, I don't know, in the stands, and they're like, let's fight, you know, here in the stands. And they really do it. You know, Nick Diaz lost a fight to strong blonde guy. I can't remember his name. Anyway, they both get sent to the hospital because they're both hurt. Nick Diaz wins the hospital fight. Like fight number 2, Nick Diaz kicked his ass. Joe Riggs was his name. And
They got in a fight at the hospital?
yeah, they get in a fight in the hospital. Like, Joe Riggs is there, like, I don't know, getting bandaged up and stitched and stuff like that. And Nick Diaz is outside his hotel room just fucking mean mugging him. Like, fuck you, fuck you. Just like, you know, and he's like, I'm getting sewn up. My nose is, like, you know, I won the fight. But he's not, like, total apologist apologetic. He's maybe fuck you back. And sure enough, they just start throwing. You know, they got like IVs in and like that like bottle on the stand. They're throwing fights and stuff. Like, and apparently Nick got the best of them in the hospital, but not in the octagon where it counts.
Well, clearly the guy who got beat up. Oh wait, so Nick lost that fight?
Nick lost the fight in the octagon, but won it at the hospital.
Yeah, once he got his hands on that bedpan, though, there was no turning back from there. Just fucking pounding him with that.
So there's something about the 209 guys where, like, I don't want to give them a lot of credit. I don't want to say they're tough. They're just willing to fight at inappropriate times, right? Like Ronda Rousey, right? They ask her, like, you know, oh, you going to kick her ass backstage? And she's like, no, I'm a professional. If you want me to fight, you have to pay me. The Diaz's, they do that for free, right? They're more than happy to do that. And when they say, like, my team will kick your whole team's ass, they really would like to stage that. They would love to do that. If you catch them in a back alley, you can expect that. For real. It's not just talk. And I say that because it fucking happens all the time. Like, Mayhem Miller went into the octagon, like, in an effort to talk trash and maybe get the next fight, like, call out the winner. His whole team jumped him. The whole team, they're fucking kicking him, punching him, whatever. They beat the fuck out of Mayhem Miller after the fight. Like, you will get jumped by the team. Yeah. So,
Mayhem Miller is down, taking a real ass whooping from Nate Diaz and at least 4 to 5 other men.
Feet, elbows, the whole night. These are all, like, 5 professional fighters beat up this guy. The Diaz brothers will really kick your ass. But what I was trying to, it's going to take me a while to get to, Conor's not afraid. He's like, you'll fucking do nothing, right? They throw water bottles. He throws back Monster Energy cans, right? He's
like, fucking do nothing.
He's looking for like a 5-gallon cooler bottle to fucking like lunge at them. Like, you throw bottles, I throw cans. Fuck you. Plastic bottles. He, I just, again, I guess I'm looking at this through Conor colored lenses, but dude, if 209 wanted to kick my ass, the game we'd be playing is hide and seek, right? Like, what's Woody doing under the table? I'm fucking hiding. The Diaz brothers want to kick. Conor is like, I will do. You'll all of you, fuck off. There's 12. I'm exaggerating. There's like 7 or 9 people throwing bottles at him, and he's throwing cans back by himself. like Conor McGregor. He's like, a lot of people in the fight business are pussies. You wouldn't think so, but this fight business is filled with pussies. And to Nate's credit, he's not one of them.
I really like Dana. That to me was the funniest part. When Dana's like, Conor, don't throw that. Conor to Conor. You can tell. And what do you think Conor's going to be? Oh, all right.
Almost lost me head there. Conor, your cereal. Oh, me Lucky Charms. I almost lost my head there. Throwing cans at people.
Dude, I fucking
all these
love
Mexicans tracing me out.
There's some MMA fans who are upset with Conor because he's fighting Diaz twice in a row, right? He's got this 145-pound belt, but he's not defending it, so they're upset. And I want to be like, remember how we got here, right? He was calling out Dos Anjos, the champion of the weight class above his. Plenty of pussies have called out the champion below them. Like, oh, yeah, I fight at 185. I'll take on you 170-er. Very few are looking to go up and fight the heavier guy. They wanted to have GSP versus Anderson Silva forever. Never happened.
Right? Like, if the guy actually fought Nate Diaz, he'd beat the shit out of him. Right?
I'm sorry? Who are we talking about?
If the guy if you said Diaz was shitting on Santos.
Conor McGregor wanted to take out Dos Anjos was his name, and he's the champion at 155. But Dos Anjos got hurt, a foot, I think, and so instead he got Nate Diaz. Thing about Nate Diaz is he has a particularly good chin. He's good at resisting what Conor's good at doing, knocking people out, and he's hitting them with the good shots. He was taking them apart, but it didn't work because Diaz's chin.
I really don't like Nick Diaz. Every time, or I don't know which one's Nick and which one's Nate.
Nick is
whoever
older.
Fought. Which one's the one that fought Conor? Nick?
Nate.
Okay, so he's the one who always looks like someone pissed in his cornflakes. Like he could have just won a fight, or someone gives him $1 million and he still looks around like slant-eyed, like I don't know about any of this. Like he just seems like a dick, and it is so easy to be a loudmouth shithead when you bring 9 friends with you everywhere. Like, that's not bravery. It's like, oh man, yeah, we start shit. Do you? You start shit with people who are alone with 9 professional fighters? That's not brave. That's you being a bully. You're literally a bully. I want to see an exhibition match where that guy fights Brock Lesnar or some guy in the tippity top and just gets his teeth knocked out. Like, literally just like pink gums after the fight, where he has to be like, I don't even know where it went wrong.
Dude.
It's just, so I think.
Everybody loves the Diaz brothers, except me, it seems. And I'm sure if I knew them in real life, that I would like them great. Joe Lozon likes them. He says they're great people and that I'd have a different opinion if I really knew them. But the version of them I see through my computer monitor, none of their interviews are interesting because they're barely whatever the verbal version of literate is. Like, they can hardly speak. They don't express their thoughts clearly at all. More than that, they're always like, okay, they've never lost a fight, right? These guys will get their asses beat and think they should have won that decision. You know, they can hardly walk anymore. He went up against Benson Henderson. His brother threw the towel in, and he's like, I don't know, I think I could have come back. No, dude, you were getting your ass kicked.
I don't think I've ever seen
I think that's how I remember. I think his brother threw the towel in on that. I could be wrong. I hope I'm not wrong. But, yeah, Nick Diaz, he got beat by Condit. That one was close, but dude, he got beat. He got beat by GSP. GSP fucked his day up, and he thinks he won. Yeah, he thinks like, I actually won that fight.
So they're just always sour grapes.
Yeah,
of like, oh.
Nate Diaz tells this weird revisionist history where he was the biggest name in the UFC, but Conor came along and took everything he earned, and he became the biggest name. No, Nate. You weren't. You like stopped fighting because you couldn't get more money. Your contract had him earning like $15,000 a fight, which is low. He had this weird contract that like only paid off well if he was the champion, and he lost. So, you know, now he's complaining about how much money he makes per fight, so he's going inactive, and that's the truth. Nate Diaz was never one of the bigger draws in the UFC, yet he's acting like he was, like he's the money fight, like he's the guy. They have this really weird revisionist history. They don't do well, and
I've never heard of, and I don't follow UFC, so this is just the opinion of someone who notices it when you guys talk about it, or it's on Twitter. So I really do get the facade of what it is, just the face value. I've only ever heard of the Diaz brothers in the context of a more famous fighter. So it will be like, oh, they're shit-talking Conor McGregor. And, of course, Conor McGregor's the draw into that story, you know? Oh, they're shit-talking GSP. Oh, he's the draw into that story. They just kind of seem to be serial hitchers, if that makes sense, where it's just they got like a grappling hook, and it's like, who's running? Oh, you know, him, throw it, and, you know, hold on. Oh, fuck you. Is the media getting this? Oh, we have a long, heated rivalry, these guys. And the guy in front is like, what? What are you even talking about? You're just being a shithead to me. I've always been more famous than you. Hoi. Like, I don't...
I wish I could do that accent. I do it all the time. But yeah, perfect. I just, they're always feeling like they're prosecuted. They can never, like, I don't know, sell a fight to me on their own. And a lot of people disagree. A lot of people think the Diaz brothers are just brilliant. They have a sort of...
Are they Brazilian?
No. They're Californian from Stockton. But like a lot of people find their communication style, which to me is unintelligible. Like, I don't know what point they're trying to make, but other guys are like, oh, they're relatable. They're like you and I. And I'm like, God, they're fucking not like me at all. So yeah, anyway, I hope Conor wins. I think Conor will win. I might be a little biased, but I think Conor wins. Another reason I want Conor to win. So I'm an MMA fan, and I like greatness. Right? I like it when something great is happening, something huge. You know, like boxing right now. Who's the great boxer? I guess Mayweather, that boring defensive whatever.
Didn't he retire? Like
yes,
who
but
cares?
what does that
Dick
mean?
Smithers, yeah.
Yeah, I you know, but like when a LeBron James all of a sudden looks like he might have been better than Jordan. When Jordan is the greatest player to have ever played. When Muhammad Ali is out there like just wrecking people and talking, and like something great is happening. It's great for this sport. Like, I'm not into soccer right now, but if some guy came along and broke the scoring records for lifetime and season, I think that might be happening, and so it's a bad example, but like if there was something truly great happening, you know, like I don't pay attention to the NFL very much, but if a running back destroyed the single season rushing record, it would get my attention. I want Conor McGregor to win because I think it's neat when there's a great.
You want to see like a dynasty, like the way it would be a dynasty in a different sport. So like if the NBA, if the Celtics win 4 years in a row, like even though you're not a Celtics fan, it's still like, oh, it's kind of neat to watch.
Yeah.
Like the only time I haven't liked that is obviously the Blackhawks and their success. That's just incredibly painful all the time. But it is fun to see dynasties and champions arise.
I went to a hockey game towards the end of Mario Lemieux's career just because I wanted to see Mario Lemieux play. I want to say that I existed. Like I feel fortunate that I kind of followed basketball at a time when Jordan was Jordan, and So anyway, I want Conor McGregor to win because prize fighting is this interesting mix to be great between winning your fights and talking about your fights. And McGregor did both until Nate Diaz beat him last time. If he can right that wrong and then move along and keep it up, we would have a modern-day Muhammad Ali, and that's kind of cool.
Yeah, although, it worries me that he's got that cocaine thing. I don't know if it's like, if he just likes to, go for a weekend with 2 or 3 or 4 women and do some cocaine, and that's like a binger for him, or if that's like, every weekend we need a few grams of cocaine and it's like a problem now where it's affecting his athleticism. If it's the first one, like, anything in moderation, I don't give a fuck. But like, and I don't give a fuck in general, but I feel like that could hurt him if he's going down some rocky road with drugs.
You know why?
But I'm like you. I like what's that? Why?
I think he doesn't have to. I have seen the pictures of him partying and, hiring 10 whores and stuff like that. I don't know what's true. But I know he's tested by USADA a lot, and they'd pick up the cocaine if it was often in his system.
It is a short, like, half-life drug. I mean,
yeah.
Who knows? I mean, marijuana is one of those things where, like, Nate Diaz, or it was his brother, right?
Nick, yeah.
Yeah. Like Nick Diaz could smoke a joint today and get tested, 6 weeks from now if they do a hair, or 6 months from now if they do a hair test. I don't know what they're doing, if they're doing urine or blood.
I'm sure they're doing urine.
Yeah, but that's one of those things where, like, depending on how they test it, the half-life could be extremely long.
I know they're doing blood. Cocaine. I don't know if they get urine too, but I do know that they get blood. And apparently, with these super low body fat MMA fighters, marijuana gets out of your system in a hurry.
Yeah, it's because marijuana is stored in lipid cells, like fat cells. And so if you're like a big fat guy and you smoke a ton of weed, it's going to take you way longer than a guy who smokes the same amount of weed but is in reasonable shape.
Unless they test your hair.
Elite shape.
Unless they test your hair, yeah.
They don't have a lot of hair. Like, what?
Your armpits, it could be your ass crack. It
could be your eyebrows, could be anything.
I remember when I went to take my drug test for a job one time, and I remember asking them, like, because, as a 19-year-old kid, I'm thinking in my head, like, what happens if I don't have any hair? And they're like, we always find some. Like, they didn't have a sense of humor about it at all. I was like, well, I'm glad we can just get a little from right here. I
left a small tuft to the left of my asshole.
Yeah. Like, so Lozon doesn't smoke pot, but I don't think he has any hairs on his head older than a week. Like he just takes that shit down frequently. Maybe older than a week, but no, you're not older than 3 weeks.
Yeah, they'll find some hair somewhere.
Yeah, I didn't think about that. New topic?
Sure.
So, Donald Trump released his medical records. This is a little old, but it got brought up because they're looking into Hillary's medical records or lack thereof or something. And Trump's records are a total joke. Like a fraud.
What do you mean?
I will show you the article. So here it is. You have to scroll down to see the actual medical records. But the first thing they noticed is that the header of the document and the text of it are all the same font. Like they just used one font in the whole fucking thing. If you go to that website, haroldbornsteinmd.com, it tries to give your computer a virus, which I thought was fucking funny. An internist is the kind of doctor that does a medical, a physical. And he's not an internist. He's a gastroenterologist or something like that. So if he's going to him, it implies he has some sort of medical problem. And then just even the words, like, let's see.
Astonishingly excellent. The way doctors talk. You know, that's
I imagine it looking like Ivan Drogoff's medical report, from Rocky 3 when he's on the roids and they had all the electronics. Like, that's what Trump's records look like.
It's not medical. Like, if elected, Mr. Trump, I can state unequivocally, will be the healthiest individual ever elected to the presidency. Fucking really? Did Trump write this?
Yeah, do they have, like, medical records of Washington or... Lincoln, well, Lincoln's a bad example.
Well, we know Washington died because he had a sore throat and they kept bleeding him, right, to make it better.
Check this out.
Well, they thought it would work.
Mr. Trump has had a recent complete medical examination that only showed positive results, right? That's the opposite of what a doctor would say. Like, if it only had positive results, then he would have tested positive for all that shit. What they mean is, like, encouraging results. What they mean is negative results. This thing, it looks like the Trump campaign put out a fake medical report and didn't even do it very well.
How hilarious would it be if they get this doctor and he just talks and acts exactly like Trump? Where he's just like, you were all questioning my document. I only write the best medical documents. I don't understand why you would never write a medical document like this. I always do. Mr. Trump has always come to me. He takes 81 milligrams of aspirin daily, or whatever he would say, which is also funny. He says he's lost at least 15 pounds, and then a very specific amount for everything else. Like, you would think he'd say, like, Mr. Trump has lost 16 pounds. You know, he was 240 and now he's 224 or whatever he would say. I don't know. That is a weird health thing.
His blood pressure and test results were astonishingly excellent. I feel like that's not what a doctor...
You know, I see excellent test results every day. Rarely do I see an astonishingly excellent result.
All this is funny and stuff, but I really would like to see... I would like a third-party independent doctor to examine both of them. I'd like to know more about Hillary, and I'd like to know about more about Donald, because I honestly think there's probably something wrong with Hillary. I know that's probably like, some people might think that's like a conspiracy theorist thing, but like I keep seeing those photos of them helping her upstairs. Like, you cannot find a picture or video of Clinton walking upstairs, it seems. Like, she may not be able to...
She suffered head trauma in 2012. That's known. And now some of the things she's doing are indicative of the repercussions of head trauma. And so it's weird to me when people are like, this is just a conspiracy theory. Like, I don't know about all the shit where they're like, oh, there's this handler with a thorazine or a diazepam EpiPen, which is an anti-seizure drug. So just in case she did have a seizure, he would stab her. But even then, it's like, okay, you don't actually know what that guy's holding or anything. Mm-hmm. The stools.
Might just be an EpiPen.
Yeah, it's not good that she can't stand for extended periods of time. That's very clear that she can't stand for extended periods. She's always leaning. Anytime someone, or you know what? I've seen clips of her, not full speeches, obviously, but it does seem like when someone else comes up and is like, you know, Hillary's the best and you're going to love her. Like, the way most presidential candidates do that is Hillary will be standing right next to whoever the hell's talking, and she'll be looking at him like, oh, yep, you know that I'm the one for you. But she, like, kind of, like, leans on, like, a stool a little bit, which is odd. And that, it could be... Some of it seems conspiratorial, but I don't think it's a conspiracy to realize that a getting to be elderly, a senior woman who had head trauma and is now exhibiting difficulty standing, needing help upstairs. She sometimes, I can't tell, like, it looks like she loses her place when she's speaking and, like, gets a look of, like, doesn't know what's going on. She has weird, like, it could be the fact that she's a robot and is malfunctioning, but it seems like she responds very weirdly to certain stimuli. Like, something is just off with her. I don't think it's conspiracy.
This is what I have fun with. I feel like Trump pokes at his opponents, and then, like, they have to stop doing that, right? So, like, Hillary, for example, now that bitch has to stand all the time to prove this wrong. Like, all right, no more stools, no more lecterns. Now I have to be on my feet. And it's exhausting because she maintains a very hard schedule in this campaign, and she's old. Meanwhile, Trump can sit on a stool and no one says shit about it. It's like with Kasich, right? He rips about Kasich how he's always eating. So now that fucker can't eat anymore. His whole campaign, he has to stop, like, eating in public. So he's just starving all the time. Like, I feel like against Hillary, he should, like, just keep going after things that normal people do. Like, all right, No more sitting for you. And you're like, have you noticed? She always dresses with like light clothing in the heat. What, she can't take? Let's fucking like get her in an Eskimo outfit, standing on her feet, and notice how she never wears hats. You know, is there something wrong? Something wrong with her?
Listen to me. Not once in this entire election has I seen Hillary Clinton do a jumping jack. I'm not saying that's a thing. I'm just saying that I have never seen her do it. I will do
All of a
10
sudden,
right now.
next thing you know, she's doing calisthenics up on the debate stage. She actually trips and falls, and Donald Trump is your president.
You're
That's
just
all
gonna
it takes.
exhaust her. Like, yeah, like maybe go after her on the eating thing. Maybe say she sleeps too much, right? So now all of a sudden she's exercising, doing 4 hours of sleep, and never eating on the campaign trail because he keeps saying she can't do it.
I would keep hammering her on the can't stand thing, because I think that's something that on a debate stage could be played up really well. Like, you know, and he could probably come up with some kind of zinger like, don't you want a president that can literally stand up for you? Hillary Clinton can't even stand up long enough to lie to you. You know, something like that. And then maybe I can see them on the debate stage.
That's a good one.
And I can see us on the debate stage. You know, I'm over there. You know, I'm Trump, and I just have finished saying my thing. And here she comes again, interrupting and like jumping in on my thing. No, no, no. And like, aren't you getting a little tired over there? I see you leaning on your podium. Be careful. You want to take a break? We could take a break. I see you leaning over there a lot.
I realize you have trouble hearing, but I am in the middle of my section of this debate.
Just keep painting her as deaf and unable to stand, or you know,
like some sort of life alert thing. Like I would keep hammering her because she looks older than him. Like he is the more attractive of the two of them. If they were independent of one another, yeah.
I have a hard time choosing because that guy, like with the crazy hair and the weird orange skin, and he's puffy in a lot of ways. Like I feel like Trump without makeup would be worse than Hillary without makeup. Like he's just, he wears more, I bet.
I sincerely doubt it. And I don't like Hillary. Just doesn't look.
It's one coat.
She doesn't look healthy, and it's a good thing that they're investigating this. But like Kyle said, it can't be Trump's doctor since he was 7. Or since that doctor would be fucking ancient. So it's certainly not that guy. But it needs to be a third-party doctor who may get like a huge Gary Johnson fan who's indifferent or something, and then have them do the test. Because it seems like just like they should release their taxes, someone running for the highest office in our country should also release medical documents making sure, like, hey, we're not just electing your vice president in a year. We want you. So we need to make sure you're up for the task.
Yeah, I would like to see Trump doing, like, if I'm Trump, there's two things that Trump didn't do throughout this election that I definitely would have done. One of them, I would have spent so much time with people who are knowledgeable about specific things, having long, in-depth discussions and picking their brain. And I would also do a lot of mock debates with other experts, with my expert sitting there. So imagine this, I'm debating a fake Hillary and she's hitting me on something. Now I can look to my expert and be like, what am I supposed to say there? When she hits me with that, what do I come back with? Give me some facts. Let me memorize some numbers. He didn't do that, and he still hasn't. I wish he would. I'd love to hear him pull out this fucking memorized like thing with numbers and stats, and then they do the PolitiFact, and it's like all true. And it be a real zinger, because I think that matters in some people's minds. But I'd also like to have seen him lose some actual weight and start looking healthy and being physical.
It's hard.
Like I know he's a big guy, like he's 6'2", 6'3", or something like that. And on a stage, if he were more like physical and like, hey, yeah, and like doing like aggressive handshakes with his buddies, like yeah, or like I don't know, showing off his physicality, jogging out onto the stage. And some stuff like jogging out, clapping, like, yeah, everybody pumped up. Welcome to Hickory, North Carolina. Yeah. And
or
meanwhile,
he runs up the stairs and then back down the stairs and then back up the stairs and be like, oh, you're not keeping me downstairs. This isn't a Hillary rally. And everybody goes, woohoo.
He's on, like, the reality of it is, even though he's presidential candidate, he's still a person. He's on the road, snacking, eating
McDonald's
when he can. Yeah, fast food. I mean, I feel like I gained some weight when we were having the house worked on, and I just spent like 3 months eating Wendy's or whatever. And also he's in his 70s. It's people put on weight, but it would be neat if he got physical. I think the thing Kyle talked about with him, like sitting down with experts and what do I say when this happens? They claim he doesn't have the attention span for it. And it's part of why he's successful. Like, he's just really driven about the new and the fresh and taking on the next challenge. And then once he gets that, he packs it up, has someone else run it, and expands his empire. That's kind of how he's wired. I don't know. Like, I want a president that wants to be president and doesn't just want to win an election. And people criticize Trump.
Well, that's not going to happen.
Who knows what's in his head? But people say he really just wants to win the election and then package it up and let his VP handle everything.
I don't know about that.
On the other hand, it's been a successful model for other Republicans. To generalize, you'll get something wrong, but it seems like Democrats tend to like stay on top of every issue and be the CEO all along. And Republicans, like Bush had Cheney, who handled a lot of day-to-day stuff. Reagan, I can't name all his people, but apparently he was a lot more hands-off than, like, say, Clinton was, who liked to do everything himself. Both models have their pros and cons. I'm not knocking all Republicans, but if Trump kind of packaged it up and then let someone else handle a lot of the day-to-day stuff, that wouldn't be unheard of.
Speaking of packaging things up, well, I guess we already did that. MeUndies, they have packages.
Packaging, yeah.
I thought Casper we were going to go there, but okay. MeUndies.
It also comes in a package, but you wear underwear every day. That's 365 days a year, rain or shine.
And they contain your package.
They keep your package safe. You need it to be extraordinary, your underwear, that is, without an insane price tag. MeUndies understands this, and that's why they've created the world's most comfortable underwear. Luxury at half the retail price you'd find anywhere else. MeUndies is made from modal, a fabric that is twice as soft as cotton. That's twice as soft as whatever you're wearing now. Most of us wear underwear every day, so why settle for low-quality multi-pack underwear that is scratchy and lame? MeUndies has tons of colors and styles for both men and women, which means you and your lady can finally have matching underwear. They release a new design every month, and on top of that, they even have free shipping to the United States and Canada. MeUndies has a money-back guarantee. If you don't love your first pair, you get to keep it for free. That's right. They don't want your used underwear back, so you have nothing to lose. The best part about all of this is, of course, that we're offering 20% off your first order when you use our URL. That's MeUndies.com/PKA. So click the link in the description or go to MeUndies.com/PKA to get 20% off your first order.
You know you've been curious about MeUndies all this time. Get your 20% off. See what the fuss is about.
Yeah.
You need a joke?
Good stuff.
I just ordered some more MeUndies yesterday. I wanted a couple more pair. They last a really long time, but because I always grab those immediately out of the hamper and fucking put them back on again, I've worn out a couple pair of them at this point. It took a couple hundred washes probably.
They always move up to the top of the lineup for me. Where when I do a big clean, it's even if I just wore them the day before, once they're clean again, that's back at the top. Mm-hmm. They're the best underwear I have.
Definitely.
Joke time?
What you got?
A boy in the kitchen is struggling to open the yogurt. Goddamn shit, fuck, the boy says in his frustration. The mom asks, I wonder where he got that from. Father replies, probably from the fridge, you silly cunt. Oh, you just pretend the jokes are bad at this point. This is quality stuff. This is good.
Where are you finding these? Oh. Oof.
They're good.
It makes my face hot.
It does not. This is funny. Everyone likes to pretend the jokes are bad, but they're not. They're funny.
Is that the theory you're working with?
I did a thing.
That me and Kyle are just Master Roosman sitting over here keeping a straight face as you're getting these jokes out.
I'm biting my tongue over here so goddamn hard.
Yeah, Kyle, you can't see it, but if you had a camera behind Kyle right now, you'd see his legs kicking around like a gleeful child, so excited at the humor he's heard.
Do you remember, I guess it's been a year or so now, when Tracy Morgan, the comedian, got hit by the Walmart truck?
Yeah, I remember that.
I remember that. Tracy Morgan does not.
Barely. He doesn't remember
Really?
much of it. Yeah, really. So he had to learn to walk and talk again. At first he couldn't talk and he was blind.
Oh, shit.
He woke up from the coma and he was
you didn't
blind.
know?
He was blind, couldn't talk, and was crippled when he woke up from the coma. A very good friend of his died. A couple of his other friends, similar condition to him, in comas and shit. It was a Walmart truck. The driver had been driving for 28 hours straight with zero sleep. So he sues Walmart and gets a fucking payday. It's $95 million plus. He can't say how much. But he was on the Stern show day before yesterday or something like that. He's like, Stern's like, so do you still shop at Walmart? You know, after all this, he's like, oh, I was still shopping at Walmart when I was in the wheelchair. Can't beat them prices, baby. He's like, after they paid me though, everything went up a penny. He's driving a Ferrari now. Like
how bad is he?
He's straight now. Like he's good. Like
really?
I don't. He says like doing stand up, his hip starts hurting after a while. He can't stand up for long periods of time, much like Hillary Clinton. But other than that, you know, I mean, he seems to be pretty much back. He's doing comedy. I think he's got a tour called the Picking Up the Pieces tour, something like that.
That's nice.
Bought a big fucking house, then gutted it, then built it back the way he wanted. He had a swimming pool in his backyard. He's like, I just had to move that motherfucker. Like, where'd you move it to? The other side of the yard. He's like, fuck it. I wanted it over there. So I had him fill it in and dig a new one. You know, he bought a Ferrari.
They did that in Silicon Valley, but they only moved it like 3 feet.
Yeah.
The left side of the yard to right side. He didn't go front to back. But you know, he was already a wealthy guy. He had done Saturday Night Live and 30 Rock Street.
30
yeah,
Rock.
yeah, that show, whatever, you know, and doing his stand-up comedy, that pays very well. And then all of a sudden they get like $100 million injection. And when you get settlement cash like that, reward cash like that, it's not only no tax. They can't even touch that shit with alimony or child support. And he knew that. He's like, alimony can't even get this baby. Like, he knows that no matter what happens, he's got like $90 million just
he's
stuck
rich for life, no matter what he does.
His children are rich if he doesn't blow it. And you'd have to work to blow $100 million.
I mean, he's moving pools. That's a way to waste money.
He is working at it.
Yeah, he's working at it. He says, you know, he only flies private jets now. You know, he gets the G4, and so yeah, he is spending a lot of money, but he's not like going Mike Tyson style where he's getting like a 747 leased for the weekend or something like that.
You have to spend $8-10 million a year just to break. Like, just to
just to counteract the interest.
Yeah, just to counteract the growth I expect. Yeah, so he's...
And you know, he always, got me a couple good Jews. They take care of my money. like, so you know his money is invested well, and you know...
Good luck when they're all in Europa.
Right?
Yeah. That's the new financial capital of the world, is Europa.
Not the world. Of the solar system.
Oh, yeah. The intergalactic financial trade.
Well, not intergalactic. We don't know what they
Oh, 0 for 2, Taylor. All right. Need to look up my space vocab.
Yeah, but I thought that was really interesting hearing from him because I like Tracy Morgan. He's a little out there, but his appearances on the Stern Show are particularly funny because like he's really nasty and talks about his like sexual proclivities. Like he's like, oh, I love stretch marks. Oh, I love them, and talking about like he's like eating ass and like liking to smell dirty feet and all this ridiculous bullshit he's into.
That's the magic of Stern, right? Like you get it. If he was on Oprah or who's the blonde chick, kind of pretty lesbian, Ellen. Yeah. You know, like you wouldn't get all that out of him. Or even if he was on, I'm trying to think of another show that would want it, like the Joe Rogan podcast. You wouldn't get quite that from him. Only Stern gets to talk about how much he loves eating ass and dirty feet and things like that's Stern's magic.
All kind of nasty shit. And you know, he's got an hour with you. And in some cases he's like, I like when you see the conversation go down and it's genuine, where like he's like, hey, you got to get out of here soon, because a lot of his guests have their agent, publicist, and their posse outside knocking on the door like it's time to go to the Today Show. We got to get over here and see Matt Lauer. We got to go appear on like Rachel Ray, like whatever. They're doing a publicity tour. They're hitting each spot across town, but like sometimes he'll have a guest and he's just like, oh, I'm here all day as long as you need me. And I like seeing the inside part of the Stern Show because you get the finished product with the Stern Show that is, I won't say polished. Sometimes it's polished when they do bits. But you get that, but you also get another show, which is the behind the scenes. So you literally get to hear Howard and his producer Gary arguing about why a guest, like with a cough, got brought into the studio because she literally had like whooping cough. They let somebody with whooping cough come into the studio with Howard one time, and he's a germaphobe. Like he's so much of a germaphobe that it's like, he wouldn't be fun to be around. Yeah, like you couldn't have like You don't shake this guy's hand. He doesn't want it.
He doesn't shake hands?
No.
He's that much of a germaphobe.
Yeah.
He can afford medicine. What the fuck is wrong with him?
He's very afraid of dying. He's a neurotic Jew. He's like a germaphobe. He stays in his house all the time. He refuses to travel. He doesn't go anywhere. It goes on. He's afraid of this. He's a hypochondriac. Whenever like Robin,
Self-diagnosed.
like the other day, Robin had a Long Island iced tea outside of work in her spare time, and news of that got back to Howard. And it was a 15-minute segment where he's like, I can't believe you had a Long Island iced tea? Like, just really shitting on
Does
her
he
for doing.
not drink?
What's wrong
No,
with
he
Long Island iced teas?
It's
Yeah,
bad
what's
for you. It's like 3 or 4 shots of. It's like, I don't know. It's like tequila, vodka, rum,
Whiskey or bourbon
Yeah,
or something.
It's like 5 different kinds of alcohol, like hard alcohol, and he thinks it's bad for her because she had that tumor removed a couple years ago. He drinks a little bit of wine. Occasionally, but no, he doesn't drink, he doesn't smoke, he doesn't eat meat anymore. He might eat fish, but I don't think he eats fish. He
What a
refuses
waste
to go.
of a billionaire.
He doesn't go fishing anymore because he's read that handling the fish kills them, and he doesn't like that.
That's not true.
Well, apparently, like with trout, like the oils on your, like if you don't wash your hands before you like unhook him, like the fish will like swim away and die. I don't know shit about that. I don't
it
fucking
burns
care.
them.
Let him die.
But
Yeah, let him die. I don't fucking care. It's a fish. Like I'm out there with a big rod with a hook on it, yanking him out of the water. You think I give a shit
I
if he
think that
dies?
would be bad for fish too. Yeah, like I always hear about like, oh, if you touch a fish, his skin gets sensitive or this. Really, you hooked him. You drug him by his mouth, and then getting that hook out is awful. In off-roading, they used to give us a ton of heat because the sediment stirred up by the tires would get into the water, make the water occasionally like cloudy or something for a little bit until it settled
They
down.
died.
Yeah, the trout fishermen were giving the off-roaders a hard time, and I'm like, bitch, 9 out of 10 trout prefer me to you, you fucking trout fisherman. Like,
I don't see the reason to be concerned about, like, oh, if you handle the fish, it could die if you release it back in. I don't think that's true. I went fly fishing with a guy who made me do catch and release, which I was not happy about because the only point to fish to me is the same reason with hunting. You want to eat it, you want to use it, and he just said, dip your hands in water before you handle them, or otherwise it could burn their skin and be uncomfortable. Like, I don't think they're going to get in the water and all the other fish are like, oh my God, and he's like, help me. Like, no, I don't think that's it. But if you're going to fish, I don't think you should be doing catch and release anyway for the most part. Like, you should be eating them. Otherwise, it's just kind of torturous.
Although, like I catch and release with catfish because I would rather go eat someone else's. Like, I think the tasty catfish, I think, are the little ones that are like maybe 8 inches long or something like that. And in my dad's pond, like, we would pull out 10 to 40 pound catfish, this big fucking monster catfish that like, I mean, if we filleted this thing and like fried him up, we'd need a giant fryer just to do it, or we got to cut him into slices.
And it wouldn't taste nearly as good because it's been around for probably like 30 years.
Vacuuming the bottom of a filthy pond, because that's what they do. Catfish are bottom feeding, like they're the buzzards, the vultures of the aquatic world.
And they'll get as huge as you let them get. Like, there are catfish out there that are like 55, 60 years old, even older, that are like, you'll see them pulling them out of a swamp in Louisiana, and it takes like 2 big country boys to like hold them out. Like, it's crazy.
We had such a great place to catfish growing up. My dad built that fish pond. He built 2 fish ponds, and the first thing he did was start stocking them. He purchased it's those big cubes, plastic cubes with the metal cage around it. It was one of those tanks, but it was just full of catfish. I remember he bought like 500 blue catfish and like 1,500 mud cats, and then just poured them into the pond. And they were all about this long when they went in. And then there was a neighbor who was like getting rid of his pond. He was going to turn that into dry land and make the pond just a creek now, so he had more land for cattle or something. And his pond was full of like adult catfish that were anywhere from 8 pounds to like 15 pounds, and then there were some that were bigger. So I got into the business of making catfish traps. I was making them by hand all day, made like 40 of these things, and threw them out there. A catfish trap is like chicken wire, shaped into a thing where they can swim in, they can't swim out, and there's like some sort of bait thrown in, and then you can tie a rope to it so you can drag it out of the pond. And we fished it until there were no catfish left. And we would get, like I said, piles and piles of these things that were 10 pounds, 20 pounds, 30 pounds. And then all of our friends, when they would catch catfish out of the lake, we're near Lake Hartwell.
How big is your dad's pond? Like, how many fish does it need?
Does it need?
Or can it even sustain? Like,
we feed them. We at the time we would go and we would put, you get catfish food in like a 50-pound bag and throw it out there, and it floats on top. So then you get to see them come up to the top and just sort of chomp, 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 chomp. And that was the fun part. That's how we would throw catfish food out and then throw our line. Because there would just be this feeding frenzy of catfish right here in this area, and you could bring them all. And they can hear, and they're intelligent enough that after a while we trained them that if you've got a bucket with just some gravel in it and you go choo, 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 near the surface of the water, they would start plop, 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 like just biting at anything and come to you. But they had thousands of big catfish, and a few of them were 80 pounds or more. And then one day the dam broke, and they all washed down the creek.
Oh. Did you ever put anything but catfish in there, like bluegill? I don't know what the actual name of the fish is, but you know what a bluegill is.
No, I didn't. It was all catfish. It was all different kinds of catfish. Some of the people nearest have ponds with bluegill in them crappie. And
those things taste so good. Those were my favorite to catch.
Yeah, fixed the dam, but of course the fish were gone.
I mean, it seems like you could just put like 30 fish and wait, or 10 fish, or
I suppose so, but like there's predators that feed on them. So there's these I don't know, they look like storks. Those eat the little baby fish when they spawn, and then these turtles that we get turtles that are just really big. I think they're like some of the other critters that just keep growing to like
a box turtle.
We call them loggerhead turtles.
Oh,
They've got big heads like this big, and they can snap a twig bigger than your thumb, just like right into. Like they legitimately look like they could take a pinky off when they snap. And we'd catch those out of there sometimes, and we'd get them out because they also eat the catfish. We would catch catfish that had chunks taken out of their tails and stuff. But no, that pond doesn't have any fish in it at this point. And I mean, over the last couple of years, I've set off so many explosions in there and shot so much machine gun fire in there that probably affected things a bit as well.
Probably. Their ecosystem probably doesn't naturally acclimate to tannerite.
And lead.
And chunks of metal.
Yeah, chunks of lead.
Yeah, we blew up a boat in there one time. That was a fucking, yeah.
I don't want to talk about UFC all night, but I am really excited about the event coming up. It's actually...
When is it? What's the date of it?
It's Saturday night. So it's the night that this
Saturday?
podcast goes live, yeah.
Oh, shit. Okay. Yeah, good deal.
It's coming. McGregor's fighting.
Is the undercard worth watching?
Not as good as a normal one. So
last undercard was great.
Yeah, UFC 200 in particular, like everyone on that card was great. Yeah. And oftentimes they'll take a Conor McGregor card and really stack it. Like there'll be other championship fights the same night. In this case, McGregor's carrying the card more than he normally has to. But Glover Teixeira's fighting Anthony Johnson. That's a pretty cool fight. I don't remember them all. Cody Gambrandt's fighting earlier in the night. There's some cool fights, but it's really about the last one. I'm very excited for it.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I think if Conor loses, it's a big problem for him going forward, monetarily. Like, because he's always going to be in that sport, winning and losing, and at the top 5 guys in like 2 weight classes, seemingly. He's going to be top 5 in. But if he loses to Nate Diaz, then it's just like, all right, well, you can't fucking beat up Nate Diaz. We know that. Let's just keep moving forward because.
So they act like this is a 170-pound fight because that's what they're fighting at. But Nate Diaz normally fights at 155. The truth is, Conor.
Wait, what does Conor usually fight at?
145. So Conor was the champion of 2 weight divisions before he came to the UFC in a lesser league, 145 and 55. He comes to the UFC. He pretty quickly makes his way to be the 145-pound champion. He's going to fight the 155-pound champion and see if he can replicate the feat. But the guy gets hurt, so they bring Diaz in at short notice. Diaz is like, I can't make weight, without more camp. McGregor says, fuck it. We'll fight at 170. I don't care. my Irish, damn it.
Good enough.
So that's basically what he says. Like, you don't even have to make weight. I'll fight you right now. And they're pretending that he's fighting a 170-pounder, but really he's fighting a 155-pounder. He is bigger than him, and he's a big 155er. But if he can't beat Nate, who would look at this and say he has a bright future at 155? You know, Nate is like a top 10, top 5 guy at 155. If he loses to him, stay at 145, Conor. You know, you just got beat twice by a guy who's not in line for a title.
Yeah, it's going to be. It'll be clear at that point that he's going to keep dominating 145 just because of his body composition. It seems if he loses to Nate, then that's the team I'm on. I'm of the opinion that Conor dominates that because not only does he have a great left and he's really talented, but he's got a body composition that really lends itself to that weight class. But you see what happens when you make the guy fight somebody just 10 pounds heavier. It doesn't go well. I think we'll know that for sure at that point because he got his ass kicked, and you could say, oh, maybe he didn't come prepared, maybe he slipped, maybe he just got unlucky. But now he's had plenty of time to train. Mm-hmm. He's had a whole nother camp, a whole nother cycle, months in between to be eating healthy, keeping his body clean and getting focused. If he loses this, it's real bad for Conor. If he wins it, it's great for everybody, though. It's great for UFC. It's great for Conor. It's even great for Nate. Nate will prosper more. Nate's trajectory as far as his bank account and popularity will do better if he loses than if he wins, I think.
Undoubtedly. I'll tell you why.
A third fight, right? Like
That's
a tiebreaker?
Yeah, if Nate loses, there's a trilogy on the records.
And the third one is the showdown to decide it all.
Mm-hmm.
UFC 210,
or whatever it is.
That's
Conor McGregor.
Like Ronda Rousey will be back fighting by that time, by the third fight. Then you got like a Diaz Rousey.
It could be bullshit. There's a rumor that Ronda's pregnant, and that's why she's not getting back. Don't know. They're just saying it. She's getting fat, so that's like.
That's one of the signs of
piece of evidence. Yeah. Conor spent $100,000.
How do her labia look?
I need another look.
Has she squat in any yellow pants recently?
Yeah, you can a close eye on those labia. If you see any change, we'll know for sure.
Okay.
Or we could just wait 8 weeks and know 100%.
So.
Probably before that, even if people are already suspecting.
It's time to start showing. Yeah.
Yeah.
But
I don't. Who would win in a fight? This is just like an exhibition match. Like if it was like Ronda Rousey and another female, like Miesha Tate. That's the only other one. Holly Holm. That's another one I know. So Holly Holm and Ronda Rousey fight at the same time. Brock Lesnar.
Brock Lesnar wins.
Brock
Lesnar wins.
Okay. What if they both fight? What if Miesha Tate, Holly Holm, and Ronda Rousey at the same time fight Brock Lesnar? Do you think there's any chance they win?
It's getting interesting.
Here's why. Like you just got to keep this in mind. It's physics, okay? Brock Lesnar, I believe, could put his chin out and say, "Give it to me," and none of those women have the power in their arm to knock him out or even stagger him. I believe he could take their best fucking right or left hook, straight or whatever from any of the three and go, that tasted good. Clobbering time. Now, if all three of them could get on top of him and like start putting utilizing their whole bodies and lower bodies on like one arm, like if Miesha Tate can like get his arm and wrap her thighs around it and like be like, I got an arm, like.
That's the question. That's where I was headed.
Maybe they stretch him out in a crucifix, and then somebody is just dropping like crazy elbows like into his eye socket. I don't know what you've got to do.
And how would they get him in that position?
That's the question.
This question is getting more.
I could ask you, Taylor, what would happen if you fought two 13-year-olds, right? Obviously, 1v1, or 3 13-year-olds, you would smash a 13-year-old. It'd be crazy. But
Cat Williams struggled.
If a 13-year-old devoted himself to just holding one of your arms, might get it done.
If it was
just
a
one
girl
arm,
13-year-old or a boy 13-year-old?
A boy 13-year-old. Just one arm?
13-year-olds. 13-year-old boys range so wildly in how big they are, but if they were all like little guys, we don't
want little Merkas because those are adults. That's bullshit.
I'm imagining like 5 foot I'm imagining like 5'5" to 5'7", 110 to 135 pounds, which is kind of a girl basically, like a regular girl's sort of height and weight. And the thing about that is, and it's not like I'm some kind of trained fighter, but I know if I hit him once, he's fucked. Like I might not be able to knock him unconscious, but
Brock?
he's gonna be like, no, the 13-year-old.
Oh, yeah, he's done.
Yeah. I don't think
he's in
I
a
might
lot
not
of
knock
trouble.
him out. Even if I hit him in the eye,
He
or
might
like
start crying.
If I hit him in the head here, and he's going to be hurt real bad, long enough for me to get back on these other two. I could totally beat up 3 13-year-olds, I think.
I believe
like,
if I kick a 13-year-old in the thigh, right, and this is a good kick, right, like a Muay Thai sort of shin to thigh,
Yeah.
that he's dramatically impacted by that.
He'll go down. Yeah. If you kicked me in the thigh, I'd go down. You drop me.
It's
I would,
really a matter of...
I'd be hopping, like completely like unable to defend myself. Like
You
would
wouldn't like
kick
it.
me in my You would
Even
kick
a
me in my left
3v1.
thigh, and then you'd punch me in the fucking left side of my face, and I'd be unconscious.
The more I'm thinking about it, a
Shit hurts.
3v1 isn't really a 3v1 because when they come in, Brock has 3 times as many targets. So he's going to land a hit, and whoever he hits is going to be devastated, and it is instantly a 2-on-1 fight.
2v1.
And the more I'm thinking about this, the more the question isn't
I think
very
now
fair.
the question
Brock's-
may be, how about Brock Lesnar versus 2 Joe Lozons?
Joe's going to win.
I think Joe wins.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Joe
the
is
Joes.
he's strong enough.
Because-
like the strength difference between Joe and Ronda Rousey is profound.
But
It is
we've taken
profoundly
away a
different.
human too. It's only 2 Joes.
But 2 Joes would beat. 2 Joes would violate Geneva Conventions against Ronda and the other 2 female UFC fighters. Like they'd get into it and be beating him, and there'd just be like cops running in, like, "Stop! You have to. You're already dead."
Yeah,
like,
yeah. Yeah.
I don't know. I think
the
that
2
2
Joes. I think 2 Joes would have a plan. They'd be like, "All right, look, we cannot stand up with this guy. We got to get on him, and like first of all, we need to separate. We need to be like have him in the center and us doing one of these. And
one
as
of them
soon
like
as
a TIE fighter with like a rope running around his legs.
like all right, I'll have the net and the trident. I'll throw the net over him and stick him a few times, and then you come in with your dad. You want something like that.
We gotta get
I think
Joe.
that you.
I want to know what his game plan would be.
Could Joe take a big
Mine
punch?
is to like surround him. It's to get on either side of him. So like he's got to be like turning around and can't stay in a defensive stance or any stance really any at all, because there's a guy behind him that he keeps having to check out, and there's a guy in front of him that he's trying to deal with.
Well, Brock would move, and then suddenly the 2 would be in front of him. Like, you really got to work.
Like this is Brock, and we get out here. We really separate, and
Right,
and
so
like
you're here, and there's 2 Brocks. You go here if you're Brock, and now they're both in front of you like a V.
you put your back to the wall.
Brock
Yeah.
does? Yeah,
I'm asking you,
that's what he'd
because
do.
the
He'd
2
move
of the-
towards the wall and get himself out of the middle. Like, you wouldn't actually be able to be straight behind him because he'd just,
Sure, he'd back up, but you can still come at him from 2 directions. What I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying is like it's hard enough to like block and dodge punches normally, but when there's fucking 4 of them coming at you, it might be a little bit harder. But I think their goal has to be both of us on him, like the way that lions take down wildebeest. Everybody on, let's fucking weigh him down. Let's like secure his dangerous parts and like make them not dangerous. Because if you can control his hands, then that's it. And Joe can control one of Brock's hands.
Could I don't know what Joe's reputation for his chin is, but if Brock hit Joe with his big gorilla fist with like a decent punch, like a pretty good Brock punch, would he be able to handle that? Like,
No.
would Joe be able to take it, or would Joe just be out because he's so much smaller?
It depends how he hits him, because
heavyweights hit. Brock's not known for his great striking, but he's a lot bigger than Joe. It's just a problem. He's got gigantic hands. They had to
In the mass of his hands,
They
that
had
he's
to make
throwing around,
special
it's
gloves.
like a kettlebell.
Like they didn't make 5X gloves until Brock started fighting. Like it's true.
5X?
Yeah, I think it is 5X. They literally couldn't make gloves big enough for him. I was watching. He came back and his hands had gotten even bigger because he's like, oh, these are too tight. Once we put tape on, I won't be able to fit in these 5X gloves. Like he's huge. He's just a giant person. He's too big.
That's like getting hit with a kettlebell.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like just on that big fulcrum of an arm, just whoop. Oh God, that would be horrible.
Yeah.
I would not want 3 of me fighting Brock because 2 would surrender and sacrifice the 3rd.
take him. He's the real one.
So now Chiz posted in the other chat, so we know he's online and he's read our requests to join the show.
Oh, Chiz texted me earlier when we were doing the show. He said that they were out at a movie. They were at a movie theater, like when we were trying to get him to come on the show.
Well, it's a good thing he's here now.
What did he see at the movies? What did he say?
Oh, I'm not sure if he did say.
He just saw Sausage Party. I just read it in the.
I'm interested in Sausage Party.
Have you seen it yet?
So it was they hit him with an NC-17 until they took the pubic hair off one of the characters. There's apparently an extended food orgy at one point where like all the foods are fucking each other in weird ways.
Yeah, they didn't get rid of that.
Yeah, they didn't get rid of that. That stayed in there.
Did you see it?
I heard.
Yes.
No, I've just heard like interviews with Rogan on the Stern Show, and I've read a lot about it and the kind of animation they did. Sounds really good.
Huh.
It's really, really funny. Like it.
A lot of good.
It's so like gross funny. You just kind of have to go into it knowing like, yeah, they're gonna really play up the, oh my god, can you imagine, a banana fucking a bagel, like tee-hee, like it's that kind of humor. But it's really funny and it's done well and the animation is good. I really enjoyed it. Like it's raunchier than I thought it was gonna be.
Yeah, he talked about the process. Normally with Pixar stuff, so Pixar didn't make this, obviously, but it's Pixar-style animation, and they're kind of describing it as Pixar-style animation. But normally what Pixar does and what Disney does as well is there is this long process where, like, I don't know, Toy Story 3 is in development for like 4 years or something, where as they go, they pretend like these characters are actors and they film it in sequence as they go with them working through the script with animation. So like Buzz Lightyear has like tons of scenes you've never seen before because they animated it and then voiced it. But what Seth did and how they made this thing for less than $30 million was they treated it like a fucking movie. They wrote a script, they voiced the script, and then they handed all that audio to some animators and said, here you go. We've got all the audio. Here's the screenplay. Now animate. And they did it that way. And part of the money came from. There's this woman, I can't recall her name. She helped finance Zero Dark 30 and a few other films that she wanted to get made, but were having trouble getting made, I guess. She's some sort of a billionaire heiress, and she slipped him like $15 million to help make this movie. So they're in this thing for like $15 million the studio is, and then Seth put a little of his money in, and this lady financed the rest. The thing made $30 million opening weekend, so it looks like it's going to be a real winner for them. And I'm glad. I like seeing him do well because I get when he's on the Stern Show, he's so open about like the process that the way they write, the way they come up with projects, and he just seems like such a down to earth, cool guy. I like Seth Rogen a lot.
Yeah, I like him too. He does he did a good interview on O&A years ago. But he just seems like a genuine guy, and his laugh is really funny, which makes me like him more. But
yeah, I like his laugh too. Yeah, he's him and Jonah Hill are really good interviews. Jonah Hill's really funny too, and a lot more down to earth than you would think.
You know when the Sausage Party preview where it has like the 12 big celebrities that are in it, or there's like a lot of celebrities in that movie.
Yeah.
When you watch it, maybe you are more adept at catching celebrity voices, but I only noticed Seth Rogen and Jonah Hill.
You didn't recognize
Everyone else,
Selma
I had no
Hayek
idea.
as the taco?
I didn't notice her as the taco.
Selma Hayek is and I think Selma Hayek's one of the hottest chicks in fucking Hollywood. You go back to that Tarantino movie or Robert Rodriguez movie from Dusk Till Dawn. When she's like dancing on the table with the fucking snake on her with that bikini. She's fucking perfection. But she plays a lesbian taco in the movie. I'm gonna go watch that probably this weekend. I've been wanting to see it ever since I saw the preview for it. And most of the stuff that's out right now, I'm not that interested in, or that I've sort of decided that this is gonna be a rental viewing for me. I'm definitely gonna do that for Star Trek. I'll wait till Star Trek comes out and rent it. The new Bourne movie too. I'm interested in both of those, but I just don't want to go. And what's the other one that's out? Oh, Suicide Squad, of course. I'm not paying for that. I'll watch that by some other means. I've heard.
Good.
I'm not a bandwagon guy. I'll oftentimes go watch something despite it having bad reviews, especially if I see some sort of reason to. If I'm like, oh no, I know something everybody else doesn't. But this looks like a real shit movie.
I still got to see Star Wars. I haven't seen that yet.
Star Wars worth seeing.
Star Wars is worth seeing. It's real good, and it ends in a cliffhanger, like a legit not a cliffhanger where you don't know. Oh my God, is he gonna make it, or are they gonna catch him before he hits the ground? It's not like that, but it's like, oh shit, what happens next? That's how it ends. And I was reading that the next one picks off right at that moment, and that to me is like, oh shit. I'm plugged in now. I want to go because I know this thing is going to start right the fuck where I want it to, feeding me the information that I need. There's not going to be like a bunch of dun 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 dun, and we're like looking at some like squid alien on planet X, like fucking around and like discovering a lightsaber in the dirt. Like I don't need all that bullshit. Like I want to go right back to the central, massively important part of the plot that we left off at.
On the other hand, I'm really disappointed in Rogue One. Like, I guess I knew this and forgot it, but apparently...
Is Rogue One, what is that?
So, Rogue One, there's Star Wars, and then you know how, like, there's Infinity Ward and Black Ops for a while? They'd, like, bounce back and forth. They're doing that with Star Wars. There's the Star Wars timeline that you're familiar with, and then there's the Rogue One timeline. And it looks like the big mission of the first Rogue One thing is to get the plans for the Death Star that leads
the first Death Star.
The first Death Star. Spoiler, I think they get them. And,
they do.
And that's what pisses me off. I'm like prequels can often be ruined because you know what the fuck happens at the end. You know? Like
we always know. We always know. I see where you're coming from. I
don't know what's next in the normal Star Wars universe.
Of course you do.
There's a difference between knowing what's going to happen. Like, in the beginning of the Lord of the Rings trilogy, you know they're going to destroy the ring. Because otherwise, like, it has to happen. You know. But you don't know the journey. You don't know all the twists and turns along the way. But it's kind of like if they, like, with... I don't know. Like, I like to be surprised along the journey. And if I already know how it's going to end, it's not as compelling.
In Game of Thrones, I'd bet big money that somehow a good guy wins. I don't know which good guy, but I think Jon Snow is going to play some big role. Maybe he'll be the sit on the Iron Throne. Good guys are going to do fine. The Starks are going to be fine at the end of it, right? You just know. I think. I don't know. Gur Martin's a little tricky.
You're pretty sure.
But you're pretty sure. In Star Wars, like Rogue One, like they're trying to get the plans for the Death Star. Dude, like... I've known that for 30 years now. It's way too much.
Yeah, but we don't know how they got it. It was just one of those things like, oh, we've got these plans, and you've got the central group of characters, Luke and Han and Leia and Chewie, and this is showing like the little guy, the foot soldiers and their story that happened during the old movies. I'm with you. I would have liked to have seen a whole brand new story. Maybe something completely different. I'll tell you what I like a lot, and I think you're with me on this, was the animated Star Wars thing that's on Netflix, because it's got so many goddamn Jedi in it. Mm-hmm. Dozens of Jedi. They're plentiful, and they all look different. They're all kinds of cool alien races that you're not familiar with, and they have, like, all kinds of special force powers. Like, oh, well, that guy can do a thing with plants, and this guy has, like, green lightning that he can shoot, even though he's a good guy. I would have liked to have seen
they could have
Knights of the Old Republic. Go to
could've...
Knights of the Old Republic style. Show me like what happened 2,000 years ago. Show me some of that shit.
I really like the variation of Jedi that you got in the prequels. I don't remember which movie it was, but like when you see all the Jedi there, because up until that point with Star Wars, you kind of only saw a couple of them. Like honestly, like only 4, right? In the entire series up till then. And then you see like tons of them, like, oh, there's a lady or something with intestines coming out of her head, and there's some crazy guy with wizard powers, and he's on the good team too. And that was like actually upsetting for me, that scene where they all just start murdering Jedi everywhere. And it also doesn't make any sense in that like Yoda can like tell like from just someone standing like in another state, just be like, Kyle's a little upset right now. He must have burned those fries. The new Cajun fries he's trying must have ruined those. But he couldn't catch on to like a grand conspiracy to kill every Jedi at the same time.
There's a whole explanation for that.
Explain it to me, because I don't get it.
God, I wish I've read this. It's something about, because some other shit was going on, it changed the way he was... It obscured his vision, it like messed with the Force or something. I don't remember exactly what it is, but he even talks about it in the show. He's like, my vision's cloudy. Something obscures it. It is, So he says something like that, and it's the Sith like blocking, like jamming his signals or something. I don't remember exactly what it is, but I like the Star Wars story. It's just like Game of Thrones with so much deceit and backstabbing and the Galactic Senate and all the stuff that's going down there and all the manipulation and stuff. It's just not executed well. I fucking hate watching Star Wars movies. But the new ones are excellent. This newest one is really good, and I will watch Rogue One just because of the payoff that the Episode 7 gave me. Episode 7 was so fucking good. It was a little tiring that Han was so old and ratchety, but hey, we solved that problem toward the end of the movie, so going forward, we're all good.
Spoiler. Rogue One should have been about a lesser storyline, right? Like, it didn't have to be about the Darth Vader Death Star, like, storyline that we already know. We could have seen some, like, less powerful Jedis battling with some battalion instead of the major force of the Imperial force, right? Like, it didn't have to have an impact on the way that the whole primary plot line plays out. We could have watched. Well,
that just goes back to that's what studios do, though, right? Like how many times are they going to go back and have Superman fight the same villains, Batman fight the same villains? They always do it. There's a lot
that's
of
the
like
opposite
ancillary.
Of what I said, right? Like it should have been an ancillary side battle, not.
I know. I'm agreeing. And what I'm saying is that's just what studios do. They're like, we need audience recognition for our bad guy. We need audience recognition for what we're even doing here. We can say, hey, the goal is to get the plans for the Death Star, and then we can make Death Star toys. Remember how much we sold those for back in the day?
I gave him at least a couple hundred in Death Star toys.
The thing about Star Wars,
the Death Star,
it's not about Death Star. It's hardly about Luke. I saw Carrie Fisher and Harrison Ford, and it's like, fuck these old people, get rid of them. I was disappointed to watch Harrison Ford limp around the rocky surfaces or whatever. Star Wars is a universe. That's what they need to be pimping, right? And any bunch of space pirates bouncing around doing their thing is fine with me. I just want it to be in the Star Wars universe. That's the key. And I feel like they missed an opportunity there by just rehashing the same bullshit and making it a prequel.
They missed an opportunity to give you the maximum satisfaction, but they definitely took advantage of the fact that millions of people know what the Death Star is. Millions of uninitiated sci-fi fans, just casual moviegoers, are going to say, oh, the Death Star, eh? Well, all right, I follow. I kind of know where this story is going. Okay, let's watch this. Rather than them being like, oh, yeah, we're going to fight this Sith that's only mentioned in like the fan fiction that lives on planet R. We got to go there because he's doing some genetic manipulation. Of course, I would rather see that one with like some sort of new badass Sith you've never seen before facing off against a new Jedi. Like, it's just imagine that. All right, how about this? Here's a good storyline. Like, they had that Jedi Academy with all the young Jedi. Let's follow a guy who just has been given his Jedi license on his first mission, and shit goes awry. It's supposed to be an easy mission. He's just checking out the midichlorian levels on Rija 4, but he gets there and there's a whole like fucking battalion of stormtroopers and led by some like hot female Sith. I'd much rather watch that. Like imagine a hot female Sith with like a super open cleavage thing where you see like half of each titty.
No sagging at all, because she's always using like 2% of the Force to keep them up.
And at some point, I want there to be some sort of sexual Force reference used. Like maybe she's got a guy she fucks, and like he wants to have sex, so she gives him a Force hand job from across the room.
I would for the guy to periodically have injuries. Just like they barely explain it, but he's got like choke marks and shit.
Oh yeah, he's always beaten up.
Where they're banging, and she's like, choke me. He's like, I'm not comfortable with that. She's like, I'll do it myself. Just see her own neck go like with nothing around it. What I didn't like about the Death Star is that even the people who worked there called it the Death Star. Like I feel like if you actually, like, there's so many scenes where they're like, oh, you know, we got to protect our Death Star. And it's like, you know you're the bad guy at this point. You just built something called the Death Star. Like, I thought they would call it, like, the Liberation Orb or something, where, like, because they think it's a good thing, but they're sitting in there saying, like, man, all these assholes trying to ruin our Death Star. Do you think we could have done better PR? Released a different release and called it something different?
No sense.
It
the
doesn't
Death
make
Star
any sense.
is like, I don't remember the exact figures, but it's like 100 miles in diameter. Okay, so when like Han and Luke land on the edge and they just hop out and they're 8 minutes walk away from getting Leia, what if they landed on the other fucking side of that thing and it was like 150 miles to Leia?
Yeah.
And keep in mind, this is a 3-dimensional sphere. It's not like it's just a flat like surface that they have to search for on. So now that multiplies it by I don't even know what the fuck. Depends on how deep the levels are and how many bulkheads there
And
are.
I doubt that parking is free. Think of, like, if you're trying to go to, like, use Trump Tower as the Death Star. You can't just, like, park there and walk in and be like, aha, Donald. Like, no, you have to go through a huge rigmarole of shit. Like, you have to even, like, find places to park on the outside. Like, if you don't want the security to be able to see you. Like, I don't know. It was really just the fact that the generals in that meeting were calling it the Death Star that even as a kid, I'm like, wow, so there's not even, like, an illusion that these guys are the good guys. Like, these guys all came together because they're evil.
Do you think we're the baddies?
Right, I was thinking that, right?
There's
So
skulls on our caps.
Baddies?
Kyle made reference to this
Who's on our
routine. Who are the comedians in it?
It's these two British guys, like, I don't know, Simon and Carl. Let's call them that. That's probably
Sure.
pretty accurate.
It-
Those
it-
guys.
No, that's Simon Pegg. Never mind.
So they're dressed up as Nazis,
I'll find
and
it.
they're talking to each other, and they're like, do you think we're the baddies? We have skulls on our caps. Because that's what Nazis wore. And I've given that a lot of thought. I'm like, Americans have some of that shit, too. It's like when you have a skull, it's because you're obviously a bad, evil guy. When we have skulls, it's because it's really quite badass. Like...
We also didn't have, like, skulls on our caps the same way that the Germans did. Like,
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
don't
They
think,
really
like, our
embraced the skull thing.
Rangers have a skull version of that?
No. Nothing like that. Like there are like special forces guys who will like put the Punisher thing on. Like, I mean, you saw Chris Kyle did that, right? They'll take on some sort of they'll decorate themselves
It's
in
not
some
part of the
way.
uniform.
It's not part of the uniform. These guys were issued hats with skulls on them. You know what I mean? It's pretty out there. This is the little 2-minute video clip. I love it. I watch this thing a couple times a year.
Yeah. Are we the baddies?
Are we the baddies?
You know, the other side, they have stars and stripes and eagles on their caps, and we just have skulls. And
You want to watch this?
Yeah, look at that. I don't know if this thing is official or not, but I feel like I've seen stuff like this all over the place.
I don't know. I don't know if that's like the 5th Ranger Battalion.
It is. I'm pretty
it?
sure that's just the 5th Ranger Battalion's thing. You're right. Yeah, that's got a fucking human
Let's
skull
look up
on
the
it. Sure.
6th Ranger
I
Battalion.
bet there's
They
not.
got a
Yeah,
puppy dog.
Yeah, they have a puppy dog. They have like a koala bear to make up for it. I feel like the Air Force has a bunch of like skull type things too.
Also, the
Yeah,
painting of like shark faces and mouths on the front of planes, that looks pretty evil. It looks
That's
cool,
more
but
a World
it's
War
kinda
II thing. I don't think they really do that as much anymore.
No,
That was
I
cool.
wouldn't think
Though.
so.
Yeah, sure. The but the difference is the 5th Rangers Battalion doesn't go door to door hunting Jews and executing them in the street.
They do have that going for
Like
them.
marching them onto death trains to go to fucking Auschwitz.
That's
or
a
something.
long tally in the Allied column right there. Yeah.
Yeah, no death camps for us. I mean, we kept those Japs locked away over in Cali for a while, but they're shifty people. You can't just have them running around.
I mean, they had to be safe,
I don't know. Yeah, we had to keep. That's what we were doing with those Japanese internment camps. We were keeping those guys safe. You don't want them, falling victim to hate crimes or something.
For the
like
greater good.
Do you want to watch this thing?
Takei talks about George Takei grew up in a fucking Japanese internment camp. That's how
Wow.
old that guy is. Yeah, and he talks about like getting up at night to go take a piss and walking through like a prison yard and having the light like follow him to where the bathroom was, and there's a guard up there with a fucking gun. Like he was fucking concentration
That's
camp.
crazy.
Yeah, yeah.
So
I'm ready to.
Did that.
I'm ready to press play.
Ready, set, play.
Very well.
They're coming.
They're coming. Now we'll see how these Russians deal with a crack SS division.
Hans?
Have courage, my friend.
Yeah. Hans, I've just noticed something.
These communists are all cowards.
Have you looked at our caps recently?
Our caps?
The badges on our caps. Have you looked at them?
What? No. A bit?
They've got skulls on them. Have you noticed that our caps have actually got little pictures of skulls on them?
I don't,
Hans, are we the baddies?
Let's see. We should be able to hold them at this point here, at least for a few hours.
Why skulls, though? Why skulls?
Well, maybe they're the skulls of our enemies.
Maybe. But is that how it comes across? I mean, it doesn't say next to the skull, you know, yeah, we killed him, but trust us, this guy was horrid.
Well, no, but...
I mean, what do skulls make you think of? Death, cannibals, beheading, pirates.
Pirates are fun.
I didn't say we weren't fun, but fun or not, pirates are still the baddies. I just can't think of anything good about a skull.
What about pure Aryan skull shape?
Even that is more usually depicted with the skin still on. Whereas the Allies...
Oh, you haven't been listening to Ally propaganda. Of course they're going to say we're the bad guys.
But they didn't get to design our uniforms. And their symbols are all, you know, quite nice. Stars, stripes, lions, sickles.
What's so good about a sickle?
Well, nothing. And obviously, if there's one thing we've learnt in the last 1,000 miles of retreat, is that Russian agriculture is in dire need of mechanization.
Tell me about it.
But you've got to say, it's better than a skull. I mean, I really can't think of anything worse as a symbol than a skull.
A rat's anus?
Yeah, and if we were fighting an army marching under the banner of a rat's anus, I'd probably be a lot less worried, Hans.
Okay. So...
around the fucking bunker trench that they're all hiding in. The ashtray is a skull. A guy over there's drinking out of a skull cup, and then another guy's knitting like a skull fucking throw blanket or something.
It's funny.
We lost Taylor in the middle of that. I was looking at the other screen.
I am. Yeah, I watched that and I'm like, I think we have a lot of skull imagery too. And when I see it, I think it's cool and I think it's badass. And somehow, like, we're still the good guys, even though we have skulls.
Mm-hmm. I felt like their skulls were a bit scarier, though. And, you know, they were in the business of exterminating people. Well, since he's gone, let me wrap up this last ad here.
Okay.
Casper mattresses are obsessively engineered American-made mattresses at a shockingly fair price. And now you can get $50 toward any mattress purchase by going to Casper.com/PKA and using code PKA. Listen, you spend about 1/3 of your life sleeping. Let's make sure you're doing it on a good mattress. Casper brings together two comfy technologies for better nights and brighter days, latex foam and memory foam. So they've got just the right sink, just the right bounce, no matter how you sleep. They've got a risk-free trial and return policy. They'll deliver it straight to your door, and you can try it for 100 days. And if you're not happy, they'll pick it right back up. At the store, maybe you get a minute or two to try out their mattress. With Casper, you actually get to sleep on the thing for over 3 months. It's $500 for a twin-sized mattress and $950 for a king-size mattress. Obviously, the other sizes fit somewhere in between. Comparing that to industry averages, that's an outstanding price point. So get $50 towards the purchase of any mattress by going to Casper.com/PKA and using offer code PKA. I know I talk about it a lot, and you guys are probably tired of hearing it, but man, I love my Casper mattress. Every time I show my bed to somebody, they're always like, whoa, that's fucking cool. It's not that I got like an overly expensive headboard, but I got a nice one that's kind of tasteful and it looks good. Like my bed looks really nice now. It's so wide. I I love the king size mattress. If you've got the room for it, then spend the extra $100, $200 and get a king size, because you're going to be on this thing for the next 5 years probably, right? Sleeping on it, spending every night on it, having sex on it, all the things that we do with our beds. And it should be a nice bed. It should be a good one. You don't want to drive to work in a shitty car. You don't want to sit in a shitty office chair when you get there, and you shouldn't sleep in a shitty bed when you're home. So this is definitely the way to go if you ask me.
Absolutely. I like the way they give you 3 months to see if you like it. When I see a business offer that kind of money back guarantee, I won't talk about other sponsors, but G Fuel does that too. Like they love to give away free product because they're convinced that when people use it, they'll become regular customers, not free customers. Casper saying, "Hey, you got 3 months to return this thing." It's like, yeah, but we know you're gonna want it. You're gonna desire to keep it. That's cool. I think the
best part about it was honestly that it comes in that box, and the box is very small. Like a king size mattress is freaking enormous.
Smaller than you guess. Yeah, the box.
Really big, and then the box,
it's
I could pick it up and hold it in one hand, and then when you cut it, it's like slowly expanding into a mattress, which was cool. But I just remember buying a mattress in the past for an ex-girlfriend. And going through the process of first of all, you had to pay them to deliver it. It was extra to have it delivered, and so there's no way around it. And I just remember it was a bitch having to schedule them coming. It was like scheduling with a cable company or something. But I mean, this shows up with UPS. I think ours did, and I just drug it into the bedroom, cut the box open carefully so I didn't ruin my mattress. And then when you cut that plastic cover, it just super expands much quicker than you would even think, and you've got the best mattress you've ever had.
So it looks like Taylor's online. I'm just trying to bring him back. I have a killer joke that I'm sure you guys will enjoy. And I really want Taylor here. I figure a bigger audience is going to help me. Damn it, Taylor. Join the call.
They were asking a female comedian on the wrap-up show today, which is the post-Stern show with the ancillary characters. They were asking her what was her most offensive joke, and she says, "I really hate the N-word that lives in my building, and I'm trying to get him out." And that was the joke. She starts it off with, "I really hate the N-word that lives in my building, and we're doing the best to get him moved out." That was her most offensive joke. I'm not sure if you got it, though.
I'm not sure there's an aspect of it,
I really hate the N-word, ... And the audience is thinking, oh, she really hates racism. She hates the word nigger. And then she explained, that lives in my building. She really hates the black guy who lives in her building, and she wants to, get him out.
Now I get it.
At first you think she's super anti-racist, and then you realize she's super racist. Yeah, that's
I see.
Not as funny as the 9/11 joke.
All right, here's my joke. Are you ready? Coming out of the ad.
Oh, got back just in time.
What does a robot do at the end of a one-night stand? What does a robot do at the end of a one-night stand? It's going to be the best joke of the night.
What does a robot do at the end? Is it going to be reboot or something?
That's what I was thinking. That was my immediate...
He nuts and bolts. Oh, fuck you. You're pretending you don't like it. He nuts and bolts. It's good.
All right, of the three, that was the strongest.
I have another one. It's
Kyle looks visibly upset. I don't think we should do that.
That's because it's the gag. These are good jokes. A woman has to go to Italy for a conference, so her husband drives her to the airport. Thank you, honey, she says. What would you like me to bring back for you? He laughs. An Italian girl. When the conference is over, he meets her at the airport and asks, so, honey, how was the trip? Good, she replies. What happened to my present? What pleasant present? I asked for her. An Italian girl. Oh, that. Well, I did what I could. We'll have to wait 9 months and see if it's a girl.
I see.
So the joke is that she cheated with an Italian man who may have gotten her pregnant.
She tried to bring home an Italian girl. Yeah.
She went way... I'd say she took the joke too far.
Well, thanks for your analysis, Mr.
Yes.
Here, so what does a robot do at the end of a one-night stand? He nuts and bolts. Nah.
He nuts and bolts. Oh.
All right.
Oh, man.
You can pretend that my jokes aren't funny, but it's not working.
Kyle looks like my dad when he was disappointed in me as a kid.
Like, you're over there, like, showing him your magic act, and it's just a little bit too effeminate, and you don't know it yet, and he's just like, that's real good, son. That's real good. You made that quarter disappear real well. Keep practicing, but lose all the scarves and get rid of that silk.
Lose the scarves.
Also, that's way too much goddamn hairspray in your fucking hair. What is that? Your mother's? What are you wearing? Is that a? Yeah.
What are you wearing? Yeah.
That's the worst, right? Like disappointing your dad when you're little. Like you think you're like, hey dad, look at this cool thing I did, and he's just like, I'm gonna go home and slap your mama right in the mouth.
I remember having to say that.
Whoever she fucked to bring you into this world, that cheating whore. Like he gives you that look.
Go to him and tell like the dumb thing you did, and then like being asked like, well, why did you do that? And you have to fumble for like, I don't know, I just thought it would be fun to use a balloon launcher and launch it at people on the diving board, and then we aimed too low and it hit the pool liner and the pool liner ruptured, and now it's going to cost you a lot of money. Why'd you do that? I thought it would be fun. I didn't know it could break it, you know? Like,
as a kid, you don't think as many steps ahead as you do as an adult. Like I mean, I've told it before. We're sitting at the lunch table, and I got a rubber band, and I've got that little thing on the top of a 20-ounce bottle that's like attached to the cap, and then when you take the cap off, it breaks free from that little ring of plastic. And I've been chewing on that ring of plastic till it's just straight, and I put that on the rubber band, and now I'm looking for a target, and there Andrew is. So I just shoot him right in the eyeball with it when he's not aware of it. And he jumps up, of course, ready to fight. And I'm like, all right, I guess I got to fight now. This is my fault, but time to
thankfully
defend
he's
yourself.
only one eye.
It's funny you should mention that. He gets 3 feet away from me, and I'm just like, all right, here we go. And he goes blind in both eyes. And he goes. He's lucky it happened right then and not after he like threw a punch, because I can imagine him like throwing a punch and me like, he got me, and then he goes blind, and I'm like, turn it on, and it's like beat the fuck out of a blind kid, literally.
I'll teach you to defend yourself. Like,
but he goes blind, can't see shit, and then he's just like, he goes, I can't see, and I'm just like, oh my god, I blinded him. What the fuck? I only hit one eye, and he was cool about it. Like, he didn't want to tell on me, he didn't want to rat on me. But, like, in the next period, he's literally like this. Like, his other eye started working again. But his right eye has to be covered, and it's, like, cut, and it's scratched up and stuff. The eyeball is. So eventually they're like, who blinded you, Andrew? And somebody ratted me
I would have
out.
told on you so hard. This isn't prison.
It's high school.
Oh, yeah. It was that guy right there. He tried to blind me. I want him expelled.
Nah, they gave me 2 days suspension. That was 2 days suspension. It was fucking high school.
ISS or OSS?
Out. Oh no, we didn't do much ISS. I only had that once. It was in middle school. In school suspension, they basically put you in a room. You eat your lunch in that cubicle. You do your work in that cubicle. It sucks. It's solitary confinement. And but out of school suspension, my only concern when they do that to me was, I can only miss 5 days, and you miss 5 days of any class, and it's pretty much a failure. Unless you get into some sort of please fudge the numbers for me, sir, kind of thing. So, like, I remember, like, I got suspended for 2 days. I got suspended for 3 days. Guess I can't miss a day this whole semester.
When we had in-school suspension, you couldn't do any schoolwork. And it was filled with kids that would really benefit from a day of, like, all right, and forcing you to put your nose in this book and catch up on some classes and understand the material. But instead, it would set them back a day further. It was really a bad plan. It's like prison with no rehabilitation plans. Like, our point is to punish you, make you really bored, and you're just even more fucked at school.
They had a hard time dealing with me because they would give me the out-of-school suspension, and my mom was like, oh, really? Well, now every one of Kyle's teachers has a job to do. I want Kyle's work for the next 3 days. And so now these teachers are all like, fuck. I don't even have my lesson planned together for tomorrow. You're telling me I got to get Kyle's shit organized for 3 days in the future? Like, they hated it. And every time my mom would do it to them. And rightfully so. I got to do my work while I'm gone. But I always remember they hated that. They had a hard time dealing with me because I never did anything bad enough to be expelled. Like, they can't kick me out. But I'm definitely just constantly
Did I just hear a story where you shot someone?
in the eye with a piece of plastic launched by a rubber band. Yeah.
Okay, all right, I'm with you.
Yeah.
That's not too bad.
I mean,
Everybody, do you remember when people used to make like at our school? They called them like hornets, where it was like where you fold paper in a certain way, like really hard folding to the point that it's like it's dense. And then when you would, and it was like sharp on every one of the triangle ends. And so then when you fired it, it would kind of spin. And God, looking back, that's really dangerous. Like, especially when, like, if we're just eating lunch together and I suddenly go, like, aha, Woody, boom. Like, it's just like that.
Have a stinger.
Yeah, I got a stinger.
It wasn't folded just like a small triangle, like a paper football. Is it tighter than that?
No, it was like a triangle, but you would fire it from this end. And so, like, it went, if it was an isosceles triangle, then it would fire one of the bottom corners, one of the longer corners at it, if that makes sense.
Yeah, we used to do like lots of just juvenile stuff. At lunch, I'd go buy us all a couple bags of Skittles. I'd distribute them. We would pick a target. It was a big lunchroom, big lunchroom. You can't even throw a Skittle to the other end of a lunchroom. And we'd pick a target within range, and like 8 of us would throw one Skittle at that one guy at the exact same time and then go back to eating.
Kyle's things are also mean. Right? There's always a victim, like somebody's mailbox, someone's car, someone's house, someone's like sense of self-worth. It's always like not nice.
Of course, we're being assholes for fun. We're bored. Yeah, we took it. It went both ways. I mean, there was a lot of a lot of pranking. I always liked practical jokes and pranks where you'd fuck with somebody and do something weird to them. And I was always open to be on the receiving end of it too. I like that shit. It's funny. Some people you put ketchup under their door handle and they have a fucking meltdown. I think it's funny. I'm like, look, you got me. I mean, I just fucking hose that shit off. I did that to a guy one day and he just like lost his mind and started crying. It's like, this isn't even my car. It's like, it's fucking ketchup. It's fucking ketchup. I
had a friend.
You're right. There always were victims, but it wasn't like we were like picking on. I never picked on anybody and like drug them down and like dogged them every day. That I felt like most of the stuff.
You were an equal opportunity bully.
And like the Skittle thing, like those are just random people. Like we'd hit teachers with it sometimes. We'd just pick a random guy. It wasn't like it was directed toward this poor guy sitting with it by himself. We just bored.
You just so happened to ruin his day.
I didn't ruin his day. He got some extra Skittles.
It's not the Skittles that would make him feel bad. It's the fact that, a bunch of people really don't like me. Enough to throw things at me and then
That's how people would feel. Yeah.
That's exactly how people would feel. Exactly.
Well,
you need to learn how your actions impact other people, Kyle.
A single tear rolls down my cheek. Like we're fucking 14 years old talking about like wanting to see a titty and bored at lunch like with some Skittles, man. We're just throwing nobody on the
does.
And I guarantee, and it's not like we were also hyper accurate that literally one guy just got beamed with 8 Skittles. In reality, a barrage of Skittles hits a lunch table and everybody's like, "What the fuck? Who's throwing Skittles? What is this madness?"
Yeah, not everybody's a sniper with their Skittle where it's like, like all right off the forehead of the guy. I'm sure it was a.
It's really just about throwing shit across the lunchroom. Honestly, I'm trying to think of some other like shitty things that we would do like that. We just had so much free.
My friends, not a friend. I was about to say this earlier. Like an acquaintance of mine, he really disliked this other kid in our grade. I don't know why. Maybe they had some history. But what he did, like, I don't know what kind of lockers you had, but they like those little slits on it.
Yeah.
On the front to like aerate it. I don't really know why. And there's like lots of nooks and crannies in there that like you can't see right away, especially if you got a bunch of shit that you just like. My locker was always so disorganized. I just threw everything in, and then when I needed it, I would just I pretty much walked with everything in my backpack. Not the point of the story. This guy took mayonnaise and like kind of slathered it like a thin layer on places in the guy's locker that you couldn't find right away, and so it got to smell weird. And I'd like to say like some huge payoff of like, oh man, then one time it got so bad he just yacked all over. It wasn't that. It was just eventually he kind of figured out like, oh, there's just shit on the top of my oh, gross, and just had to like rub it out. But looking back, so much of the stuff that kids do to each other it's just mean-spirited.
Oh, people would fuck with each other's cars. Like I put ketchup under that guy's door handle one time, but there were people who would break each other's windows and key each other's cars.
That's
It's not. And they would do like permit. They would spit. I remember there was this big meltdown one time where like everybody, and I mean the whole baseball team, was spitting on this one guy's car every day. They would all, on their way back from practice, fucking hock a loogie on Josh's hood.
So yucky.
Josh is on the team too, but he had quit, and there was a big thing, and so like to get back at him, everybody's gonna spit on his car every fucking day, and it was awful. Like 30 guys spitting on a hood, and he had the biggest meltdown, red-faced, teary-eyed fury, and because you don't know who, because it's 30 guys, and it's just like all of you motherfuckers, I'll come and shit on every car, I'll piss in every gas tank, and I'll kick every ass there is to kick if there's any spit on my car tomorrow. Next day came around, everybody fucking spit on that car again, on the windows. They didn't give a fuck. Like just mean kids. And I was not a spitter, by the way.
I never spat on anyone.
I never spat on anyone, but we did do this. Back in the day, like if it's the, what was it, early 90s, there were still cars buzzing around from the 70s, and I swear they don't even make cars this bad anymore. The whole like automotive industry, like what's the worst car they make now? Like a Ford Fiesta? That would be pretty fucking nice 20 years ago. So this guy had like a 70-something Toyota Corolla, and it was small and light enough that it would only take like 4 guys maybe to turn it 90 degrees in the parking spot. And it was small enough that it practically fit. Like, you know, so we used to fuck with it all the time and just have him park the wrong way. And he would have to wait until one of the other people left, which was not long, you know, because everyone's leaving school at the same time.
Yeah, because everybody gets out of work at the same time when you're in high school.
Yeah. But that was fun to do. And it was mostly him just being like, you guys did this fucking shit again. Like, you know, like, but it wasn't so cruel. His friends did it.
That's not mean-spirited. It's more of like, oh man, can't wait to see what Tony says now. And Tony comes out, oh guys. Like,
exactly.
That kind of thing.
And
the meanest thing I remember from high school, and I had nothing to do with it because it was our football team, and I wasn't on the football team in high school. And there was one guy on the team that everybody like, he was just like different, but he wasn't like intentionally mean to people. Like he wasn't vicious or mean. He was just weird, and he got picked on horribly. Like when they talk about bullying campaigns, this is the guy that I look back with like empathy on. Of like, God, like I know like bullying's natural. Kids are always gonna do it. You can't get rid of it. But that's like beyond the like busting your balls bullying. It's like legitimately trying to get someone like upset and depressed. What they did is it was a 2-a-day football camp, and it's when they would, you know, do the football practice, and then they come back in. I guess what they did is like take off their helmet and their pads, and then like sit in a room and watch game tape or something from the year before. I don't really know what they do. I never did 2-a-days for football. And while they were doing that, everybody's equipment's out, and of course they knew this guy's number. And one of the assholes on the team, you know, broke away from the TV meet, went back into the locker room, took this guy's helmet, which is obviously wet with sweat because they were already outside in the Missouri heat, and he pissed in this guy's helmet. Peed in his helmet, and then went into the showers, dumped the helmet out, and then just put it back. And this dude just practiced for the rest of that 2-a-day, like just kind of knowing something was up, but didn't know what it was, and just had a piss helmet on his head until eventually they like all started mocking him. They're like, Steve, you got a piss helmet. At the time when I heard it, because like some of my friends were on the football team, they were laughing about it, and of course I laughed along because I was in high school. But even at the time, I'm like, that is so fucking mean to do to someone who you can just see in the hallway every day. That dude's face is just like, I fucking hate this. I hate my life. I hate the way everybody looks at me. I hate the way nobody gives me any respect. I hate the way if I try and stand up for myself, there's immediately a clique of 5 guys beating me back into submission. Like, it was just sad. I was always really nice to that guy, partly selfishly because I was like, all right, if someone brings a gun to school, I'm going to be the guy in the parking lot that gets the heads up. But also just because I felt horrible for him, because everybody's gone through bullying and shit. Like, I got bullied in middle school, just like everybody does in middle school, and it sucks. And if you don't break out of that in high school and kind of make something of yourself, you just become that target again.
Dude, I got 2 stories.
Horrible.
I got a football helmet story. They put Icy Hot on the front, like the part of the helmet that goes right here. And when you rub the Icy Hot in, then you go out in the field wearing it and you sweat, and the Icy Hot starts activating and running down into your eyes and onto your face, and it is horrible. It is awful.
Yeah, the guy got that put in his athletic cup.
Oh, that's worse. Probably.
I'm sure the eyes would actually be worse.
One thing I didn't like that happened to me is, and I've told part of the story before. There was this guy Howard he used to pick on me, and it seemed like there were always like 5 of them, you know, and it was stupid stuff. I remember they'd come up and he'd like karate chop my shoulder and say "chop of the morning," which is so dumb, and it didn't hurt. But
that's funnier than 9/11.
That's funnier than all the jokes you've said so far. Chop of the morning.
Yeah. But the thing is, it wasn't that he was karate chopping my arm. It was a signal that he could if he wanted to. Like, that was what it was. And I eventually beat this guy up, which I'll get to. But he scratched fag in my locker. And he was a good bit bigger than me. Like... And the scratching fag in my locker, the big problem with that is it was this like badge of shame that I had to fucking deal with for ages, you know, for the rest of the year, because every year you get new lockers. And people be like, you know, who scratched fag in your locker? And I'd be like, they probably didn't know whose it was. But they did. I know who did it, and I know why they did it, because they didn't like me. And the best part of it was, I've told this before, but we would all like get back from gym class. And then something about gym class, we all queued up. There was a doorway, and the color of the tile changed, so everyone knew exactly how far you could go, and that was the limit. And we're all there, like, kind of, like, I was towards the front of the line, and so was he, and there was this natural conflict going on. And we work our way to the other side of the tile change. Like everyone, you know, fight, and I find myself out there in open space with him. You know, because everyone's shoulder to shoulder, and then we leave that group, and it's like, all right, you know, like in my head, I'm like, well, I guess we're fucking doing this, you know, like, here we go. And he's tall, like he could put his chin on my head, but I had been watching boxing on television the day before. I didn't know what it was. I know now it's an overhand right. But the guy threw this super hard punch and ducked his head down at the same time. And I'm like, the magic of that, right? It's both offense and defense at the same time. Like, you can't even hit him because he's got his head in the wrong spot and he's throwing a punch. Like, that's the move. And I throw a jab or two because that seems to be what they did, right? You know, and they're not really hitting their mark or whatever. And then I throw this fucking overhand right, and it just happens to land on his nose. Not that I'm super accurate, but that day I was. And his nose opens up. It just, blood starts gushing out, which is the beauty of this thing, right? Because after that, it went to some wrestling that I'll call mostly even or whatever. But the score is fucking posted. His shirt is like covered with blood all over it, and I look fresh as a daisy. And it's just like, yeah, Woody fucking kicked Howard's ass. Like, that just happened.
I had one of those, yeah, absolutely.
And
get popped in the nose. That's about it. Like maybe if you're in the UFC, you want to aim for the butt and hit him in the jaw. But if you're in high school, if you pop that kid in the nose, he can't see, breathe, and he's covered in blood. Like you could pop him in the nose and walk away. Like, I've had my nose been broken a bunch of times. I've had it where I'm just like tapping out. I don't want anymore, and I've had it where I'm still ready to go. But what happened with this guy, and I still have this like semi-coward regret. After I beat up Howard, and there's really no other way to look at it, his buddy Michael Bowman wanted to fight me, and I give myself like a 20% chance at beating Michael. He was just bigger and stronger than me. He was a long-haired hick country boy, but not fat. And it would have had to be my best day. I lose 4 out of 5 times to him. And Michael's like calling me out, like he's going after me. And I'm like, all right, well, here we go again. You know, like I'm not going to puss out or anything. And then this guy named Teddy. Teddy's black. He's really small, and he talks a mile a minute. And he sees this going on, and Teddy liked me. And he's just like having no part of like he knows the whole deal. He knows what happened. I stood up to my bully, and now I've got fucking the boss character to deal with. And Teddy's like, motherfucker, now you got me. Yo, come on, fuck with me. I'll fuck you up. I'll get right. So Teddy's going nuts on this guy, chest to chest. Michael Woods, he's like, dude, my conflict's not with you. Teddy's smaller than both of us. Like, he's just got all the confidence in the world. Yeah. And I'm like,
why did I get this little guy to stand up for me? Maybe if I could have done that, I'd be boss. But I didn't.
He could be your Joe Pesci.
Yeah, that's it. He was like a black Joe Pesci. Like he
I
just
watched Casino last week.
and that's how Michael got off of my case. You know,
And shove it up your ass.
yeah.
Is that little girl in here? Someone hear a little girl crying? I don't know. There was a tough guy in here. Now I just hear a little girl.
The crowd crying after the stabbing and horrific kicking, and he's sobbing to himself. He's like, there was a big tough guy in here a minute ago.
I just want to see a big tough guy in here. Oh, I love Joe Pesci.
Joe Pesci's scary.
Yeah, so that's what happened with Michael Bowman.
It's a good story.
That's good.
You guys want to end it there?
Probably.
All right. PKA episode 296. Check out the sponsors in the description and have a good show. Have a good day.
Good night, everyone.